We absolutely love it, and we really appreciate what you've done, both for Boise State and for us as an organization. And we hope to keep seeing you.
Totally. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Without ICCU, I know we wouldn't be able to do the things that we're doing, and it's incredible that they're here supporting us and giving us a huge support and amount of help and just generosity, making sure this all comes together. So,
you guys for helping us support us and getting my way into college and helping me support and get a scholarship.
Just thank you, because it's definitely a new opportunity for them, and I don't think that they'd be able to experience it otherwise.
I really appreciate all the effort you've put in, and I really hope we can continue to help your program grow. And just please let us know if you have anything. I'm sure every player will rise up to help.
Thank you. This is an opportunity for us as coaches, but for the kids more than anything, and it's been hugely beneficial and wonderful to us to have their support.
I just want to thank them, truthfully, from the bottom of my heart, that they have kept supporting this amazing program.
I think that is wonderful, and it's great that there's now sort of an alternative for sports and that it's being more recognized.
Just thank you for having us here. It's a great place to have it. We're happy to be here.
I'm just thankful. I love this game. I've done esports in the past. Main thing, just Smash Bros, but the opportunity to come here, it's incredible. Thank you.
Welcome to the Boise State Esports Arena. Today's the first day of competition for the Idaho Esports State Championships. Over 20 different teams from all across the Gem State have converged here in Boise to fight to become the state champion on Overwatch, Smash Bros, Valorant, Apex, and Rocket League. Today we start out with matches in Overwatch and Rocket League. Let's get ready to crown a state champion. My name is Jacob Palmer, and I'm joined right now on stage by Jenny Cummings to call all of the action for you. Now, Jenny, I understand that you have competed in this very tournament before you became a varsity Boise State player. So what's your advice, someone who's been here before and is now at the collegiate level, for a lot of students here who this might be their first LAN?
Honestly, I think you should just take your time, take a look around, make sure you're taking it all in, and just try your best, have fun, and have an amazing time.
Making the most of, I mean, this arena speaks for itself for a lot of people. It's quite overwhelming, just the whole production of it all. We'll see how some of these team members adjust to it in the coming matches. We're going to get to our first match right now because we have currently got Jerome and Rigby ready to fight against each other in the first match we have for our for Overwatch. And how it's going to go is we have 8 teams in each game. Today we're going to be covering Overwatch and Rocket League, and then Saturday we've got Valorant, Smash, and Apex. The 7th year of competition sponsored by Idaho Central Credit Union. So it has been great to see the growth of this program, both at the collegiate level and the high school level. And now the trophies are amazing. I just got to say, I was seeing them behind the stage, and they're really something. You might be able, if we have camera views, when we're in between games, you'll probably have camera views of the studio. We've got them lined up there. They're going to be a great addition to any cabinet.
Of course. I'm so excited to see who wins.
All right, so as we're ready to head on into Overwatch, I'm going to be asking you, Jenny, a lot about what these teams should be doing, how things are going for them. But before we get to that, we, of course, have someone else who wants to chip in with advice. It's Doc Haskell, head coach of Boise State Esports. Doc, keys to the game in state championships is going to be to set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponents. If it's not working, change it and have fun. All brought to you by Drop In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. So now I want to throw it over to you, Jenny, as we get confirmation on our first stage, Antarctic Peninsula, to start things off.
Honestly, I'm so excited for this map. It's definitely something that's brand new or relatively new in Overwatch, and I'm super excited because I love seeing BAP on this map, and I'm personally a Baptiste player, so I'm very excited to see some Baptiste gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, some of the better best teams can really just sneak up on you as an unheard of DPS. You know, they just place the amplification matrix for themselves, and they're ready to go. There's the old well spent right there if they're good enough. But we'll see if these teams step up to the challenge. But what's the overall state of play for Overwatch in general? Just new heroes being introduced, of course. I know Venture has been making quite a stir lately. What's your overall snapshot of how things are going right now?
Right now, Orisa just got nerfed, and that was huge in pro play. So they're trying to figure stuff out and be new and be loud with their new picks, and Mauga's really big right now.
All right, here we go. We're ready for the first match of the Idaho State Esports Championships. We've got Rigby and Jerome ready to fight it out here on Antarctic Peninsula. Of course, we always have to wonder what stage. The one aspect of RNG that the game is going to throw our way is what stage are we going to first? Of course, we are taking an overlook at Icebreaker right now, but there's also the possibility of labs and sub-level being brought into the mix, which that's personally my favorite.
Yeah.
I like just the subterranean aspect, and I always love those stages that kind of have the overhang over the main point. You know, I'm kind of also thinking about gardens on Oasis. You know, just having that second level that you can drop down from puts such an air of unpredictability. Because if your tank falls down there, that's changing the whole dynamics of the game. But we are going to be starting out on Icebreaker first. Sometimes at the high school level, you can see more comfort picks be brought out. You know, if it's your main pick, the one that you've been playing, you know, you're not paying attention to what's happening at the pro level. You're doing what works for you. So sometimes you can see some more creative comps be brought out. Right now, though, see, we're not even seeing a Maka here. We're going to be seeing Orion and Ramatra be brought out for the tank picks. Rigby in blue, Jerome in red. Jerome's going to make their way to the point first, already trying to make space for themselves, keeping Rigby in this choke point. Ramatra's going to try to clear space for himself. Go out with the pummeling, but it's just mowed down by Inari, who picks up a double as well. A tank and a support. This most likely have to going to be a reset for Rigby.
Yeah, Cass right now is such a sleeper pick. He's so good, and it's honestly a really good pick for this matchup because they have some characters that can't really do anything when they're just being shot at. And like Ramatra, he thrives on going in and being aggressive, but with a Cass there, it's harder.
Now they're going to try to hold him. He's chosen a slightly different route, but still a choke point nonetheless. And Hipster taking a whole bunch of damage that might have been what Rigby needed to dislodge Jerome, but Jerome has recovered. Rigby moving in, Immortality Field placed in the choke. It's quickly taken out by Inari. And that timer is just ticking up more and more for Jerome. Now Rigby finds a way to get themselves to the point. Amp Matrix coming online for Azure, but the flank coming through from above. Nazo is able to take out Alzer. Will it be enough? Rigby was able to steal the point away from Jerome, but Prestige is making himself known in the back line, getting rid of the supports and the Ramatra as well. Rigby did manage to get a toehold in there, 13, 14, 15%.
Rigby did a great job of swapping and turning the map, kind of rotating around this other team. However, it didn't quite work in their favor.
Now as we're going into the next, though, Rigby is facing an ever-growing arsenal of ultimates that Jerome could use, including that all-important defensive sound barrier. We'll see if Jerome decides to bring it out, or maybe if they're able to bait things out. The first ultimate going to be spent as the Dragon Strike sent out by Hanzo. The Immortality Field is thrown out in response. Prestige is going to be able to take out the Genji, and look at that avalanche going right onto Rigby. And I don't know if this Annihilation is going to do too much to turn things around. Jerome is cruising their way into Final Fight territory.
This is true. The Hanzo Dragon was really good with placement. It kind of denied the entire window, but the team re-rallied and got on top of it. So at the end of the day, it didn't quite work out for them, sadly.
Now, Cal Power, this could be the ultimate, like, heartbreaker of a last chance here if he's able to just, he's looking and he gets all of them. What a shatter. He moves right in and making so much space for himself. I called it out, but one person on Rigby managed to get onto the point. They're going to be using Transcendence. The Mauga is on there and the Genji brings out the Genji blade as they manage to turn it around despite a spectacular first shatter. Rigby has gotten back onto the point and are still alive on Icebreaker.
That tranquility was amazing. It really brought their team back and kind of boosted them forward and was able to make them go in a little faster, I feel.
But now everything is just basically reset in terms of ultimate, so it's going to be a pretty dry fight, but it's the first one Rigby has that they're going to be defending with. Look at this also. Jerome is starting to collapse on in. I was wondering that Genji was pushed up so far. They're trying to push him all the way up. Trying to go to the upper north section of the mid of the field. Ipser Whale gets one elimination, quickly followed out. Both supports are down for Rigby as Jerome makes their way back onto the point, and now there's going to be desperation tactics for Rigby. They gotta keep this going by any means necessary. Lucio's going to try to wraith onto the point, but they got his number. There's another touch. We'll see how much this Lucio can stall things out. Not too long is the answer for that, and Jerome will take the first.
The Mauga v Mauga came out in the end.
So, just a little background on these two teams. Rigby went 9-0 in the Pacific Division of the regular season, whereas Jerome went 8-1 in the Mountain Division.
Wow.
The Mountain Division being a slightly more challenging. Meridian Texan, there some of the top tier teams are in the Mountain Division, so you can make the argument maybe tougher competition. And that 8-1, I mean, you know who that one was against.
Of course.
Now we're going to be moving into sub-level now. I am so glad that we will actually be able to see this. Of course, Rigby's going to be hoping that they can drive this on out to labs.
Looks like they're pulling out a Mercy. That's exciting.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen a Mercy be brought into the mix. He's going with a damage boost onto the Ramatra to see if he's able to get any sort of early picks. Starting to move up the stairs, and once again, Jerome is getting to the points significantly faster than Rigby, forcing them to fight in these choke points, and is going to be flanking around into the back line, going right after Busio, a slam right in, and he can just not stop. Get the dive coming through from the Mauga. Cal Power taking out Busio, and there goes Droft Assault. Gen Punk next to follow, and this is a point taken for Jerome. But Rigby, very sneakily, they were managed to get a few percentage points at the beginning.
That's the difference between Mauga here. Mauga is able to get in, get rough, and just kind of rough them up a lot. Whereas Ramatra, you have to do this poke battle at first, and then once you're in and you have an advantage, you can go in. But with Mauga, you can just go straight in, and it works pretty much every time.
first ultimate has hit the field. That Deadeye being available. Lucio going very low on health, manages to survive it out. Alster going down to health. Amplification Matrix now charged for Jerome. Deadeye now is the first ultimate. Takes out Alzer, so that Amp Matrix cannot come into the fight. Jerome is now hurting as they get two. They're going to be using the Dragon Strike on top of it to claim the point. And they got to be feeling good about taking that point, but of course it's our job as casters to throw cold water on everything. I don't know if that Dragon Strike was needed.
I don't think it was either. They had an advantage already in the fight. They were up 2. Honestly, it's more of a like, we're better than you kind of move.
Win more.
Yes.
But that's going to mean that they have nothing to defend against everything that Jerome is going to bring out to them on the retake. They are getting very close on the Annihilation. They do have the Valkyrie, so a good number of ults are coming online for them. The first one is going to be spent by Jerome, the Amp Matrix. Immortality Field thrown down by Rigby as Genpug is taking a whole bunch of damage. Valkyrie is going to be popped by the Mercy as Deadeye comes out from Inari trying to get a vantage point above the field.
Ooh.
And it's going to take out 2. Jerome comes fighting back in. There's going to be a res being brought onto Genpunk, but the time it goes through, there are just too many teammates down and out for the count. Rigby looking like they're going to lose the team fight, but they're trying to stall it out, get as much score as they can before this is a done deal. And that Ramatra getting up to 70. It's still going 78%. That's one team fight back, and Rigby could still win this.
True. They do have their Malga ult though, so I'm hoping what they do is charge in and be really aggressive and try to just cage their entire team with his Malga ult, and then potentially use their Reaper on top of that to kind of just get this 5k and get this fight won and try and match the percentage at the top.
Rigby caught the crew quarters that they were pinned down in the very first team fight. And just like the first team fight, there goes the cage match coming out by the Malga, getting right in their faces. Immortality Field thrown up, but it's not enough to stop the mad Gatling guns of this tank going charging in. He doesn't want to let anybody get away, and everyone falls by Rigby. Jerome taking this to final fight.
So they didn't use the Reaper ult, but that does mean they have it for last fight here. They did use their beat, but I think that saved them a lot in the long run. With that, you know, team inside of the Malga ult, it can be hard for this Malga to stay alive, so it's important for him to stay alive so that he gets
talking
all
about
the
staying
damage
alive,
possible.
Jerome also spent their sound barrier, and if there's any fight where that could have really come into handy, because what's going to matter is this final fight right now as Rigby rips 2 ults right off the bat, immediately taking out Hipster and Prestige, and the Deadeye trying to beat things back. Inari pulls off a great double, and Cow Power also chips one in. He's so low on health now, it's a tank battle right on the point, and he just cannot sustain himself. Rigby gets the point back for themselves.
And he didn't need to use the Nemesis or anything, not his ult, and his Baptiste was really like his right-hand man there and just kept him pumping with heals. That's perfect.
They are repositioning themselves as a team. Moving in, Jerome's going to be able to get a touch, so this is going to be truly final fight, 99-99 apiece. Cow Power ready to move in, trying to push as much damage as he can, but that's a tank that's pocketed by a Mercy that's not going to go down anytime soon. Immortality Field thrown out, as well as Amp Matrix. Annihilation being brought out, and Rigby's DPSs are doing work into the backline. They're going to be able to tip this in the favor of Jerome, and Rigby gets 1 point for themselves on the board.
I did notice the 2 Baptiste kills at the end. That's my favorite to see. You're cleaning up a fight, and this Baptiste just comes and swoops in and gets some kills.
Yeah, you know, we really haven't seen Jerome has kind of been a team with this Maga kind of wanting to be the divey, you know, go into the back line, take out their squishies. But in the final team fight, it was Rigby. They had swapped over to the Tracer to just instantly, like you said, take out that BAP, take out every single support. As soon as those 2 dropped, I'm like, those are the ones that win the fight.
Exactly.
So now we will see a showcase of all 3 stages of on Antarctica.
Round 3. Capture the objective.
Jerome once again making their way to the point first and trying to leverage that to get themselves a good advantage against Rigby. Keep fighting in the choke.
Back on the Reinhardt too. Definitely a comfort pick.
Move in, of course, it's comfort pick. It's kind of how much can you land those flame strikes, charge up your ultimate, going on in with the charge and gets the pin against the Cassidy. It is traded right back though. And we are having a dead early fight, a dead even fight, but I gotta think Cow Power just going ham right on the point. Is still in favor, but Hipster Whale manages to get the pick on the Reaper. It's a tank battle once again, but Jerome is up 1. They're trying to get as much damage as they can, and a good stagger to boot. They'll push them off the point, capture it for themselves, and Jerome gets the first few points in this match.
I think the pin was such a surprise to the other team. I mean, they didn't expect him to go so aggressive on it, and I think that won them the fight.
Rigby is fighting back, though. Look at Busio and a drop solved. Busio moving on in, has a double to himself now. And just like that, they just casually walked on in and they got it back for themselves.
We are coming up on this Shatter, though, so I'm excited to see. I'm really hoping to see him solo Shatter the Mercy, because that's what I would do, and it's kind of funny. But I bet he's looking for something like to cancel an ult or to try and stop something from happening, like a Reaper flanking or a Reaper ulting or Cass's ult that is also online.
Getting a few shots against the take to start things out. It's not landing too much of them, though. Taking a little bit of time. Rigby already past 30. Whole bunch of ultimates coming online for Rigby. They're now up to 4. They're going to be using that first one. Death Blossom take out Hipster. It's traded instantly, though, with Inari. Immortality Field placed down by Jerome. They make their way through that. Ulcer is just hanging on by a thread. And now it's ultimates aplenty. Jerome's going to try to bring things back with a Deadeye. They managed to pick up the BAP. Busio picks up a double, but the all-important tank, Cow Power, is still managing to maintain, to be ever-present on the point. Takes it back for Jerome, and a shatter right onto those two.
Sadly, not on the Mercy. They still have plenty of ults, though, and so does Rigby. So I'm excited to see how they use these, especially with the Valk coming on. I think they're going to go pretty aggressive with that, and I'm hoping they just run straight down mid onto Cow Power here.
Cow Power trying to make a little bit of room for himself. Kind of awkward. The two tanks, both teams were facing the same direction and not engaging with each other because they want these squishies up here on the upper level, trying to swing for that Mercy, but she can just fly away with the Valkyrie. We have eliminations being traded back and forth between Jerome and Rigby. Hipster Whale takes out of all-important DPS Busio. Naso comes back with the Annihilation, though, quickly picks up a double, getting things back for Rigby. Punk picking up the last one remaining from Jerome, and Rigby takes the point back.
Yeah, with these team comps, it's like the Ramatra team, the Rigby team, they want to draw this fight out as long as possible and try and get picks and try and do damage and kind of wear down on Jerome, because Jerome is very brawly. They want to play fast. They want to get in there. They want to get picks. They want to win the fight, and that's it. But with Rigby, they want to make sure they're taking it low and slow.
Low and slow. Well, they're anything but slow for this Reaper's going right in with the Death Blossom. Manages to pick up the Mercy, but that's all that Jerome has to their name. Hanzo and Busio fighting back, and Hanzo's going to say, anything you can do, I can do better. I'm going to bring out the Death Blossom, get rid of the BAP, plow right through Cow Power, and this might just secure it for Rigby. Jerome has to get one touch on the point. I'm not sure if they're even going to do that. They get the pick off of Lucio. It can't be sold out, and Rigby fights back to take the first round.
And they still have their BAP ult. So Jerome, potentially if they touched, they could have taken that back, but it was really close till the end.
Gonna get play of the game. First one of many to be doled out today is gonna be heading on to Inari on this Deadeye. Trying to find someone with a vantage point, picks up a 2, and you can't get much better than that. Getting both supports in one team, fight a few DPSs on the side. Exactly what you want to be seeing.
Sorry, what?
I said exactly what you want to be seeing.
Oh, yes, of course. You want to see your cast getting as many kills as possible. I mean, it's so fun to play cast because with his new nade, you can kind of just stop things from happening. And it's just so much easier to try and like play with your cast, especially on the comp they were on with a Ramacha. It's just easier because it's longer range.
So now we're ready to head into the second stage of the match. The choice is going to be going over to Jerome on what they want to fight over. And if my notes are correct, if I'm just to take a quick look here, because I did see the initial seeding as these teams take in. Rigby was seeded 6th, whereas Jerome was seeded 3rd, so a bit of an upset coming through by Rigby. All the matches taking place today, of course, determine seeding for later on in the tournament, but this is such a huge moment, and we got someone joining us from the studio. Doc, what you got for
on
us?
stage. You're going to get back to that game here pretty quick. It's me, Doc. I am with the state champion League of Legends team. Now, hold on. It's a game. It's a game. You'll like it. A lot of kids are playing it. This kid right here is playing it. Coach Anderson, would you like to present them their wicked trophy?
Absolutely. So we've got this beautiful first place trophy, and I wanted to make sure that you guys got that.
There we go.
Now, a lot of people don't know this about Coach Anderson, but he's got a lot of sparkles in his clothing selection normally. So this is going to fit in real nicely. Gold sparkles and sequins and such. Can we get a thumbs up from the team? And on the count of 3, I want you to point at the most the teammate most likely to throw. 1, 2, 3, point. There he is, right there. There's your thrower.
What?
Back to you.
Captain. What is this? I'm the captain. Whatever. Guys. Okay.
And back to you.
You, Doc. It's a little bit of vindication, I got to say, because we were mentioning how cool the trophies were, and here we get the opportunity to see them. I mean, I wasn't lying, was I?
No, they're amazing and they're beautiful.
And they're sparkly sequins,
Of
too.
course, you have to have the sparkles.
You have to have the sparkles. I'm going to make a note of that right now. You have to have the sparkles. There, okay, that's your key to the game right there.
Of
Have the
course.
sparkles. Okay, we're ready to jump into the second stage. It's going to be Jerome's pick. So Jerome has, normally at the pro level and the collegiate level, it's normally kind of, we know what's going to come through, and that's going to be the same here at the high school level as well.
Kings Row is the it map. Everybody loves Kings Row. It is the best map, and I'm so excited to watch them play on it.
Kings Row can definitely lend himself to some very, very close matches. It's either a feast or famine stage, I would say. It's
For
either
sure.
a complete hold or we're going into overtime with both teams picking up 3.
That is usually how Kings Row works. Honestly, I've had games on Kings Row that last 35 minutes, 40 minutes, which is long for an Overwatch game. Or I've had games that last 2 minutes. It's easy. The crowd is wild. They love Kings Row.
Not just Kings Row. I think they were marveling at the athletic ability of one of the players there. They were actually asking him to flex. He gave them a flex. And hey, they got a win behind themselves. They managed to take a match off of the Jerome, so I would say that they've got the right to do that right now. But they might also be poking the hornet's nest as well, because we saw that Jerome, despite losing the first round, they were no pushovers.
Oh, for sure. This is a pretty close match, and I think it could be anybody's game at this point.
All right, we're ready to head on into Kings Row, the second stage of this match. The Idaho State Esports State Championships. With Jerome being the one to pick this map, that means that choice of what side is going to head on over to Rigby. Normally, if you're the leading team, I've seen a lot of teams start out on defense first, trying to set that win condition right off the bat.
Yep, it's important to make sure that everything is in your favor from the start. And if you have the choice on whether attack or defense, defense is always the way to go, especially if you have a confident team that you can hold them at this first point. It's so much easier to hold them here than to push cart all the way. takes it way less time.
If you're wondering, Rigby is confident. Again, I point to the double flex on stage.
Yes, of course.
They're feeling good about this one, but of course they could surprise us, decide to bring out attack first. But we do see on the defending team, we're going to be seeing the Hanzo brought out. Lifeweaver we're seeing for the first time today, as well as a good old Junkrat entering the conversation.
Seeing this Ramattra again, a Lifeweaver. Oh, this is going to be fun.
1. Attackers incoming.
And off we go, ready to head into the second match of the game. Second team going to be making their way with the Reinhardt already up to the choke. A few mines and bombs being placed out there. And yes, we got the confirmation. Rigby did decide to go on defense first. They make their way. A few are trying to rotate over through Hotel. They spot the flank. They're going to force all of Jerome to rotate through there instead. Such an enclosed space, you know that Junkrat is going to be loving to lob his bombs in somewhere into that Hotel. They do have to spend their immortality field though, so a good amount of damage is still being placed onto Rigby. They make their way out of the Hotel, and Nori picks up the first pick onto Boostio. This Lifeweaver from Rigby is looking over as his team falls all around him, and now they turn on the backline, ready to take out Rigby. The last few remaining stragglers. Naso surviving for an admirable amount of time, but it's not going to be enough.
Jerome did a great job kind of waiting for their in, basically. Going in through Hotel, waiting out some cooldowns, some key cooldowns from Rigby, such as their Nemesis form, and then just kind of all going in at once, kind of being this one unit and taking over that point.
This is a lot of space to take right off the first. I mean, I've seen teams push up past the archway, but they're getting right in their face at the tube station. Meanwhile, Hipster Whale's going to do typical Lucio duty, keeping watch over the payload. And if they keep Rigby stalled for long enough, that's that major choke point, the archway taken out of the equation.
True. I love that window on the spawn door.
But Boostio has something to say about that. He's going to say, you're not going to get in our territory and have us, but they're going to try to fight back with the Shatter. What a huge one. He's able to pick up 2. Even though the DPS is dropped, he still is trying to bring it back with the Shatter. It's not going to be enough. Hanzo manages to get the pick. Prestige teleports right up to the pedal, which becomes a flower of death now. And Rigby is going to have their first hold in Streets.
Rigby does have an advantage here, though. They do have their window. Jerome used theirs already, so Streets are going to be probably a little harder for them. They do have both their DPS ults online, though, which is getting them picks.
Gal Power making their way back up toward the factory. Flame Strike thrown out. Doesn't quite hit anybody, so it isn't going to get that ultimate charge. He gets a hit there, though. It's a good 7 on the ultimate charge. Gal Power down to about half health. Rigby might move in for one more team fight. There's still plenty of ways to go before that checkpoint, although that's going to be much harder as Prestige lands a pick onto their BAP. Moving right on in, Prestige decides to keep the eliminations going with the Death Blossom, takes out their Cass, and another one is eliminated by Anari. Yeah, there's going to be no real roadblock to them getting this next checkpoint.
For sure. And it looks like Jerome loves space. They want every single inch of this map to be theirs.
And the checkpoint is claimed by Jerome. They're going to be moving into the factory with a healthy 4 minutes, 40 seconds, but I have seen defensive holds last that long. Lucio starting things off right for the defenders, taking out Prestige. Cal Power next, and without that tank, it's free reign for Bucio to move on and pick up a triple. Greenpunk's also going to chip in on the eliminations. Full team wipe against Jerome. Rigby holds 1. A lot to go.
Rigby has 5 ults online, though, and I think if they stagger these correctly and not use them and dump them all in one team fight, it is winnable for sure. They have definitely turned the tides with that fight, and I think it's super important that they don't use every ult at once.
Well, they're using 2 of them, Tree of Life and the Death Blossom. Greenpunk gets the first pick onto Cal Power, and the sound barrier comes out just way too late in the fight, and this is about as good as you could ask for Rigby. They spend 2, they get Jerome to spend 2, they burn their sound barrier, and they're still not able to win.
That is true. They need to use this Baptiste on Rigby's side. They've been holding it all game, and I think it's crucial for them to continue holding this point here. Especially when their team commits to a team fight, it's important for them to use this ult and kind of catch them off guard and make them question their decisions.
I mean, it can be a fast-charging ult. You know, at high levels, you often see at the team fight it's charged up, it's used. At the start of every team fight in which it's available, it's going to be used by Jerome to start things out. They're just ducking back behind the corner, trying to avoid that damage. Deadeye, the last ultimate Jerome has to their name, is going to be popped. Immortality Field's thrown down by both teams. Prestige gets the pick onto Green Punk, traded back with a pick onto Inari. Nazo picks up a double. Prestige getting it back onto Busio. He is on fire with a triple, bringing this fight back into Jerome's wheelhouse. They're going to make their way around the second corner of just one straight path left to go before they claim it outright.
Rigby did a great job of kiting and kind of going back. However, they did not account for the flanking Reaper. The Reaper took them all out and is still.
Prestige! Right as you said, the Reaper took them all out. He pops the Death Blossom right in their own spawn. And yeah, that's not going to bring it back. Hanzo tries to have a Death Blossom of his own, but it doesn't chip off anyone from Jerome, although they are starting to fall with some great picks by the Cassidy on Busio. Naso is going to be able to take out Nari. Cow Power falls off the edge! Oh, it had to happen once today. And the first major boo-boo of the day comes out for everyone to see.
Rigby does have the ult advantage here. Jerome can charge their B and their Matrix and their Shatter here, but with Rigby already having ults online, it's a huge advantage. Ooh.
Although Prestige, try telling that Prestige, he's already taken out Hanzo. And the Shatter and the beat on top of that. They're wasting no time going in. That Tree of Life cannot bring things back. And Rigby is not going to be able to hold Jerome to less than 3 points.
Rigby did hold them for a good 3 minutes, though.
Yeah, that's a respectable amount of time to take off. Well, if one team manages to take 3 points, then the other team usually does so as well. Because the general pace that we have set forward now is Jerome, if I remember correctly, 4 minutes 40 seconds on the third stage. So if Rigby manages to get to that midway checkpoint, if they manage to make their way to the checkpoint, we'll know whether they're on pace or not.
Of course. I'm hoping to see like a super, super close match here, where both teams aren't in overtime. They have plenty of time in the second round to get the cart as far as possible.
Ready to head back on into the action. First time for Jerome to defend. They got off to a very spectacular start on Icebox as well, but we've seen that Rigby is a team that can rally on back, so
I think I see a little Malga.
Yeah, indeed you do. I'm confirming that, yeah. Well, we'll see just how much they want to get in the face of Jerome with that Malga. How fast they move on in. And Ari trying to watch the flank, has a cross angle being held here from Hotel. Although that Reaper is moving his way up through Theater, trying to maybe take a flank through stairs. It's such a long route to take, but he has it all to himself. So we'll get back to that in a few seconds, see if there's any picks into the back line. Meanwhile, Inari trying to land the first few shots against Rigby. And it's Chekhov's gun in the back line, taking out the Junkrat. However, it is traded on back, so we got a 4v4 on our hands. We're also seeing Amora being brought out for the first time here today. Definitely can push out a lot of healing. The main healer you want to take out. Rigby moving their way through Hotel, but Cow Power putting a stop to that. Gets rid of both the supports, and that's going to be a reset for Rigby.
Man. That fight was so quick, which, I mean, that's what they want to do with the Reinhardt comp here, but it was just amazing how, like, quick and almost surgical it was. It looked like they were all calling the exact same target and trying to get certain picks first.
Flame Strike lands onto their tank, onto Nazo. Cow Power doing a great job just stalling this out for the time being. Draining all that time away from Rigby.
Ooh, massive fire strike though. He's charging that ult really quick.
And a lot of the ults that he's been thrown out, a lot of the shatters have been very fruitful ones. Another strike lands. Fire strike once again now at 91%. Immortality field taken out. The Maka goes charging as Prestige mines him right in the face. Jerome now trying to push this advantage with a Deadeye on top of it. They have a one-person advantage, but that's a huge pick by Hanzo. They get rid of the tank, but it's still not enough. Tank was the only one that fell for Jerome, and the DPS was still doing plenty of damage.
Jerome does have that shatter up now. I think they're going to try and use it pretty quickly here to try and get them from not touching the point. However, Rigby does have 2 ults online already and already almost has their Tranquility. So I think it's going to be a battle of who gets there first and who...
Look out here. We got the Riptire going on into the backline. And it clears everyone out. What a play by Jerome. The wind-up, the shot out of the park, the team kill. Wow. That's got to be one of the best Riptires I have seen in a long time.
Yep, he used it first. He was confident, and they didn't even need to use their shatter for that.
Yeah, they still have that. They can save that for a rainy day. Moving on in, now this tanker, Rigby, Nasu's pushing up pretty far, found himself all by himself for a little while. What a shatter going on right there. They've been hitting left and right, and now he goes swinging with the hammer to take everybody out. Both supports, the Sojourn on top of that, and Jerome is just letting nothing through. This is the last chance for Rigby to make it happen.
Nobody expects them to shatter the window. People are like, oh, there won't peek this. They'll try and like hide from it. But this Ryan, he wanted the shatter and he was gonna get it.
Moving on around and whoa, what is that Reaper doing all the way up there? I know it can do a lot of damage against tanks, but holy cow. That should just wraith on out of there, and that cooldown spent for the time being. Spite, okay, they're going to be moving in with the Transcendence. Do they match that pin right onto the Zenith? It's not going to do any damage. And Rigby with that Transcendence, all the healing coming out from that are still going to keep things alive. We are into overtime. And now they're on their way to getting the first stick. They've got that, just 2 more to go. I think Jerome is going to let this one slide.
Rigby
or maybe,
kind of clutched in the last
oh my
second.
Goodness, he's going on in. Look at this rectangle, man. Trying to take it back. He has contested it back for his team. Moving on in. Ultimate's being spent. The grab is able to hit, though. And Jerome falls yet again.
The last second clutch. That was insane.
They'll get a cool 2 minutes, 30 seconds added back to their time bank. They're going to be ready to go on through, but nice. Yeah.
Valiant effort from Cow Power for that touch, but it just wasn't enough to secure the win.
All the space, though. Hanzo doing a good bit of scouting as well. Going to head back on into the pub. Move on around, trying to catch anyone in the back alleys.
Cow Power
moving on above him on the second level. He sees the jump pad bounce. It's going to go right into the team. They all turn back on him, though. That was ugly. That was just an assassination right there by everyone, by every Jerome player. And a reset coming through onto Rigby.
Looks like Cow Power is saving this shatter for the right moment. Rigby is coming up on their Reaper ult though, and I'm excited to see what they do with it because it doesn't look like there's very many things he can combo with, but I'm assuming he's going to flank an ult.
Oh, we see another Riptire being brought out around the corner. It's spotted out by Nazo. That's going to be quelled down for the time being. Rigby holding on. Greenpoint still onto this immortality field. He just hasn't been spending them this game. I'm sure they could have used that extra. Oh, they're able to get rid. Oh my goodness, what? A Penta with the Death Blossom? Are you kidding me? That is an ace right there for Hanzo. Wow.
Yep, he was sneaky with it. He went in, he was surgical, He ulted. He
Okay,
got
I take back everything I said about the Riptire. That Death Blossom now, that's going to be the play of the game. And a lot of damage being forced out. And look at Cow Power fighting back with Asur. The Immortality Field was thrown down early, and Jerome took it out in a split-second team fight, going back onto Rigby. And despite Bustio using his Deadeye trying to take things back, he's only going to be able to get one person. And just after we have the duality of man here, the highs of the Death Blossom and the lows of a quick fight back from Jerome, who keeps Rigby from making their way to the checkpoint and claims King's Row.
Jerome did a great job of resetting, redoing their team comp a little bit, and then coming back and just using that window to its fullest potential and stopping that Carton in his tracks.
I mean, there were a lot of moments you could have given the play of the game to. Cow Power is consistently landing the shatter onto just about everyone from the opposing team, but then of course you have that Death Blossom and Riptire. That was a very heavy game in terms of damage.
Oh, for sure. The Reaper ult at the end just really sealed the deal that both of these teams are really amazing what they do, and they're so evenly matched.
All right, so now we're guaranteed at least a game 4. We're going to see push come into the equation. But before we get to that, we got to talk about Flashpoint, which if there's one decision that's even more sure than King's Row on Hybrid, it's usually Servasta.
Yep, everybody loves Servasta. It's kind of the go-to, just like you said with King's Row. It's kind of the more playable map in like higher ranks or in collegiate and pro scenes, just because I think the map is a little more dynamic. There's a little more opportunities for plays to happen, like a Lucio boop or, you know, some random things.
But Rigby's certainly been a team of surprises, could come fighting on back. They certainly surprised us on Watch Party Antarctica. Doc, what do you got for us?
We got a little bit of a game break for you. One of the matches is already concluded. That is the Meridian Tech Middleton. We know that the winner of this game is going to be facing off against the one who won, which was Meridian Tech. I'm here with Zach. You might know him as Zebra, or in Valorant, you might know him as Ann Flank. Too soon?
I don't know.
So. Anyway, BK leads Blackfoot 2-0 currently, moving into map 3, looking for the same kind of 3-0 sweep. And then just getting going, Sandpoint, Renaissance, one map down. They're already on to the next map, as we see here, making progress as we go along. Real quick for you, you were part of the first map to finish. We won't decide whether it was a good matchup or not, but it was a 3-0 in favor of Meridian Tech. What are you seeing out of Meridian Tech today? Not your team, but what are you seeing? How good are they?
Meridian Tech is very good. They were really pushing them back. Like the Reaper, he was flanking all the time, and he was getting picks up. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You heard it here first. Reaper be flanking. Take that to the bank. As Middleton goes to face the next team here in their side of the bracket, I believe it's going to be. Well, we'll find out who it is. It'll be the one who doesn't advance from this game right here.
Yeah.
They're going to come out strong. Maybe take round 2.
Yeah, hopefully.
Okay.
I think they got it.
You got any shout-outs and clean stuff there, Ann Flank?
No shout-outs.
Okay. You're just going to tear it up tomorrow, basically how it's going to go in Valorant?
Yeah.
Everybody should be scared of you?
Yeah. I'm so good at Valorant.
All right. I looked at his birth certificate just a moment ago, and he is him.
I am him.
Back to you.
He's either done one of two things. He's either called things out for how things are going to play out tomorrow, or he's just set up a great clip that people are going to play on replay with an echo added. The screen turns black and white in the background. It's either all or nothing. You called it out. You're so great at Valorant. We'll just see when the chips are down.
Of course. I mean, we've seen it even here today with the flex. you know, you can flex, but you got to win the next map for it to count.
Now, the one thing that I do want to point out is in that game we kind of highlighted of Bishop Kelly taking on Blackfoot. They're playing on New Chunk City, but we aren't. So, of course, you know, the one that's off stage, I don't get to see that one. I don't get the variety in my life because that is the standard watch. Rinse and repeat. Kings Row into Servasta for Flashpoint.
I'm so excited for this map. It's one of my favorites. I know a lot of people aren't huge fans of Flashpoint, but I personally am. I love Flashpoint.
Yeah, I got to be with you. There's been a whole lot of exciting moments that I've seen on Flashpoint, but there's one thing that's really standing out to me that I think Jerome might have in their pocket for this Flashpoint. Notice consistently on just about every team fight, especially ones when we look back to Control, which is the most analogous to Flashpoint, they've been getting to the point first consistently. And on Flash, they've been using that Lucio speed boost to just consistently set up where they want to fight for. And because Flashpoint relies so much on that first fight, can be snowballing, and you can, if you get kind of the good RNG on the second Flashpoint, you can get to that quickly. Jerome could very quickly end this stage.
That is true. Flashpoint does have like the highest potential for snowballing, and when it comes to a team like these that are so so precise on where they want to position and how fast they are and how aggressive they want to be, these could be like the longest Flashpoint game ever, or it could be the quickest.
Well, we were talking the same way about Kings Row, and that one was kind of a little bit of both. I mean, Jerome managed to push all the way up, but they did manage to hold them in streets. That doesn't happen too much, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting to see a Kings Row game end in streets.
Well, we're going to be heading on toward Market for the first Flashpoint, just like every other single time we play this map. I have no doubt in my mind whatsoever that Jerome is going to be sticking on that Lucio pick. That's just been their bread and butter, and especially when we want to get to the point first, I would say that if we don't see Rigby picking at this game, they'd be highly remiss in their judgment.
For sure. And I'm excited to see this Reaper pick again, especially on this map, because there's so many flanking opportunities, and I see it right now. That's exactly what Reaper wants to do on these maps, is just get behind them, scare them a little bit, and then try and get those picks.
We've seen Reapers get Penta Death Blossoms. We've also seen Reapers be taken out in the flash of an eye. Hanzo going to get the first pick onto Alcer. Power gets it back with a punch right toward Busio. And Jerome following things up with another trade. Nazo trying to bring things back into Rigby's favor with a pick onto Prestige. And they'll claim the first Flashpoint.
Cal Power was pretty smart there, kiting down since he had lost already his team. And just staying alive here and doing some poke damage as he is really building his ult and giving him an advantage when he was at a disadvantage on ult power.
Moving over Jerome, they've got this Ramatra moving up the side. Rest of the team joins them. We did see that Reaper trying to move off to the side for a possible flank. Busio is taking the high ground though as the Reaper teleports on up and is instantly forced down as Busio has his number. Rigby continuing to let this go past 50. They're halfway there to get the first Flashpoint. Moving on in with the Annihilation. Cal Power trying to make this go back toward Jerome, but he is running out of health rapidly. Naso gets a pick onto Alcer, and the main healer gone. The tank is gone too, and Rigby holds the point. If they can get rid of this Reaper, he's the last. He could be the curveball being thrown in. I might have spoken too soon, but no! The car wash doing car wash things.
Rigby still has a chance to lose this. It is a 2v1.
But it is their tank that's still nice and healthy on the point, and it's really just a stagger at this point. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? The Cassidy manages to stand up.
Ooh, the last
Ramatra,
second
but it's
kill
not
on
going
the
to be
Ramatra.
enough to make Rigby lose that point. They're going to get the first point.
That was a pretty awesome, but also very long fight. I think it's going to set them back a little bit, Jerome, because they're going to have to wait for their cast here to get back.
Moving on into the next fight. Rigby has a whole cache of ultimates that they can use. Cow Power landing it first with a pummel right onto Boostio. And there goes a Death Blossom, looking for glory, looking for Clips. Doesn't quite find it there, Rigby. Oh, that is a tragic beat. That is so late in the team fight. Oh!
Ooh.
My soul
Rigby
just broke into a million pieces.
Rigby did a great job for turning for the Reaper there, but sadly it allowed Jerome to kind of push in on Rigby because they were all so focused on that Reaper.
We're ready to get into the next team fight.
Looks like this Ramatra battle is going crazy right now. The shields are up. Ooh, broken. Ooh, this Reaper is out of position a little bit. Gets back. They're using their window now. But going in from the back.
Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
That is such a great Dragon Strike being brought out there. Prestige picks up 2, though. He's going in with a double of his own, and Cow Power comes in with the Annihilation, able to pick it up against Hanzo and Green Punk as well. Jerome coming on back with a team wipe, and the second flashpoint looking like it's going to go back on toward them.
Jerome is almost like a late fight kind of team. In the beginning of the fights, it seems they're hesitant, but by the end, they're killing everything. They're like very ready to go.
Cow Power moving on in with the Nemesis form, lands the punch right onto Green Punk. That's really bad timing for Rigby, not only in just that the flashpoint went over to Jerome, but now they got their healer gone, and Jerome is just going to have free reign to move on to the next flashpoint.
It looks like Rigby's Ramatra is also coming up on their Nemesis here. I'm excited to see how they use it. I hope they use it to take the point, but that does give Jerome the time to counterplay with their Reaper ult or their Castle here, which could be huge.
On in. Oh, if my eyes do not deceive me, we're going on to my personal favorite flashpoint. Lots of room for boops and environmentals. We already saw one coming out from Jerome. They've already picked up 2, make that 3 hits around Inari, getting more. And Jerome gets a clean take.
Jerome didn't even use their ults there. It was a pretty clean-cut fight. They took out the Ramatra, and it was kind of over from there.
The only thing that they have is that Annihilation from Rigby. They're getting pretty close on this beat as well. Once they got that charged up, they just got to make sure they use it at the right time is the thing. 2 ultimates available for Jerome. They're going to go in with the Death Blossom before. And despite the Immortality field being dropped, they've already picked off 1 DPS. Moving in around the corner with the Deadeye, but no, that's not going to hit anyone anytime soon.
Ooh.
Oh, I spoke. I just put a plate of crow right in front of me. They still managed to find the Bastion. Cow Power and Prestige continuing on the elimination train. Jerome looking like they're going to take the second flashpoint.
Using that Cassidy ult in a way where you're kind of hiding around a corner can be very difficult, but I think they played it perfectly because they were kind of just swarming their Cass, making sure that he didn't die and he got that ult off. It did take a second to like charge up and get a kill, but it gives the enemy a time to like forget about it almost.
Jerome going to be making their way toward the third and final flashpoint. We'll see if they can get a quick hold on it.
It's looking like we have both support ults up for Jerome and the Annihilation. I think both these Ramatras are probably going to go in and match each other here.
We're going to see if that is the case. Boostio gets the first pick onto Alcer. Going to get early advantage for Rigby, but it's fought back with Prestige and Green Punk. Kopau comes out for the Annihilation, picks up a double. Prestige keeping things going. They're going to force the last remaining person, which is coincidentally the tank, off of the edge of the stage. And Jerome now, which is 1 flashpoint defense hold away from getting their second point of the match.
Jerome did use 2 ults there, it looks like, but they still have 1 up online, and they're still coming up on their Reaper ult exactly right now. But that does give Rigby the ult advantage here with 2 ults and their third coming up online.
They're already spending that turret form on the Bastion. Busio did manage to get a pick. The Reaper comes in with the Death Blossom. He's spotted out, but he picks off one. The Grieco on his way out. Scout Power taking so much damage. That's a pick by Busio in the opening for Rigby to make their way back onto the point. They're just trying to take out the remaining Lucio, and they've got the point back for themselves.
Jerome did end up using both of their ults, but they are coming up on their Cass ult. But Rigby only had to use 1 of their ults to take that fight. They still have their Nemesis, they still have their castle, and it's so winnable for them here. I just hope Nazo uses this ult soon. He's had it all game.
But if I had $1 for every time I've seen a dry Deadeye turn around a whole team fight,
True.
I would be a very, very poor person. Hanzo coming through, gets the first pick, and yeah, Prestige is not going to be able to get anyone in the back line if Rigby spots him out like that. Nazo still standing on this Annihilation. More ultimates coming on in. We have got the Deadeye and now artillery ready from Hanzo. This could be a very sure hold from Rigby because they got the ultimates to back it up. Nazo's getting right in their face with the pummel. So much damage being put onto Cow Power. And a flank coming in from the Bastion on the stairs from behind. Collapses in on them. And now this tank is all by himself. Takes out the Bastion. Will they get revenge for their fallen Omnic? Yes, they will. Now moving on in, Prestige trying to get a sneaky take of the point, but he's been getting spotted out consistently now. Rigby is wise to his plans.
I think Rigby has started calling the Reaper. After the stuff that he pulled on King's Row, I think it's time that they start calling him out. And so they've started marking him, noticing him, listening for him, and it's harder for this Reaper to get any value when they're constantly aware of his existence.
And you know what's the icing on top of that cake? Did they use any ultimates in that last fight? No. They have got a whole bunch available right now.
It's almost a power play at this point.
Oh my goodness, that Bastion was way into enemy territory. Tempting fate, and it bit him back. Lucio will be able to trade it back to a 4-4. Now they lose their tank. Not a good one to lose for Rigby. Drone making their way on over to Palace. They still haven't played the Flashpoint, however. They want to win the team fight as a whole. And that's going to be it. Rigby is going to have to fight on back. And they already spent their Deadeye, so now they just have 3 ultimates.
I'm really excited for this Kitsune rush. I'm really hoping what they do is they Kitsune and they use their Ramel here. I think that will give them a huge advantage and kind of make Jerome back off and second guess what they're doing and kind of give them the advantage going into the next fight as well.
Moving on into the upper rooms of Palace, trying to get a vantage point, possibly. They've got a whole bunch of ultimates, and there's Prestige. You can see his plan. He's got this Death Blossom. How well they'll be able. He's making space for himself now, moving on back, and Rigby is still holding on to every single ultimate at a time when they cannot afford to waste. Oh, this is a bad team fight for them to lose.
Yeah, like you were saying, they're holding onto these ultimates for dear life.
For what? The game's about to end.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and I hope they do something here. There's that Kitsune.
All right,
trying to get them to
using
point.
it. We'll see if they know. They can't even.
It's all about those ultimates, and they just needed to use them a little more.
I was going to say this after this match, and this I'll say even more. The number one thing I'm seeing that, you know, to improve as things go on for Rigby, using those ultimates at the right time, because we're seeing times when it's either one or two. They're using stuff like the sound barrier after their team falls down and thus wasting it, or they're holding on to ultimates for too long. And they just really have to nail in of when they have to use those ultimates to win the team fights for them.
Yeah, I agree. I think maybe there wasn't enough communication on when they were going to use those ultimates or how. And I think having a distinguished person on the team, like a designated ult tracker and caller, is super important when you're in this level. And you can make plans with them and try and do like, your own thing with it. But at the end of the day, you need to communicate with your team what you're doing so you get, this old cycle going.
Yeah, that was very rough to watch. But hey, we've got Dallin with. Oh no, we've got Doc and Dallin. This is what's going on. I'm afraid to even ask.
All right, time for a game break, y'all. Here's what's happening. Matches are starting to conclude. We know clearly that Meridian Tech defeated Middleton 3-0, but there are a lot of other crazy games on the big screen that are still going on. We found out that the BK match, they dropped one map. It was Arctic Peninsula, but they've been on a tear since. They got to win 3 to move on, but Blackfoot stole that first one and is looking pretty good in the second one. The other one, finally concluded. Renaissance, Sandpoint now split at 1 apiece. For you,
1 apiece.
What's the more impressive feat there? Blackfoot taking one off of BK, or that Renaissance, Sandpoint are locked?
I mean, more than Blackfoot taking one off BK, I think they have an opportunity to go not only to Game 4, obviously, but I think they could take it to Game 5. I got shout-outs to Renaissance. I know that in that first game, it looked kind of like a sweep, but they definitely turned it around the second round. I'm excited to see where they go from here. And then obviously we just saw that Jerome Rigby game just conclude. I don't know, a lot of interesting stats going on.
Yeah, there's only been one 3-0 thus far. It looks like every other map this round is split. It could go any direction. One thing to keep in mind, this is Renaissance first event at a LAN. First game's going to be a little bit sketchy. Then they get more and more comfortable. They just start playing the game. I think we could see something special come out of them. They dropped the first one, and Renaissance won the second one. I see comfort happening. I don't know about you.
I see a little bit of adaptation, and you know what they say: those who adapt, those who are quick to evolve, those are the ones who always improve the fastest. Those are the ones who get the results. So I'm interested to see where they go.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but pterodactyl. Plus ratio.
Okay.
Plus ratio.
Right. Okay.
That's all we got in here. Back to you guys.
All right, that was us on locale with Doc and Dal. Thank you so much for giving us an update on the other 2 games. But now we have to go on to the main one that's still playing out on stage. Rigby gets the choice of what push map they want to play on.
I honestly think they will choose Coliseo. It's kind of the it push map.
Oh, look at that. Still no more. You're telling me they didn't want to be gluttons for punishment and go New Queen Street?
Coliseo is a great map, long sight lines. I'm really hoping to see someone pull out the Widow just for funsies here.
Well, it's a fun stage if we get out of that hallway initially, if we don't spend northwards of 9 minutes in it. That's happened a few times on the pro scene when both teams are so evenly matched against each other. But this has to be the time where Rigby starts a huge drive and manages to take it to Escort. And man, there's been so many Escort stages that it has been so long since I've even seen them. I mean, Rialto, I haven't seen that in years now, especially since Escort's been pushed to the back of the lineup.
Yeah, I'm hoping we get to see a 5th map here, but Jerome could take it and run with it here. Push is so one-sided sometimes that it's hard to tell.
All right, here we go. Going on into Coliseo, the Eternal City, ready to be fought in to decide this match once and for all. Will Rigby mount a comeback, or will Jerome take it and move on to fight against Meridian Tech? Off we go. We can already get a look. I'm still seeing a Ramatra being held onto. Of course, I don't know exactly whose team that's for, but we were talking, we've seen a little bit of the Malka. We were predicting that it might come out at the beginning of the match, but it's really been the Ramatra that's been the one that these teams are coming along.
These teams love their Reinhardt and they love their Ramatra.
Okay, Rigby in the blue. They have to mount a huge comeback here. See if they're able to get any sword. Any sort of flanks off to the side?
I'm liking this Hanzo pick with the Hanzo name. I think it's very fitting. I don't know how it's going to work out here, but I think Hanzo's a great pick on Coliseo for those long sight lanes that I was saying earlier. Ooh, and Zen too.
Going to be moving off to the side, but this Ramatra is just tanking through everything, taking all of that DPS. He's only down to half health. And it's going to be Droth, the Salt, who falls down first. Hanzo, though, fighting back with the Store Arrows, was able to take out Cow Power. And I think that's the toll they just might need. They just got to be careful that they don't fall to any choice right clicks from Hipster Whale. Hanzo manages, yeah, there we go, taking out the remaining low health heroes. Just one shot onto that Zen. They'll take the robot back for themselves and start their initial push.
Rigby has a huge advantage here. They're already up on 3 of their ults. They're already like almost built, and it's going to be very interesting. I hope I get to see this Cass kind of take some high ground somewhere and try and do like a flank noon.
Right now they're just kind of content to stay up on that bridge. Moving on out of the hallway. Oh man, that Ramatra's down all by himself on the ground level. They throw out a whole bunch of utility though, but he's still pretty well healed up. Although one of the healers just dropped. Although that Rigby's healer, Jerome now moving on back with also named picking up Hanzo. Hipster Whale gets traded in response, but Cow Power keeping things going. A steady stream of eliminations for Jerome, and the robot taken back to themselves.
Rigby did build those ults that I was talking about earlier. However, they didn't use them, which has been like consistently one of their problems, sadly. But I'm hoping this fight they like crash out with a bang and try and use at least one of these ults to win this fight for them, because it is very winnable still.
Man, he's trying to tank through all of this damage, and he's able to get a whole bunch of it. Turns around, Boostio is able to pick up the Immortality Field, and then Hipster and Nazo comes in with a double of their own. That is a great pick by Rigby. They still maintain the lead, and now have a real good opportunity of maybe getting forward spawn to come into play for them.
Jerome did use their window, however it was a little far back, so they weren't able to get as much value on it as they wanted to. But Boostio here is kind of picking up slack for Rigby right now.
I mean, they can't call in their Bob reinforcements thanks to him. Kind of a classic Cassidy-Ash showdown. Very thematic, I like it. And we're going to hear, there goes the Deadeye being brought out, and Rigby is just huddling under this bridge as the Cassidy tries to get a sideline on them. There goes the Annihilation being brought out, and so many pummels to push forward, and he tears right through Jerome like tissue paper with the backup from the Dragon Strike. And that is going to be forward spawns claimed by Rigby.
It's looking like Rigby is picking up their pace and communicating about these ults. I mean, they used 3 in that last fight, which is not ideal, but way better than using 0.
They do have this amplification matrix. We'll see how soon they use it. That has been one that they've been holding on to, maybe just a little bit too much. No, they're going to spend it. I like seeing it. I like seeing Bob as well. But with the damage boost from the Amp Matrix, they're pushing so much damage right now onto Jerome. The shield's up. They're just trying to punch right through it. Can he pick up someone? No. Oh, that one shield completely sold out the Nemesis for him. Now Hipster Whale gets the pick onto Boostio. We're moving our way back toward midfield. Cow Power picks off Hanzo. Nazo moving back, life gripped out to regroup with the team. Rigby is just going to be more than happy of leaving it at 93.
Rigby does have a great lead here, and honestly, if they were to just hold in this room right here that we're looking at, they could win it all. But I think Jerome is starting to get into their groove again, and it might be hard for them to hold in this space, even if they want to.
We're now back to midfield. How about trying to find some sort of flank onto the low health? Kitsune rush being spent by Jerome. Now they're moving, charging on in. Oh, what a flower to bring them just all up to to the upper level. They managed to survive through the Kitsune rush just with that one ability. Matrix being thrown down, a lot of tanking being brought out from Cal Power, and now thanks to Inari picking up a double prestige, Cal Power gets a double of his own. That's going to be a team wipe for Jerome.
I just want to shed some light on Cal Power here. I feel like Cal Power has been really good at knowing when to sit back and do some poke damage and then when to go in, because he's been getting lots of kills with those punches.
You know, I'm too tired to walk. Let the robot push me.
And Rigby has 3 ults again. Like we're seeing, I think they can use all, you know, at least one of them, and they could win this fight.
Dragon Strike to start things off. Didn't really like it, did too much. Just flew right by. They still got the Annihilation available to them. Rigby does have a bank of ultimates that they can use. Jerome getting very close to tying this back up in terms of total distance. Cal Power once again just having really good timing awareness of when he just needs to tank damage and when he can move in. Rigby gets yet another ultimate on the board. This Tree of Life, should they choose to use it. Ready to move back on in. They're contesting the robot. Jerome is forced to spend their immortality field. There goes the Annihilation being brought out, and Busio and Hanzo both get a pick for themselves. Annihilation is able to take out 2, and there's just 1 left. They get the full team wipe and will maintain the lead.
Rigby was able to use their Annihilation first, which I think really helped them in that fight. Nazo pressed Q and was just able to get it done. Kind of catching them a little off guard. It was a little later into the fight, but it did win them the fight, I believe. But this Kiriko does come out with the Kitsune, so this could be huge for Jerome here for the retake.
Jerome ready to move back in. Cal Power getting the first pick onto Rigby. Busio trading it on back with a pick on to Inari. Hanzo quickly falls after that. Busio pick back on to Prestige. It's back and forth between the 2 teams as the ranks get whittled down, and Cal Power with a double coming out on the pummels. Going to be able to bring it back toward Jerome, and Rigby thought they were out of the woods, but not so. Jerome still pressuring them with less than 10 meters separating these teams. Okay, we're going to see the Amp Matrix be dropped out to the only team that Jerome has right now, but it came through in flying colors, getting rid of that Hanzo. Dragon Strike comes online, used as soon as it's popped. There's Rigby still holding on to this Deadeye and this Amp Matrix. They need to hold this robot. This is the last chance for them to still stay in this match. They get picked off. Trey Nari coming through with a double and Annihilation by Cal Power as well. Nazo, whole bunch of damage being pushed onto him. Jerome now looking like they're going to take the lead. Hanzo goes right in. He's facing them all alone. And I think Jerome has got this lead back.
It seems like both of these Ramatras are so talented, and they both are trying to go for each other all the time, and then they both turn off of each other at the same time and go for someone else, and then they meet back up, and it's just kind of like this Ramatra duel at this point.
Inari gained the first pick to start things off, getting rid of Busio. Jerome spends their immortality field, as does Rigby. Trade back and forth down to 4-4. Nazo and Hanzo open up a breakaway play for Rigby. Oh, okay, they're still in it, but they got to make it a mile and a half, basically, to just get, it feels like, I mean, I know it's only 100 meters. It's more like a 1/10 of a mile, but it feels like over a mile.
Yes. I think that for this next fight, Rigby is back with the Nemesis, and they have that advantage over Jerome right now. So I think it'll be a crucial thing for Nazo to just use this Nemesis as quickly as possible this fight.
And just how fitting it is that we're back in this hallway to decide it out. Hanzo is able to get a double. Nazo and Busio also chip in. Well, they got a long marathon to go, but they're making it back step by step.
They didn't even need the Nemesis. That Hanzo did a lot of heavy lifting that fight, and I think this is going to be a really, really rough last fight for them, since they only have 1 ult left on Rigby's side.
And that's a really good pick.
And their upcoming ult just got picked off.
Okay, the fact is, okay, Naso does use the Annihilation, moves right on into the Dragon Strike. Gonna try to pick off, and everyone around him drops like flies, and that is going to do it. Jerome maintains the lead and claims it in Coliseum, 3-1.
Great job to both teams. That was
great
so
match
fun.
all around. And we'll see who gets the honor of getting the final play of the game. It's gonna be Boostio. One last swan song, I suppose, for Rigby before they move on to the next match. Meanwhile, for Jerome, it's out of the frying pan and into the fire because now they got Meridian Tech they got to face up against next. Congratulations, though. They can bask in their victory for the time being. They get to stay on stage, by the way, too. So it's a nice little bonus for them as well. All right. That's going to do it for our first Overwatch match. Do you have any final closing thoughts?
Use your ults.
Yeah.
Use your ults. That's the one thing I think that was holding Rigby back for most of these fights is that they didn't use their ults in time. But if they did, it would have been like they could have won.
Well, you've known Artie for a long time, former varsity player, now a coach for a lot of programs, knows a whole bunch about Overwatch, and there are a lot of Artie-isms that I like to repeat and bring back in, and one of the ones that Artie's been saying for the longest time, he who ults first.
Yes.
He who ults first wins the match. So, hey, it just shows how much they know their stuff because we keep on quoting them.
Of course, yes.
All right, that's going to do it for the first match. Congratulations, Jerome, for picking up the win. We'll take a break and be back with more Overwatch. And actually, we're going to go into Doc for our break. That's even better. Doc, what do you got for us?
That's right. We're not taking a break yet, Jem. My goodness, there's so many games still in the balance. Now, you can't stay long because you've got to get up on stage. This is what I understand. You guys played Middleton early. How'd that go?
That went great.
I mean, we know what the scoreline is, but tell me, how'd it go?
That was a great game between everyone. It's been crazy to see the progress from our first year trying here to now and seeing how all the teams have progressed. It's way more competitive this year than it ever has been.
So, you heard it here first. Last year's competition was trash. This year, acceptable. Continue.
Yeah, in short, yeah. I'm so excited to see how these games turn out. And just saw that Jerome won their push game, and so now I think they're moving on, right?
Yeah.
Or is the score 2-2?
That should be 2-2. But good news is that we don't have to know all that in this room. We just get to look pretty and talk about the games.
Yeah.
So what are you seeing composition-wise? What are people running right now?
Right now it seems very Brawl from what I've seen. Mostly I've been seeing a lot of Ryan so far, a lot of Ramatra, Reaper, May.
Hit and punch.
Hit and punch. It's really fast comps right now, so the fights are very quick, burst in and then get out.
Any funky hero selection out there? Are we seeing some any Symmetras, any Sombras, any?
On the final game of, I think it was on the final map of Kings Row, we saw Middleton pull out an unusual comp for us, which was Symmetra, Bastion, I think Mercy, and it was a little bit confusing to start against, but we quickly adapted.
Right. I mean, if they play it right, all of a sudden there's a Bastion in your backline.
Yeah.
Damage boosted. So.
Yeah, you have to play it very careful. You have to be able to trade in between the Bastion and trade out.
Yeah, you have to identify where you're going to kite to when suddenly the entire squad can be in your backline.
Yeah, it's rough playing against a Symmetra.
Or above you.
Yeah, anywhere on that map it could be potential spot. So yeah.
Okay, so of these two teams that we're seeing as they get ready for this next one, and as I'm looking over, it looks like they're getting ready to go into this. Jerome surprise you at all coming out of the gate swinging?
Jerome is a big team that we just saw this year. I don't think we've played against Jerome yet. So we're super excited to play against them, obviously, and we've been seeing how all the other teams have been going. Like Renaissance and Sandpoint has been a really good game so far.
Yeah, it has.
And I'm excited to see how that comes out. But Jerome has been coming out swinging, so we're excited to hopefully be able to play against them.
Okay, well, you got to get set up here.
Yeah.
For everybody at home, we've been getting we've been having some conversations throughout the last little bit with some of the folks dropping in. Just some reflections on what it means to be here, what they're excited about and stuff like that. But don't take it from me. Let them tell you themselves. And we'll just take a couple minutes and we'll be right back.
In high school, I played on a team for all 4 years. When I was a freshman, me and my friends got together and decided that it would be really fun to make a team and play at Boise State for their high school tournament. And we ended up winning bronze, which is pretty good. We didn't win the whole thing, sadly, but we got better and better as the years went on. And I got the awesome opportunity to be our team captain for my junior and senior years of high school. And it really meant a lot to me and helped me be the person that I am today.
So my high school experience with esports was very kind of like make it your own. I was the founder of my esports team, and I had to put my team together to compete, but overall it was a really enjoyable experience and I learned a lot.
I didn't play for my high school, but I played in a program called Esports Tower. Got a coach, played a tournament bi-weekly, got streamed here from Boise State. Got some accolades, played a lot, won a lot. Got to come out here for a tournament over the summer before my senior year. And ended up winning that. That was fun. Met a lot of people, met a lot of colleges. That's kind of what introduced me to the whole realm of collegiate esports. And I felt most at home with Boise State, so that's kind of my entire high school experience.
My high school esports experience was, I would say, ground up. I started in my sophomore year. It was brand new program, brand new teams. We had no clue what we were doing, but we came out and we played. And I would say it went from a very small group of us, 5 people, to I think there was over 20 people in the organization when I graduated at my high school, and we accumulated 3 state titles.
We absolutely love it, and we really appreciate what you've done, both for Boise State and for us as an organization. And we hope to keep seeing you.
Totally. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Without ICCU, I know we wouldn't be able to do the things that we're doing, and it's incredible that they're here supporting us and giving us a huge support and amount of help and just generosity, making sure this all comes together. So,
you guys for helping us support us and getting my way into college and helping me support and get a scholarship.
Just thank you, because it's definitely a new opportunity for them, and I don't think that they'd be able to experience it otherwise.
I really appreciate all the effort you've put in, and I really hope we can continue to help your program grow. And just please let us know if you have anything. I'm sure every player will rise up to help.
Thank you. This is an opportunity for us as coaches, but for the kids more than anything, and it's been hugely beneficial and wonderful to us to have their support.
I just want to thank them, truthfully, from the bottom of my heart, that they have kept supporting this amazing program.
I think that is wonderful, and it's great that there's now sort of like an alternative for sports and that it's being more recognized.
Just thank you for having us here. It's a great place to have it. We're happy to be here.
I'm just thankful. I love this game. I've done esports in the past. Main thing just Smash Bros, but the opportunity to come here, it's incredible. Thank you.
But they were going to play the winner. They should be on the same side. Okay, we're back. We're working it all out, everybody. We're trying to figure it out. There we go. This is what we call in a 1. We want to take these in a 1 because there's no one for the second shot. I mean, you can go to the second shot now and show that we don't have it. I'll just have my Dasani water bottle with some G Fuel in it as my partner here. But that's fantastic. Yeah. Too much headroom on the bottle of water. I'm sorry. Let me get back to it. Okay. This has been absolutely amazing. We're sitting at 2-1 Sandpoint over Renaissance right now. It kind of blows my mind. The D shot will let you see what we're looking at here. If you're watching us on our regular channel, there is a great way to watch all this, and it is out there. I'm not sure where the link is, but it's multi-stream. If you don't use multi-stream, you should, and you should use the discount code DOC for multi. No, it doesn't cost anything; it's free. But that'd be cool. if I could throw it to it. All right, we've got just a handful of these plays here. If you are just joining us after the Rigby Jerome, it was sweaty from the start. Coming out with a Mauga strong from the very beginning, getting those eliminations and getting eliminated. Obviously, Hanzo, back in the meta. He never left. He gets his mail in the meta every year. Somebody's gonna play him. He's just too mobile. The Mauga comes in again, drops the cage fight, and it goes nuts. You only have got those 2 big cooldowns that you can use there, Sigma. And once they're gone, if your Mauga stays up, you're losing that fight. You got to save that rock. Otherwise, this is the one where they came in, the huge Rhine shatter right there, takes everybody, even if you're hiding behind it, you cannot shatter the Lifeweaver, who goes up high, plants the tree, and they win. They win. I was going to say C9s? How is that even possible? These instant replays are the product of, well, almost an hour and a half of watching an incredible matchup. And these are just the bits that we can show you, but they're not even the best bits. We'll show you the best bits in just a second. We're getting ready for the next matchup. We'll find out who that is going to be in just a moment and bring up some of those brackets when we come back from it. Obviously, Daydream and Gem Mountain getting a little bit of a well-deserved break as they get ready for round 2. But if you're joining us, this is only 3 rounds this time. And I continue to talk about how wonderful I think this approach is. Here's what we've got. 3 rounds, single elimination. How does that work, you say? It's easy. If you win, you advance to the next winner's style bracket. If you lose, you're on the second chance bracket for final placement. So the final round will be 1 versus 2. I mean, we'll decide the 1 and 2, the 3, 4, the 5, 6, the 7, 8. Everybody leaves here with a placement that they can build on. These are your top 8. And as some of these scores start to come in, it'll make sense to you. Meridian Technical sorry, I'm looking at the wrong score. That is their rank over next to their name. The number 1 Meridian Technical versus the number 3 Jerome High School with a little bit of an upset coming out of that round. Pretty impressive. BK looking to find out who they're going to take from that next round. Middleton and Rigby getting ready to take this second round match. Blackfoot also waiting on the result of that Renaissance Sandpoint to see who they're going to play. BK will play the winner of Renaissance Sandpoint, and Blackfoot will play the loser of that match. But again, 3 straight rounds all the way across. I love this. I love this. Okay, we're going to take a little bit of break, and we're going to come back to you. But if you hung around for that last game, you're like, there was some really good stuff in there. And there was. Team has put together the top 5, and we'll watch that now. We'll be back in just a bit.
Team fight, just like the first team fight. There goes the cage match coming out by the Mauga, getting right in their faces. Immortality field thrown up, but it's not enough to stop. Charge up your ultimate going on in with the charge and gets the pin against the Cassidy. It is traded right back though. And we are having a dead early fight, a dead even fight.
It's going to be a battle of who gets there first and who...
Look out here. We got the Riptire going on into the backline. And it clears everyone out. We're going to see if that is the case. Fustio gets the first pick onto Alcer. Going to get an early advantage for Rick Ridge as the Cassidy tries to get a sideline on them. There goes the Annihilation being brought out and so many pummels to push forward. And he tears right.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown. Armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
I got second guessing every shot. I won't lie, no I won't lie. I'm free but now I'm lost. Freedom comes at a cost. I won't lie, not this time. It's better if I let you go. You'll be better off. Ain't nothing we haven't tried. I'll sing you one last goodbye, and I won't think twice. So, ready or not, I'll go. I'm setting you free for sure right now. Don't ask me how. Thought I had her in a elusive grip, said I'd take my time. She keeps calling and she just won't quit, and we all know why. Screws tried to lure me right into an affidavit. Remind me as I'm falling and I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you. She has the time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you. sweet that they left me blind. Making promises we just can't keep, and it felt so right. Screws tried to lure me right into an affidavit. They remind me as I'm falling and I'm out of time. I'm caught up in your tongue, they say. You claim that you love me, but it's just another play. I'm stuck inside your room all day. You say it's for my safety, but I'm just one of your prey. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you. She had some time to decide how she's gonna kill you. You can keep running, keep your eyes wide open, but you'll never see it coming, no use. She's got a gun and a bag and she's waiting for you.
to the Boise State Esports Arena. Today is the first day of competition for the Idaho Esports State Championships. Over 20 different teams from all across the Gem State have converged here in Boise to fight to become the state champion in Overwatch, Smash Bros, Valorant, Apex Legends, and Rocket League. Today, we are featuring matches in Overwatch and Rocket League. We just saw Jerome pull out a victory against Rigby, and now they go on to face Meridian Tech in round 2. I'm your host, Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Jenny Daydream Cummins, calling all of the action for you here today. And I heard you say right before this match that you might have a little bit of a problem staying impartial here.
I do have a little bit of some bias, just saying. I did go to Meridian Tech, and I helped found that esports program there, so I do have a little bias.
Just a little. Well, I'll be there to kind of even things out for you. Also, in terms of evening things out, of course, there's one person I think we can turn to, and that's always going to be Doc, who always comes to us before each game to give us Doc's keys to the game in Overwatch, but this time in the state championships. And that's going to be to set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponents. If it's not working, change it and have fun. It's all brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. All right, we're going to be ready to head into round 2. And just an overview of how things have been working out here today. We got 8 teams in each game. Friday featuring Overwatch and Rocket League, and then Saturday, Valorant, Smash, and Apex. Also, in case you're wondering just who those 8 teams are competing in Overwatch, we'll get to that in a second, but right now we're getting confirmation that Ilios is going to be the first stage we start off with on Control.
This is new. We saw Antarctic last match, and now we're seeing Ilios, and I'm really hoping to see some Lucio boops come through on these maps.
As I was saying, we've really got a spread of teams from all across Idaho. Just the top 8 teams that qualified for Overwatch and came here to Boise here today. We've got Meridian Tech and Bishop Kelly as 1 and 2 respectively, both from Ada, Southwest Idaho, but then we start traveling all across the state. We've got Jerome from Jerome County, Renaissance back from the Treasure Valley, then we got Sandpoint way up in North Idaho, Bonner County, and then Rigby is from Jefferson County, that's in East Idaho, Blackfoot from Benham County, and Middleton from Canyon County. So we've got Southwest, Central, East, and the Panhandle as well. Every part of the state has converged here to Boise to crown a champion. And now we're going to see, with the defeat against Rigby, that leaves Jerome as kind of one of the non-Southwest teams left, kind of fighting for the Central and East part of the state.
And I heard that they were pretty new this year, so I'm excited to see how they perform here, especially against kind of the reigning champion that we've seen the last 2 years.
Well, they were in a different division than Meridian Tech, and they went undefeated in that division, but of course they didn't face Meridian Tech. Now we're going to see what they're going to meet the best team from the other Idaho State division, the Mountain Division. We'll see how they do as we're ready to descend upon the always beautiful, always pristine, beachside, coastal, no doubt very high rent stage of Ilios.
Yes, I love Ruins because it gives teams an opportunity to not play Lucio on Ilios maps, because Lucio is kind of a staple in these maps. But on Ruins, it's a little harder to get those boops, and it takes a little more finagling for these Lucios to kind of set that up.
Yeah, but the well, come on.
Yes.
That's still too tempting not to go for.
True.
And we're going to be moving on, showcasing all the stages as we move on to the third and final one being showcased. We got Lighthouse.
And this map really is beautiful.
Yeah.
When you're in it, you don't get to experience the beauty, but when you're watching from the outside, it's a lot easier to appreciate.
Also, you don't appreciate the fact that this is indeed a lighthouse, what the stage is named after, but you're too busy fighting actually on the point to get the bigger picture. And we're going to be moving on to the stages. Both these teams, you know, the one thing I got to say, though, is Jerome, they've kind of gotten some time to get cozy up on the stage, if you will.
True. They have been up there for a match already, and they're starting their second up there. Will they continue their streak of being on stage, though?
All right, we're just about ready to head on into Ilios. If everyone is ready, if everyone is loaded on into the game and various chat applications to make sure that they are ready to coordinate as a team unit, then I see no reason to really prolong the anticipation anymore, because these are the top two teams from the two states divisions. Both have gone undefeated in the regular season, but one is going to finally get their first L of the semester.
Going, 9-0 over the course of this season is probably one of the biggest accomplishments that these players can achieve in this year, and it's so exciting to see these teams kind of face off in this way. Ooh, and we're starting.
And we're going to be starting out, looks like we're starting out on Well To Me, so we're going to be seeing not just that, but what's that card I'm seeing?
A road
if there's one thing, if you want to get cheeky, a hook into the well is going to win some brownie points with me in a really big hurry.
And I'm seeing an Echo. Sometimes people go for the Pharah on this map for that boop ability.
Yeah, that is indeed a Roadhog being brought out.
Both teams.
But it's, by both teams. So the Roadhog, the Echo, the Pharah, and the Lucio on top of that. This is going to be an interesting fight around this well. And I love it. Moving off to the side, Cal Power trying to throw out the hook. He's going to miss the first one as the teams are a little bit spread out. Prestige taking a good bit of damage from Jerome, managing to hide in there, but the first pick is going to be going out on a Meridian Tech. They are able to get rid of their Mercy, and the Lucio falls as well. There's absolutely no healing left for the Dragons. Jerome making their way onto the point. They're going to claim it first.
We are seeing Cal Power almost in his element here. I feel like Cal Power has already shown up and shown that he's here and he's to be feared.
I mean, if you're talking about mid-air heroes also, if they're ever to get in a duel with mid-air, Echo's going to have the easier time aiming at a mobile target.
The only problem is this Echo sadly doesn't have a Mercy Pocket, which gives the Pharah an advantage in this fight.
Well, try telling that to Prestige. He still picks up one against Audie. Keen Swiffer falls quite next. Look at a double being brought out by Soup, though. This fight is not quite over. As the Far Mercy comes in for reinforcements, can Meridian Technical take this back? He'll get a touch on the point, moving in with the barrage. Oh, that Cassidy, you better have stayed behind that. You should have stayed behind that pillar and just waited it out. Meanwhile, though, Cal Power still being a force to be reckoned with, though he's lost his support. I don't know how much longer. It might just be a stalling game at this point. Tanking out a whole lot of damage, gotten up to 55%. Goes into the well. Down you go, thanks to a hook from King Swiffer. We've seen the first hook well come out, and I'm hoping we see a lot more.
Meridian Tech looks like they're taking this super slow. They want to take this slow so that they give their team an opportunity to get into place and get ready and try and get these picks on Jerome. But Jerome does have ults coming online. Even though Meridian Tech already has 2 coming up on the 3rd, Jerome is almost at 4 or 5, so they have a very big advantage here.
Nari brings out the Deadeye. Look at the flank coming in from Soup, though, and there's nothing you can do when you got the Deadeye out, but he was able to take out the Lucio before that came out, and the flank turns into a fluke for Meridian Technical. They are all wiped out. Jerome now cruising toward final fight territory.
Hipster Whale did get that initial pick onto Meridian Technical's tank, which is crucial for that fight win there. But Meridian Tank seems to be swapping off the Roadhog now. It's not working anymore, so they're just trying anything that's a little better for them to play a little more comfortable.
Jerome just has to win one more fight. They're going to, Meridian Tech trying to move out around the corner, getting right in the face, a boop right onto Hipster. Osser falls next. King Swiffer has opened up a two-person advantage, but Jerome has brought out a copy. Prestige, and he charges up the Annihilation as well, but he's quickly taken out of it. Meridian Tech now moving on back to the point. Zaguna lands a double, and that's going to be the Dragons gaining another foothold, keeping this fight interesting.
It looks like Jerome was not ready for the swap up from Meridian Tech, and they didn't see it coming, which was a huge advantage in this fight. And King Swiffer is already 70 up on the ult, so it's really important to build that so that you can match Cow Power's ult in this next fight.
Funky bringing out the May for the first time here today. See how that works out. Meanwhile, Jerome, this whole hawk could be very dangerous. Gonna move in a whole lot of, the May's gonna wall him off, and the rest of the team just jumps on over King Swiffer, taking a lot of damage, trying to be bailed out with the Immortality Field. Soup lands the railgun shot onto Prestige, straight it back with Co-Power. He wins the tank fight, however. Meridian Tech goes down their tank, and now Jerome turns on around with their full force to take back the point. Meridian Technical has to get back quickly, or that's a huge Zagger being placed by Cow Power despite the Amp Matrix being thrown down. A lot of damage from Soup around the corner, has the overclock. Can he bring this back? It's Hero Time, and Hero Time is coming through in flying colors with Soup picking up a double. The rest of the DPS is doing their work, and Meridian Technical hangs on to it.
That fight was all over the place, but also so concentrated into one spot. All eyes were on Soup that fight. With that overclock, it was super important to hit those shots, and he did. King Swiffer coming in with the...
Meridian Technical was going to take the first point, but it was about as close as you could get. Jerome kept it. It was just one last team fight.
Jerome is putting up a really good fight here. 99 to 100 is nothing to scoff at. And I think, you know, with a few tweaks to their comp, maybe not a Roadhog anymore, they could take, you know, this from Meridian Tech.
Great right clicks with the overclock. If you have a good enough Sojourner, can just turn things around as you eliminate everyone one by one. Now we'll move back to Lighthouse for the second stage. Ruins come in third if it should go to there.
I'm seeing this from Matra still, which is good. It's looking like Jerome is back on their comfort pick with the Reinhardt.
They've moved on to the point first. They got a bit of cover under there, but they don't have the high ground. And one shot with the right click from Soup gets rid of that Bastion. They're trying to boop off the edge, and oh, there goes a tank. King Swiffer taken out by Cow Power, charging into him. But Soup is too much of a threat on this Sojourn with a triple. That is nasty.
Soup
disgusting.
Soup has been so clean with these like last picks in these fights. Kind of just coming out of nowhere and just using the railgun to the fullest potential. And we're back with Prestige on this Reaper, and we know Prestige loves to go into their backline, so I'm hoping to see some backline action here and maybe an ult like he did on King's Row in the last match.
This is a whole lot of time Jerome is taking. They're going for a long flank around. It's pinged out. Now they're going to try to pinch him in. Moving all the way in, but did he move in too far? He has a lot of damage being placed onto him. Going to try to take it out. The Reinhardt goes swinging through like a madman. Lands a fire strike onto the Tracer. Hipster Rail also gets a boost onto boop onto the Baptiste, and everyone falls soon after that. Jerome gets a team wipe. They'll claim the point back.
Jerome is coming up on almost every single one of their ults here, and I think this is amazing for them because they can stop Meridian Tech in their tracks with some of their ults here. Like using this Shatter against, you know, Soup and his overclock, or against that window like we saw on King's Row could be an amazing way for them to have another advantage coming into this fight.
Well, we heard the overclock be brought out, but it's not as impactful probably as they wish. The Pulse Bomb lands onto Hipster. Cow falls soon afterwards. Jerome loses this fight. Meridian Technical will gain it back, but at least they didn't spend any ultimates. They'll have a good amount to fight back with.
One thing I am noticing from Meridian Tech here is they do have someone in an off role. Soup is usually a support player, so them on the DPS is something new that I haven't seen in a long time.
Oh! Fire strike right onto King Swiffer. To move right in, brings out the chatter, goes on to a few feet in response to try to tank it out. Meridian Technical spending everything. Jerome has a bit more in their arsenal. They're going to be able to use their own feet for that survivability, and now they're moving back onto the point, but oh my goodness, it doesn't matter. Zaguna and King Swiffer both get a pick, and they force Jerome to spend everything. No chance left for this to be brought back. Meridian Technical looking like they're going to take Ilios 2-0.
Swiffer cleaning things up as usual.
Congrats to the Dragons for winning that one, and we'll get a look at who gets the honor of play of the game first. It's going to be King Swiffer. Yeah, I suppose I was all focused on the sound barrier here. I thought they'd have that survivability, but nice use of the Annihilation there to secure the victory for Meridian Tech. That's going to make us go on to Hybrid for the second round, with Jerome having the choice. Now, we haven't seen Jerome choose Hybrid before. I know probably what they're going to go for, but I'm saying last time... No, actually, they did have choice last time, now that I'm correcting myself, and they chose King's Row, so now my hope at anything unique is gone out the window.
We can only hope. But like I said before, King's Row is kind of just the standard. Everybody loves it. It's everybody's favorite map, and it just happens to be the one that will probably be picked.
Here we get an overview of everything else that's happening in the arena. Like we've been alluding to, there are matches happening all over the place throughout the day. So even though we're highlighting one of the matches here, hey! I wonder who that guy is. There we go. But yeah, we see Bishop Kelly and Sandpoint looking like they're in a match right now.
I love that all of these teams showed up in their jerseys ready to play. They all look so good, and I love the variety of colors and designs and everything that all of these teams have that they brought to the table today.
Then we take a look off to the side. There goes Middleton. I believe Middleton is fighting against Rigby. Rigby moved down to fight them, so we'll see how that match works out, but I mean, you got a great machine to play with no matter where you are in the arena.
Of course. I see some of them also using controllers, which is super interesting when playing Overwatch. I wonder if their whole team is console.
What's your opinion on that? Yeah.
I personally have only ever played Overwatch on console a few times, and I found it to be awful. You can't turn very fast. It's a little harder to play mobile characters like Tracer or Mercy. And as someone who has played lots of Mercy, it's a little hard to get the hang of when you're on a controller instead of on your keyboard and mouse like usual.
What you need to do is play it on a Switch, then you can use the gyro controls.
I do have it on my Switch, so maybe I should try.
And there's even more competition going on off to the side. I mean, no matter which corner you look in, there's a team there competing.
It's events like these that are so fun. Ooh,
oh,
King's Row.
Who could have seen this coming? King's Row. It's a stage. One of the stages of all time.
I think they should rename Hybrid to just King's Row.
Yeah, let's stop getting our hopes up. Just, control King's Row,
there
Flashpoint.
Is no other option.
No other option.
King's Row and King's Row.
All right. While the Dragons find themselves up one, can Jerome fight back? They did drop the first game against Rigby, so this was the one they started fighting back on. So we'll see if that's the case this time around. But I'm pretty darn sure that Meridian Tech has spent a lot of time playing on this stage as well, so it won't be any easy task.
For sure. I think a lot of these players, though, probably have, even from Jerome. You know, when these teams scrim, I'm sure that, you know, this is their #1 pick too, just because it's everybody's #1 pick. And so you kind of have to be good at Kings Row if you want to play at the level that Jerome and Meridian Tech play at.
The ridiculously photogenic Cassidy.
Spike Spiegel, the collab skin.
All right. Enough of the silliness and the emoting. Let's get down to the actual game. I said enough of the emoting. Let's get to the actual game right now. They still have a little bit of time left, so I'll probably just wait it on out. No doubt in my mind, though, that is Jerome who has picked to go on defense. No, Jerome decided. No, wait, no. Meridian Tech had choice of side. What am I saying? Yeah, everything's fine here. I keep trying to find ways to make this interesting, but no, this is Complacency Kings Row. Complacency Row, I should call it.
True. Just same old, same old. But not with these
nice
teams. We have 2 Rhines facing off here.
Jerome, both teams bringing out the classic May Rhine wall and ball composition, and Meridian Technical just tears right through Jerome.
I don't know if you can hear at home at the arena, but I could just hear them screaming, "Lulu," which is like a call out to get the Lucio, but you just can't say the whole thing.
Going to move in with Jerome, see if they can wash, rinse, and repeat. The May trying to put that freeze out onto the Rhine. Might try to force them through the hotel again, but that's the route they took last time. That May is just waiting for someone to poke their head out the other door. Might just be a fake. Jerome trying to find any sort of toehold that they can get on the Rhine's going to move to the point, gets charged in an instant. Cow power. Making himself known as the better Rhine in this scenario. Meridian Technical falls like dominoes. And Jerome gonna claim the payload.
Jerome also has the ult advantage in this fight going in. They already have their Babel and they've already used their Shatter. And then Prestige on this Reaper again. I'm super excited. Will we get a repeat of that 5-man from last match? In
He's going to use his Death Blossom. He's going to be happy with the time being, just taking out Prestige. I mean, Meridian Technical is coming in heavy on this recontest. They just almost instantly get a team wipe, and Jerome is sent back to start.
Meridian Tech is playing these corners here pretty well, so they do have kind of that, you know, safety blanket, whereas Jerome does have to just push and hope for the best here.
Making our way back toward the wall. Jerome's going to find himself walled off by the May, and then once again, King Swiffer and Soup move on in to claim their eliminations. Another very clean team fight by the Dragons. Another reset for Jerome.
Hipster Whale is coming up on this beat, and I'm hoping they use it to kind of deny this May freeze coming online. I think the May from Meridian Tech is crucial here, and if they can deny that ult, it would cause a little stir up, I think.
Moving on around the corner, can they find a flank around? Soup's watching the flank angles, make sure no one comes on in, and they're able to take out the Rhine with the help of the Blizzard. Ziga also picking up a double with the help of that Boop and Melee. Another reset for Jerome. And they're going to be sent back to fighting in the archway, not what they were hoping for.
And you know I love seeing the Baptiste in the kill feed. Even if it's the last pick, I still think, like, perfect. The Baptiste is there, and that's kind of a safety blanket too, because Bap is like a hidden glass cannon almost, where he can push out so much damage, especially when it comes to these fights that are so scrappy, and get stuff done.
Oh, they're able to spot out that teleport by the Reaper. Gonna come in with the Death Blossom, trying to get the backline. Instantly shut down by Soup. What a wall to take out Cal.
Meridian Tech said not
stay
today.
alive, yeah. I mean, everything that Jerome is trying to throw at the wall, Meridian Technical is reading it like a book and stopping it.
Meridian Tech has to be tracking and calling these ults. They know when they're coming, they're expecting them. Jerome is hopefully doing the same thing. They know that this shatter, this window is coming up online for the Meridian Tech side, and they need to prepare for this next fight, knowing those things.
One person goes onto the point all by themselves, trying to get any sort of push, make some room for the other team. They can use that payload as their shield. And after around this corner soon, however, and King Swiffer is just hanging out on this shatter. Waiting for something to go through. Look at this flank attempt being brought out by Jerome. They instantly call it out. Cal Power lands Fire Strike onto the Cassidy. Things are continuing on, digging out the Immortality Field. Funky's going to move back for a bit of health and me time. And King Swiffer gets another Fire Strike onto Cal Pilot and Nari, trying to keep Jerome in the fight. And hey, with the help of Prestige, this could be a fight. They've taken out Meridian Technical, and Jerome finds a way to break through, get to the factory.
Inari was great in that fight. They got a ton of kills. They were kind of just as a whole unit with a team and just shooting who needed to be shot. And with this Baptiste ult coming online, they kind of want to do the same thing here and just focus through the window and try and get a pick here, because that's their advantage.
First blood for the fight. Elimination on Prestige. Jerome still pushing forward, however. They are contested around the second corner. King Swiffer gets one onto the Cassidy. Funky charges up the Blizzard. Probably not going to use it right now because Meridian Technical is already winning this fight. Getting rid of the tank and both the supports. Jerome has to reset.
Do you want a bandage for that?
Meridian Technical has 2 ults online, and so does Jerome, but Jerome has, or actually Meridian Tech has 3 coming up, and Jerome only has 2 coming up, so it's a little bit of a, you know, it's going to be, you know, who uses this ult first and who responds and how this will go down.
Both teams wasting no time using their ults. Meridian Technical brings out the Blizzard and the beat as Jerome spends just about everything they have as well, but they're not able to use that shatter in the blink of an eye. Meridian Technical wins it.
Meridian Tech was just that slight amount of quicker, faster. You know, the placement of it was really good. Jerome was coming in and hot, and they knew they had to use their ults or it would kind of be over. So it was good reactions from Meridian Tech.
Half Matrix thrown down, that is one gutsy. Reaper being right up at A, he gets his targets. Do what you gotta do. The Baptiste is out of the count. Now the main healer gone from Meridian Technical, but tell that to Soup as he lands the overclock. A pin being brought out by Reinhardt trying to make room, and a shatter as well. Meridian Technical, oh, Hipster Whale finds a double. Supatati fighting back, trading back the double. Cow Power gets rid of the Mei. There's still Cow Power left, but he has absolutely no backup, and Soup is chasing him down. Bad scenario for Jerome. They've got half a minute, and they can't afford to stagger themselves here.
Looks like Jerome kind of forgot that Soup existed there for a second, and Soup was able to sit on an off angle and just kind of poke out the entire team there.
Oh my goodness, what a right click onto that Reaper. Talk about spotting things before they happen. Soup is on a tear with the overclock, and that's going to be a hold against Jerome unless these last 2 make a hero play, but Soup flanks them, takes out the support. The tank is soon to follow. Can the Tracer get a touch? Nope. And that looks like it's going to do it for Kings Row. At least the offensive push for Jerome. Prestige is doing all he can to try to stall this out, but it's just a stagger at this point and eventual win for Meridian Tech.
Yeah, like I was saying, I believe that, you know, with Soup on this character that has the ability to, you know, kill so quickly, it's so important for Jerome to keep that in the back of their minds. Just like, you know, if someone is in the back of their team, you know, a Reaper or something, they would keep that in their back pocket. They would know, you know, when they're going into a fight, they know someone's behind. So they need to keep that in mind with Soup on this Sojourn here. And because the time to kill is so quick, they need to react fast, fast, fast.
So we move on to Meridian Tech's time to push. No chance of this ending in a tie. Either they make it or they don't. But yeah, I gotta agree with you. I mean, Soup is just so instantaneous, and every right click that he's charging up is landing. Every overclock is getting 2 or 3 players. It's just too much of a threat. He's too good of a DPS.
Yep, they need to deny Soup here, and then they can worry about their next issue, I feel. Which is pushing into the enemy team.
I mean, to Cal's credit, he's been able to win a lot of these tank fights. It's just that Soup does such a number in the backline by the time he takes out Meridian Tech's tank. He's like, okay, I tanned out their tank. He turns around. There's no one there.
There's no one left. Yep, exactly.
Meridian Technical, Soup starting out with an opening Widow. Gonna swap back over to Sojourn. First initial push, sees that Cassidy hanging out in Hotel. I try rotation around Statue. Facing a lot of bombs being lobbed by the Junkrat, just trying to shield those off. Waiting for the right moment to move in.
Toddy charging his ult very quickly here.
Inari, first pick onto Funky, and Toddy falls as well. That's going to have to be a reset by Meridian Technical. And what a pin being landed onto King Swiffer as well. It's got to be a good, nice, feel-good first fight win for Jerome.
Meridian Tech does have the spawn advantage here, though, so they will want to get back fast very quickly here, or else Meridian Tech could go in on a 5v4.
Soup moving up to the high ground. It's a dangerous position for him to be in, but Inari is just a good at DPS. He picks up a double. Cow Power using the Shatter, and Inari is claimed out free. And Soup has no choice but to move on back. Okay, we're almost halfway through this initial 4 minutes. Team fights held against Meridian Tech.
Jerome is coming up on a lot of ults here, and it looks like Meridian Tech isn't quite there yet. So this could be their chance to kind of catch him off guard on this, you know, different route that they're taking right now.
They're going to try to take the route up through stairs. Junkrat's able to keep them at bay for just a few seconds with the bomb, allowing allowing Jerome to reposition themselves. Here goes a rip tire. We can't see the camera of it. Doesn't look like it takes anyone out. It's taken out by Soup instead, but he had to spend his overclock shot to do that. His railgun shot, excuse me. Now he's in overclock, using them trying to throw everyone out. Lands a shot, but what a clutch immortality field. I like the thought, and it might just be enough for Jerome to be able to stay alive. My goodness.
A username really clutched.
Yeah, that, I mean, even though he got eliminated at the end, you know, you stall it out just long enough that was one more shot he had to spend on that player that didn't go on to someone else.
Yes, exactly. And it's that quick reaction time that I like from a username that, like I said, allowed them to take out the Sojourn and win that fight.
Beat going to be spent by Jerome. Meridian Tech brings out the Shatter. Jerome is still fighting, and they take out King Swiffer. That's a huge pick, and Toddy as well. Soup falls as well. And Jerome might have just pulled off what could very well have thought to have been the impossible defense. They have just one fight left, and they could hold Meridian Tech to nothing and tie this up. Also, I should say that Bishop Kelly has just entered the room, second seeded team for the tournament, so they're definitely going to want to see how the fight between the first and third seeded teams are going to go. What a shatter being brought out to Cow Power. It's immortality fielded, however. Meridian Technical at the very last moment coming through with everything they have with the Blizzard to clear out the point, and we are not done yet.
Meridian Tech, you know, they got it together in the end. You know, the clock is the biggest motivator. You're running out of time. You've got to get it done. They got it done, and they got this first point.
But they do have basically near the minimum amount of time to get there. 2 minutes, 30 seconds more.
Meridian Tech does have their window here, which is great for streets, but Jerome is also coming up on that ult, and they will probably use it here on this corner once Meridian Tech tries to initiate a fight.
Window spent to start things out. Riptire as well, but Soup is too much of a threat. He comes through with the overclock to get rid of the Riptire, then turns to a double onto the actual players. Thanks to Swiffer and Zaguna, they both chip in to help Meridian Technical get a team wipe.
Again, that Sojourn, it's just, he gets 2, they win the fight. With Jerome, you know, they've done some really good plays with the Immortality Field and trying to kind of push Soup down, but nothing can get him down right now.
A lot of damage being placed onto that Ryan to start things off. Gonna bring out the overclock. Oh, that's a lot of damage! The Deadeye to stop Soup right in his tracks!
Ooh,
what a play by
shatter.
Jerome, but King Swiffer is fighting back furiously with a triple! Are you kidding me? Make it a quad! The Rhine basically almost entirely wipes out the enemy team. We were thinking that Soup is out of it, Jerome might have a chance, but King Swiffer steps up to the plate and hits it right out of the park.
True. Jerome thought they had an advantage and got a little too, you know, into it, but luckily Meridian Tech stepped up and said absolutely not. But Jerome still has a chance to make it so that, you know, we go to like a map 4.
Might be a chance. We got 2 minutes on the clock though. Jerome.
And I mean, we saw them hold it for 3 minutes last round,
Yeah,
so
they
who
did.
knows?
Dipser Whale coming up on this sound barrier. Kane Swiffer lands the fire strike right onto the Cassidy. Is now going to be chasing after Cal. They both ram into each other, stun each other, and then go on to a hammer fight. But Kane Swiffer is just that much more backed up by Zaguna and his DPSs. Wins it, and this looks like it's going to be a win for Meridian Technical on Kings Row, taking it to match point.
I was slightly hoping that he would solo that Lucio in the small room.
King Swiffer coming in with, yeah, it's got to be him. With that quad at the very end to take it all back. What a shatter. Gets every single player, everyone. Chef's kiss, well done. All right, so now we move on to Flashpoint to decide it all. It's going to have to be a reverse sweep if Jerome wants to stay up on the stage. Otherwise, they got to make room for another team to go up against Meridian Tech.
Yeah, that map was so entertaining to watch. It was not super one-sided. They both had strengths and weaknesses, and it was just an amazing game to watch be played.
I was just surprised by how much Jerome held it at the first initial. I mean, they were one team fight away from just denying Meridian Tech the opportunity to get any points on the board.
That is true. I mean, we've seen some crazy upsets on Kings Row before, and that I would have considered one of them.
But now we go on to what is probably even more of a sure pick, going on to Servasto, which Jerome, they won last time, and they were so close on Kings Row here to winning that. So, but the mobility, I'm actually really scared about Soup catching people out in their rotations, moving to different flashpoints.
For sure,
if they're away from their team.
Especially with all of the flank routes that you can take on these maps, it's super important for them to be so vigilant about looking for that Sojourn or any DPS or anybody that might be off-angling or in the back line.
Definitely a tricky situation. You don't know what alleyways are safe and which aren't. There's a look back at all the other games that we got going on right now.
Looks like they're also on King's Row.
Oh, what a surprise.
Using in-game chat.
That's interesting, too. They're not even relying on something like Discord. They are just, hey, they'll work with what they got. We'll see if it'll be enough for them to, it looks like they're defending right now around the point.
They got the Zarya, which is a good pick right now. The Alari, which is something we haven't seen yet
We
today.
haven't seen Alari on stage, actually. Yeah.
I'm hoping to see some good Kiriko gameplay here on Servasa. It's one of my favorite heroes to watch play on this map because she's so mobile, because she has that TP. She can get herself into situations that are a little risky, but have high reward.
Yeah, definitely. When you have, and she also has just the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card for the team in the Suzu. So if that's timed at the right moment.
Yep. The important thing is, you know, cycling those cooldowns so that you don't use both at the same time, and then you have nothing, and you're just kind of dead.
Yeah. That's going to be, you know, unless you're a god at landing the knives. But Soup is currently on Sojourn. He's not on Kiriko, so.
Who knows? Maybe they swap roles.
Maybe they do.
Maps.
Soup just carries things on, just right-clicks his way to victory.
This map is also beautiful. I love the gold colors with just the bright, vibrant rainbow that you see here. It's so pretty.
So we're for sure going to be moving on to market first. Then there's a little bit of RNG as to what flashpoint activates next. Really got to agree with you. This is probably one of the prettiest stages in the game.
It's a lot better looking than New Junk City. New Junk City
That
is meant
true.
to not
lot
look
more,
very.
Lot more greenery. All right, so we're ready to head into the third match. Either Meridian Tech sweeps it out with a clean 3-0, or Rigby starts a long, arduous road to a reverse sweep.
4, 3, 2, 1.
First flashpoint unlocks. Both teams, no doubt, with a Lucio speed boost in their pocket, now go charging toward market.
It looks like Jerome is coming out on the Junker Queen, which is something I don't see very often, but I'm excited because she is a powerhouse when she can be, when her team supports her correctly.
Oh, but Soup is just going to put an end to that dream. Immediately takes out Cow and then moves on to everyone else. No mercy whatsoever. Jerome falls.
Just pumping out the damage on this Reaper and, you know, just being super aggressive and going with your team and just, you know, your supports know what's happening. You can, you know, team wipe on a Reaper.
By Jerome, looks like they're trying to take a few flank routes. It's called out, however, and they get such a good wall. Look at that. Perfectly coordinated, and now Jerome, the last remaining few stragglers, can't do much. One trying to take back the point, but now is not going to be able to get away. That Reaper is down and out for the count, and another team fight win by Meridian Tech.
Yeah, Meridian Tech has a little bit of an advantage here with those May walls because separating a team from one another is amazing, and it's hard to, you know, start supporting those team members without putting yourself at risk when you get walled off. And so it's important for the Meridian Tech team here to wait for them to kind of come through a choke a little bit and then deny them that access to the rest of their team.
There it is right there. And they bring out a Coalescence on top of that. Toddy just takes them all out. Looks like an int also from Jerome to reset. They'll just try to get this first point over to Meridian Tech and try to turn things around on the second.
The Meridian Tech already has their Ramotral here and almost at 3 of their other ults, whereas Jerome doesn't have a single ult online quite yet, so this is important for Meridian Tech to kind of, you know, use their advantage. Ooh.
Ooh, that's almost Almost looked like a move that could have. Oh my goodness, Soup right in the back line. Takes out both supports with the Death Blossom. Yet another wipe in favor of the Dragons.
Soup getting 3s on 3s on 3s. Just 3 kills every single fight. Super consistent. And they only had to use 1 ult for that fight, but that did give Jerome a chance to build some of their ultimates up here and swap off the Reaper onto this Junkrat, which maybe Meridian Tech isn't expecting and could cause some havoc.
Blizzard being brought out onto Jerome. One shot with the Deadeye, but that's going to be all that they can get as Funky and Soup immediately. It was so fast, the follow-up to that Blizzard. And that's 2 fights in a row. They've only had to spend 1 ultimate to win it.
Yep, Meridian Tech are very confident in their position right now. They know that Jerome has to come to them. They know that Jerome is pushing up and that they have to do stuff and use their abilities to get to where they are. So it's super important for Meridian Tech right now to just kind of pull.
Oh, another great wall. As soon as it drops, Jerome finds that their tank is down and out for the count, and yet another pummeling going on to Jerome. Meridian Tech, they're going to claim the second flashpoint, now just 1 away from winning this round.
I think Jerome is having slightly the same issue that we were seeing last map with Rigby, and that they're a little scared to ult here. It seems like they've had some ults up for a while, and yes, they've been using a few. But like the tank ult, it's important for them to kind of go in and all commit to something together, and using this ult could win them back this fight and bring back the momentum on Jerome's side.
Interesting choice of the Junkrat. It's very close to that Riptire. That's going to come online now. Tech already through position has got themselves on the flashpoint. We'll claim it first, and that is not insignificant. Oh, what a wall right onto the Cassidy. They're going to be forced to use the beat, and it's not even enough. As Meridian Tech just plows right through it. Jerome spends 2 of their ultimates, and they lose.
Jerome did use their tank ult that fight, which did get them a few picks there and allowed them to kind of sustain a little bit through that you know, Reaper ult from Soup, but it just wasn't quite enough. It looks like we're going into a pause.
Yeah, it looks like we might just have just the nature of a LAN event, but I mean, it looked like, I mean, Meridian Tech, I don't know what could be brought into the mix here to really stop what seems to be just an avalanche moving on to the next round.
And Jerome, you know, they can't let it get to their heads. They have to stay on top of their mental, because when you lose the mental game, you lose the game in general when it comes to Overwatch specifically. So I think they need to pump themselves up during this time while they're taking a break and kind of, you know, get back in the right mindset and just know that, like, they can do this and that they are their biggest cheerleaders and that they got this.
It really is kind of a blessing in disguise, because they kind of do get a chance to just kind of cool down and take a few deep breaths, which sometimes is all a coach says during a timeout. Sometimes that's all they say is take a few deep breaths.
Exactly. And, you know, taking this time, you know, is a little better, because sometimes things are so tense in the match that you can't think straight. So using this time as a team to kind of be like, okay, this is a problem for us. This is how we can solve it. This is what we do. And then recouping, you know, just becoming that unit again instead of breaking apart, because sometimes when you're in the match, it can feel like you're on an island alone when you are on a team.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, we also got to be realists about this here, too. I mean, they were at 50% on the flashpoint. Had just gotten yet another team wipe. And the Maywalls have just been so consistent, I got to say.
That is true. The Maywall is kind of doing them in. I think the one thing they can do to, like, kind of prevent it from being catastrophic is using all of their damage onto one singular point of the wall and trying to get their teammates back through it, because at the end of the day, it's harder for you to get to the other side because you're still going to die if you're in front of Meridian Tech. But if you get your teammates back through the wall, it's a little harder for Meridian Tech to get those picks that they want to win the fight.
but those are all scenarios to try to bring back a situation that's already really bad, which is your tank got walled off.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, you have to use a lot of abilities for that, which already puts Jerome at at a disadvantage in every single one of these fights. I think maybe swapping to a Mei of their own or finding some other way, or a Symmetra with the TP, because it's a little easier than breaking it. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's just a hard situation to be in.
Take a look at some of the replays right now of how we got to this point, and there were a few moments. I mean, Jerome did have a really strong start against Meridian Technical. They won the first team fight on Ilios and really did kind of draw things out. I mean, it was a 99-100 victory for Meridian Tech, very narrow at the beginning. So they look like they could be the ones to possibly bring out an upset, but Meridian Technical quickly found their footing again and fought back to get the victory in Ilios.
Yeah, and Jerome has been starting out super strong in every single one of these maps, and I think they need to continue their, the momentum they build in that first fight and just kind of steamroll with that. It seems like they're a little hesitant when it comes to second, third, so on. So bringing that first fight mentality into every single fight would probably help a lot for those, second, third, every other fight.
The one thing, though, that is kind of ringing in my head that's a little trouble with them bringing out to the Mei, like you mentioned, is they got to get themselves in a position where Meridian Tech can come to them. And they have constantly been trying to retake the point. Yep. Meridian Tech is just kind of what we talked about in the first match, kind of the natural snowballiness of winning one flash point allows you to set up on the second one, and you already have positional advantage.
Exactly. And I mean, with so many different options for how to approach a point, I mean, we saw it on this last point on Flashpoint where they came from one side and then they came from the other side. I think it's super hard because they're trying to run as a unit, but they're getting cut off. They're getting, destroyed, by this Mei wall.
Yep.
But maybe playing a team comp that allows them to come from multiple different angles would allow them to be a little, lighter on their feet, not get Mei-walled as much, and still receive support even if you're Mei-walled in a certain situation.
Taking a look over, I'm looking at some of the other matches playing as well. We got Bishop Kelly and Sandpoint. That's also moved to Servas as well. So that could be another sweep in favor of Bishop Kelly, which could be the only ones who have a chance to take down Meridian Tech, because they are second place. If Jerome can't get some sort of reverse sweep coming out here, then Meridian Tech is moving on to the finals, clear favorites to win.
True. And I mean, Jerome being like their first year here, I think they've made an amazing impact on this team.
What? Yeah, for the first year. That is a really good point to remember.
Yeah.
I mean, and when you come out with that big of a showcase of talent, you sweep the regular season, make your way to the finals, that makes me really excited for what the future holds for Jerome.
Me too. And even almost full holding the reigning champions on Kings Row, such an iconic map. I mean, you know they've played that map for so long. So almost full holding them there is kind of like a, wow, you guys are good at this. You can do this. And I hope that they take that motivation and that, the small wins from this series and use it throughout, the rest of their games today, throughout the rest of the year, next year. That's something you can't scoff at.
No, but it really can't be something you scoff at. It kind of gets back to what you were saying of just getting that confidence in there, because they definitely have they've got a lot of gameplay to back up why they should deserve to be up on that stage going up against the top dogs that are Meridian Tech.
Yeah, and like we saw in their last map, I mean, they deserve to be up on that stage. They won, and they're killing it. For a first, LAN event, I would say they're doing really good.
But, of course, Meridian Tech was seeded number 1 for a reason, and they're showing that on their way to possibly just getting a clean sweep against Jerome here. when we did go into that tech pause, it was at the third flashpoint was at 50%. So they're halfway there on the final flashpoint. And remember, with how fast that ticker counts up on flashpoint, it's really only maybe 1.5 team fights, if that.
It's looking a little grim, but anything can happen in Overwatch. I mean, there's been so many instances where you're in a comp game and you reverse sweep these flashpoint maps, and it's just, you know, it's anybody's game, even if they're at 99-0.
Doc, what did you do?
Yo fam, quick update. We've lost some feeds, but things were going pretty well until we got there. Middleton up 1-0 on Rigby, BK up 2-0 in their match. Things are progressing and also falling apart. Back to you.
Notice right as he said falling apart, the third and final feed drops out.
Yeah.
I couldn't have scripted that anymore with the emote on top of that, too.
Oh, we're back.
Okay, we're back into it, though. Meridian Tech, like I said, they're just a hop, skip, and a jump away from getting the victory. But look at this fight back that Jerome is bringing out as well.
And Jerome has control of the flashpoint right now.
Huge. First time they've been in this position where they can allow Meridian
and this is
Technical to come to
perfect
them.
for them because they don't have to worry too much about that Maywall walling them off when they don't have to be up in their faces and pushing this team. I just hope that Cow Power knows this and as we see here, backs off when he needs to.
King Swiffer taking a lot of damage, but it's Hipster who's first blood instead. Soup has been such a terror on that Reaper. The move right in on the Deadeye and the Blizzard to bring it back. Huge team wipe being brought out onto Jerome. Meridian Technical gets the flashpoint back for themselves. This could be it. Jerome has to book it to the point.
And this is probably going to be last fight here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Jerome swapping onto, like, you know, some stall heroes, some ball, but it doesn't look like it.
Nope.
And it looks like Meridian Tech sweeps the flashpoint.
All right, Meridian Tech moving on to the next round. Jerome drops their first of the season, but they've had an incredible run up until this point. We'll see the play of the game is going to be brought out onto the May to end it all out. With how much these walls have been hitting, it was such a major factor in the runaway victory that we saw being brought out onto Jerome from Meridian Tech.
And like we were saying, I mean, even if Jerome lost this map here, or lost this game here, Jerome still made it to the finals in their first year ever competing at this LAN, which is amazing.
Yeah, and they're still going to be in a position where they're going to fight. Remember, all teams, no matter how they place, are going to move on to a third and final match.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised, you know, they could still walk away from this tournament with some hardware, maybe the third place trophy if they manage to qualify for that match.
I wouldn't be surprised either. I think that they're an awesome group of people and that the team was really good. So I think that, you know, even walking away from this match, they're still going to be hyped that they made it and that, you know, they did pretty good against our reigning champions in-house.
Yeah, it was a great match to see. Definitely a lot of surprises being brought out. So we'll have a chance to relook at some of those highlights as well. We'll bring you the top 5 plays of the game as is customary at any match. Take a little bit of a break, it looks like. Get everything all ready and back together for the third and final match. So don't go away because we are about to crown a state champion. Who's it going to be? We'll find out soon enough. That's a huge Zagger being placed by Cow Power despite the Amp Matrix being thrown down. A lot of damage from Soup around the corner. Has the overclock. Can he bring this back? It's Hero. Oh my goodness. What a right click onto that Reaper. Talk about spotting things before they damage the Deadeye to stop Soup right in his tracks. What a play by Jerome, but King Swiffer is fighting back furiously with a...
Jerome is pushing up and that they have to do stuff and use their abilities to get to where they are. So it's super important for Meridian Tech right now to just kind of...
Oh, another great wall. As soon as it drops, Jerome finds that their tank is down and out for the count, and yet another pummeling going on. Oh. As soon as it drops, Jerome.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown. Armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Really important memory. In my senior year, I was in charge of planning our prom, which was a very big deal because our school didn't have proms very often, maybe once every 4 years. And I was so excited for prom, but prom was on the exact same day as our state championship for Overwatch. So I went from in the morning being a state champion here at Boise State in high school to changing into my prom dress and going to prom in the same day. It was a whirlwind of emotions, but it's probably the highlight.
My favorite memory from playing high school was winning the HSEL finals. I put together kind of a hodgepodge team. I went to a really small high school, so there weren't enough players on my team, like at my school. So I had to kind of build my roster out with some other schools in the area, and some of those people were actually my friends outside of esports, so it was kind of fun to be able to win that whole thing together. It was really rewarding.
Oh my, a memory. I'd say when I was here for the Summer Invitational Tournament, the winning moment, just being up on stage in front of an entire crowd of people, killing the last guy and just like everybody going wild, that was pretty fun. That's probably been one of my favorite.
I would say honestly, like my first, after we won like our first state championship, the school like recognized us as a whole as like in like a pep rally, and it was such a new experience for everybody. Everybody was so hyped for us for doing something that had never been done. And then before I graduated, we got put in like a forum by USA Today saying that we were in the top 20 high school high school programs in the country based off our success in Rocket League. So I think that stood out to me so much. I felt we were very proud of ourselves.
That's a tough one. There's like I'm excited for it. Like the maps all depends, and then like all the teams depends too. Like it just all depends on everything. Like if it lines up, and we could like get first, second, or third. Honestly, what we're going for.
Yeah, I'm playing Overwatch 2. I'm just looking forward to seeing how, this is my first actual LAN, so I'm really excited to see how this plays out. Just the fact that you have to rely on your team for so much, that just enables so much camaraderie in teams like this. It kind of gets you closer together as people and as teammates.
I play Overwatch, and I think it's interesting because just class shooters always kind of just been fascinating for me.
And what do you? Welcome back, everybody. It's kind of lonely here in the studio right now. That's just kind of the way it goes. Giving you this game break. It's time you see what's going on in the bracket. And I'm sure we can bring it up as well, but let me tell you just how this is falling out. We've got some championship games coming. It is the loudest group here, BK at the number 2 seed, taking on Meridian Technical. That's going to be a good one. Shaping up as well. Jerome and Sandpoint facing off. We don't see it quite. Oh, now we do. Now we do. We see the final match putting it together there. Rigby versus Renaissance, Middleton versus Blackfoot. These are, as you look at them, top to bottom on the right side, your first and second game, second and third game, third or fourth, fifth and sixth. I can math. Don't worry about it, production. And 7-8 game. What I find interesting is that the 1-2 match correctly predicted. The 7-8 match correctly predicted. The other ones, people are either looking for redemption in their final game, their placement game. Now, only the top 3 positions will take home a trophy that are on the table here nearby me. I don't know that we have a camera for that. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Just trust me. They're pretty fabulous trophies. The first 3 are going to take it home. There they are. Hey, camera operator, can you get that? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we got it. Oh, nice job. There they are. Some pretty fabulous 3D printed trophies with some sparkles. I like those red ones. I'm not going to lie. I mean, sure, that's the third place one, but that'd look pretty cool on anybody's trophy case. These are the trophies that are going to go for just our folks today. I don't know what the medals are about. We'll get somebody in here later to explain what the medals are about. So keep that question. Thank you for that. Go ahead and save it till the end, and we'll try to get to it by then. It's a good question, though. So they're going to get ready to do these different ones. I think overkicking a little bit. Maybe BK. They're going to come up against a juggernaut. They don't think they can lose. They definitely think they can win. Hey, Dallin. Hey, Dallin, come on over here. Put on a microphone. Let's chop it up. This is my guy Dallin right here. We're running around doing a little bit of everything today. This is what happens when casters who are committed to broadcast don't show up. So you end up with some folks like us.
That's right.
And you know what?
Like
So chat, you can complain all you want, but at least it's not just the countdown.
It's true.
It's us.
Yeah. You're dealing with real people here.
Is BK the loudest team that has ever been?
Man, it has been insane out there. Every single time that they are playing, I don't have to ask. I just know because they won't. They let you know that they are playing. Everyone out there is freaking out, and I mean, I get it. It's serious, and I can only imagine what this final battle for them is going to be like.
I mean, the standard joke is, with Overwatch, Overwatch versus Valorant. Overwatch, you are constantly shouting your target,
Yeah.
right?
Yes, yes, you are.
Monkey, 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 monkey. Mercy, 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 mercy. And they just keep going, right?
Yep.
Valorant is the exact opposite.
It's the exact
your weight, your weight. How much do you use camera?
So it's Twitch shooters. You just
And
have to wait.
then somebody clutches it. Yeah! Let's freaking go!
Watch players when they actually win.
Yeah.
It's a pop off, but it's like not for as long. They're like, yeah, we've been freaking out the entire game. No,
Yeah. But Valorant players.
It's just been. It's like garden. It's like a garden hose when you bend it.
Oh right.
All of that water flow, and then you let it go, and it's all out at once.
Yeah. Exactly right. Well, so here's what I would say. That game, if nothing else, on the main stage for the state championship, it's going to be the loudest.
It's going to be the loudest.
I don't know if the gameplay is going to be any good. I don't know if anybody's going to have a good comp. I don't know if anybody's going to pop off. It does not matter. It's going to be the loudest.
It will not allow you. You physically, it cannot be a snooze fest. You are not allowed to fall asleep. They will keep you awake.
No, and you will ask yourself, did they turn the volume up on this? We did not. Probably down. Sorry, I'm wearing my headphones here because I don't want to even hear what production has to say right now. Okay, so these other matchups, so we can have them up just for a second. Just for a second.
Moment.
These other matchups, I think, are pretty compelling. Now, some of these teams have played each other, but remember, if they are 1 through 4, they have not played anybody this season 5 through 8. So we could see some new matchups with this bracket right here. Thank you, production. Amazing job. So Sandpoint and Jerome have never played each other.
Oh, interesting.
Correct.
Okay.
Rigby and Renaissance have never played each other. Now, Middleton and Blackfoot have, as well as Meridian Technical and BK. That is, so it's those matchups in the middle. That bronze medal match, that 3rd and 4th place match between Jerome and Sandpoint, I think maybe the most compelling. Now, the way that this worked, for those of you who were not familiar, they were 1 through 4 seeded. Those were all the, I'm going to call them Pacific.
Okay.
That was the Pacific Division, and 5 through 8 were the top 4 in the Mountain Division. And so, or maybe it's Northwest Division. I think it was
get
Mountain.
what you mean.
I think it was Mountain. So, so 1 versus 2. That is what you would think it would be. But also, and they're changing some things around. We may see some. That just changed on us. Did you see that? Stay tuned, friends. We may have a shake-up in the bracket.
Something may have changed.
What's your favorite part about this format?
I think there's a lot to enjoy. One of my favorite things personally is I get to see all of these teams all together at once.
Yep.
I think that's always so cool because it's a little more personal, and you get to see when you are actually face to face with your opponents. It is so much more. You feel a little bit more on edge. You feel a little more focused. You know if you are losing, you are not only losing just to random people on the other side of the globe. You are losing to people right across from you.
Yeah.
And that feels, it gives you a little bit more pressure. And I like that because I feel like it unlocks a little bit more, like inside of these players' heads. They're like, okay, this means we need to lock into another level, to a level we have never done before.
Yeah. I'm starting to think we probably need to find some sponsors for the sweatiest team. The Old Spy. This is your Old Spy sweatiest team. Who are your nominees for the sweatiest team here?
I mean, Bishop Kelly is obviously in the running. When you're screaming all that much, it's
end list.
It's definitely going to be up there. Meridian Technical, they're trying to keep it on the down low, but I think they have obviously room to be up there. Blackfoot as well. I mean, I haven't paid too much attention. They've kind of been in the background for me most of this, so seeing them come all the way up to face off against Meridian Tech, I think that's going to be really interesting. And I definitely think it gives them. I think they're definitely worthy of a title of the sweatiest team here today.
Excellent. Well, as we get ready for this championship game and these other games that, frankly, we're going to split out of this room to go and make sure that they're set up properly so the folks can watch them at home. Predictions.
predictions. Ooh, I want an upset. I don't know where it's going to be, but I'm hoping somewhere along the line. I want to see some sort of like, wait, Blackfoot won? Wait a second. How did Sandpoint win? I want to see something.
You want to see, yeah. Well, and we saw that in the first round. There were some.
That's true.
There was an upset in Jerome.
Jerome won over Sandpoint.
Yeah. Well, Jerome over Rigby.
Rigby.
That was a surprise. And then BK has just continued to win.
And I think BK is currently winning because of all of the audience that they've grown thus far.
Yeah, well, let's see. We will see very soon if they are the loudest. I know that we're probably going to take a short break, and then we're going to hand it back to Gem and Daydream because they are just kind of crushing it up there. And we'll just go back to napping.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Turn the lights down low in here, and we'll just
I'm going to do
have
a little bit
sleepy.
early.
Yep. Anyway, this has been an amazing state tournament so far. We got 2 days of this Rocket League coming up after this match. But we'll send it back to the studio, and you decide what you want to do. You want to take a break? Do you want to throw to the folks on stage? You know, do you want to just put just a solid camera on, I don't know, Lucas in the...
that would be interesting.
Yeah,
I would love to see that.
I don't know. Anyway, we'll quit holding you here, and we'll throw it back.
Well, that was, that was On Locale with Doc and Dal, my new favorite show, by the way. I have never been more.
Want every episode.
But we are here. I'm going to binge it later, okay? I'm going to binge it. That's worth. Okay. Here in the actual arena, we've got the 2 final teams for the Grand Championship all lined up. And we were kind of marveling before the match that mascot-wise, this is probably the most thematic match I've ever seen.
Honestly,
who's going up against who, Daydream?
We are seeing the Knights versus the Dragons, which is, you know, a story tale in itself. We're seeing a story unfold here. It's going to be crazy.
Now, the one thing that we haven't seen from Bishop Kelly is the cheering section that they have brought into the arena, which I'm sure we are going to be hearing with full force in just a few seconds as the Dragons are ready to face off against the Knights to crown a state champion. Bishop Kelly has been making themselves known in every other part of the arena except the main stage. So we'll see how they adapt here in the grand finals to determine who goes home with that shiny gold trophy. I also want to say for the 3rd place match, it looks like our predictions were correct. Jerome will go there, but you know, Sandpoint could be a team that no one was really expecting. If you're able to steal away and walk away with some hardware from the state championships, I'm curious on how that's going to turn out as well. But here we go with the grand champions, Bishop Kelly versus Meridian Tech. One is going to walk away a champion, another is going to walk away with admittedly a still pretty cool 2nd place trophy.
Of course. I mean, I was looking at that 3rd place trophy and the red. They're so cool looking. So whether you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd, or 8th, I think everybody here can agree that today has had such amazing matches, and I'm so excited to see them pull out this Junker Queen here on Bishop Kelly, which is something we've seen on a Flashpoint map, but not on this map, which I'm hoping for some knife boots here.
Taking a bit of a flank route off to the side, but Soup is automatically going to say, welcome to the big leagues. Gets a right-click shot onto their Pharah, but Messenger comes through, is able to take out the Tracer. The tank showdown is going to go in favor of King Swiffer. Meridian Technical still staying alive with that immortality field. Will rotate over to the point and claim it first.
What I am noticing here is that Meridian Tech is not on that Pharah Mercy that we saw them on the last match. We're actually seeing the Sojourn first and foremost, which might be that, which might mean that Meridian Technical is a little more scared of Bishop Kelly here and are already on the comp that they are most confident on.
We'll look off to the side. No flank there coming through Bishop Kelly quite yet. Here they go. Look at this. Funky could get a nice one onto the back line if he's able to zip on in there. Pixel gets the first pick. Bishop Kelly and the crowd is automatically going wild as this could be the toehold that they need to reclaim the point. Funky is still trying to look in the back line. Finds the target onto Headless. And now the question is, who is next on the list? Moving on in, and their tank is so low on health, trying to get on out of there. Is not going to be able to escape. Blair taken out, and Meridian Technical now goes past 50.
Meridian Tech is up on the ults as well, but not by very much. I mean, the tank already has the ult on Meridian Tech's side, whereas Bishop Kelly has a little bit of a way to go. But I think with Bishop Kelly, they can use kind of an advantage here and maybe do some off-angling and get their ults pretty quickly, and maybe kind of catch them off guard by not going down main and just doing something a little silly.
As far as trying to find the best position where they could possibly, Superraj is going to go in for it, and the Baptiste hops up to take it out of the air and traded back. However, Soup is unstoppable on this overclock, and what a boof! The tank goes right into the well, and Meridian Technical still stands strong.
And we love seeing Lucio boops into the well.
Oh,
That's
there's
like
no better
the
target
best
than the tank.
thing ever.
Oh, knocking the tank into an environmental, nothing better than that.
We're hoping to see maybe one more as Bishop Kelly tries to touch this last point here.
They are going to be able to get the touch, so we'll go into overtime. But Soup still on this Sojourn is too much of a threat. Chips in on every single elimination. King Swiffer picks up the final, and Meridian Technical get a very forceful win.
And Soup is just not allowing Bishop Kelly any breathing room here. Any chance he has at shooting his railgun at literally anybody, he is on it.
The target's got to go on to Soup. I mean, normally,
I agree.
I'm trying to format the right words here because it's either normally it's like, oh, we got their tank, that's the best target we can get. Or, oh, we got their supports, they don't have any healing. No, it's Soup. It's Soup. You got to get rid of him.
He is a menace to Bishop Kelly right now as we speak. And on this Sojourn, it's like, you know, you have to look at him, which makes it a little harder for Bishop Kelly because, as Jem said, you want to go for the tank, you want to go for the supports, but in this matchup, you gotta go for Soup. You've got to go for the person who is dealing the most damage, who is wrecking your team right now.
It's kind of interesting. Maybe they're trying to do that with the Sombra that they brought out. Pixel might just be on a single elimination mission right now.
Especially with this super divey comp that Bishop Kelly has brought out right now. They might be trying to dive onto Soup, they might be trying to dive onto our the Meridian Tech Lucio, or they might want to, you know, just try and pick off one character.
Fight's going to move back on over to the point. Soup puts out a great area of effect, takes out King Swiffer and Toddy, get the elimination. King Swiffer will parlay that into a double. Great pummels. Bishop Kelly did manage to sneakily take the first point, though, so they will get an initial charge. Not too bad.
Meridian Tech does have an ult advantage right now, though. They are coming up on their Baptiste and Tracer ults, which is really good for them. I think Bishop Kelly needs to recoup for a second here and, like, really hone in on what they're trying to do with their team comp. Because, yes, they're very divey and very, like, go in, get a pick. But at the same time, it looks like they're all over the place, and they need to find one person to go on.
Wait. And the fight's going to go back onto the point, but Zaguna is just waiting for them. King Swiffer with yet another pummel, and the Moira not really having anyone to fight with her. That's going to be another fight lost. And, you know, when you said they went on to the very divey composition, that's what I was thinking. Dive compositions can be great, but you got to have your team operating as a complete cohesive unit for them to be good. Otherwise, you're just throwing your tank toward everyone.
Exactly. And I mean, it takes a lot of coordination to play a tank like, or to play a team comp like Bishop Kelly is playing right now. And I have full faith that they can do it. They just need to listen to one person and go for that, you know, call that is being said.
Oh, that's a huge one. They found their target. Soup is going to drop out. And as soon as he's gone, the red suit follow. Bishop Kelly gaining a toehold, knocking everyone from Meridian Technical off of the lighthouse. The crowd goes insane. And Bishop Kelly has the point back for themselves.
And like we said, they took Soup out first thing, and they were able to clean it up very quickly. And Bishop Kelly now has their EMP, which is going to be massive for the
That's
retake
huge.
here for Meridian Tech.
Especially with how mobile the Sojourn is, all the ability she has,
Yes.
the right click as well. Just get rid of all of that.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if here they specifically hunt out this Sojourn and use the EMP on her.
And anyone else is just kind of bonus brownie points on top of that. That's a nice hack.
Ooh.
Landed on the Soup and get him as well. Could this be the opening that they need? They have definitely changed their strategy, just take out the biggest threat. But they did lose their tank, so they don't have much time to work with, but they can take this back. They got a great AMP to start things out.
And I love seeing supports in the kill feed, and we did see Toddy get 3 picks that fight. They were so focused on the Sojourn and making sure she was dead that they forgot that Baptiste was right there.
Gonna move on, and what's that EMP gonna be? Brought out, take it out right as the EMP hits. Only gonna be heading on to King Swiffer. They are able to take out Punky. That's a huge death once it comes in to save the fight as the triple is brought out, takes out the immortality field, gets 2 players, but Soup is still alive, is gonna head back on to start. Bishop Kelly, though, still hanging in there by a thread, and that's a nice stagger on top of that onto Toddy.
And it looks like they got Soup to swap off of the Sojourn at the very, very end there.
And,
but not enough.
you
Not
know,
This ends now.
sometimes you're so focused in on your individual target that
Yep.
On a roll. Let's get back to basic.
someone just walks in right behind and takes it.
Yep. It's true.
Man, I thought
That was a nail biter, though. I feel Bishop Kelly did look very promising there at the end with the Sombra ult coming in. But, you know, as we've seen, you know, time and time again with this Meridian Tech team, nothing motivates them more than the clock.
I just wasn't expecting it to end in that particular way. I'm still left speechless here. Yeah, could we see some replays? And maybe we can see the replay at the very last moment. Man, Meridian Tech, I mean, they thought back. They really weren't able to gain any sort of toehold here on Well. They weren't able to do that. But things were different in terms of Lighthouse. I mean, as soon as they brought on this Sobra to immediately just make Soup life a living heck, you know what I mean? It did start to turn things around to them, and I do appreciate that sort of changing the strategy up, recognizing what a team's strengths and weaknesses are.
I agree. And I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. If you're in a situation where you're losing and you need something quickly to just get something done, switching to that Sombra, switching off of a character can change the trajectory of the entire match.
The one thing about Bishop Kelly, though, is they do have a deep roster. Looks like we are seeing a few swaps be brought out onto the stage. Maybe some people who are more inclined to play in hybrid, which Bishop Kelly does have the choice of stage right now. Of course, I probably know what it is going to be.
I mean, we've seen it all day. All we've seen, Kings Row, Kings Row, Kings Row, Kings Row. Even on matches that aren't here on stage, we've seen it, you know, throughout the arena. So it seems to be the way to go.
Bishop Kelly is down 1, but we did see that a trailing team did manage to tie it up. That's how we saw push in the first match of the day. Of course, things could be really different here as we move on because Meridian Tech wasn't in that first match, and they're such a huge force. And it's also got to bite just a little bit that it's the Sojourn of all of them that are taking it out. It's just kind of the all-around hero, the generic, so good and so standard that it almost kind of annoys you.
Exactly. That, Soldier 76 is the same way, where he's just so consistent. He is the default settings, much like Sojourn, very, kind of cut and dry on what she does, that it can be so frustrating when you are playing against that character and they're just cut and dry, like that's how it is.
Especially when it's an ult that relies so much on the player, and it just feels... It can be very hard to reset when it's just one particular player who takes out half your team on the ultimate.
And I mean, that's what tilts players the most, I feel, is when there's one person on the enemy team that is doing a lot of heavy lifting, and you try everything in your power to make your team look at them, kill them, try and make that a priority. And then once you do, realizing that the rest of their team is just as good.
Yep. That's definitely a tough. And to be fair, DPS is supposed to be doing the heavy lifting
Exactly.
in terms of. So Soup is certainly doing his job of what's assigned to him on the Sojourn.
Of course. But, I mean, I do have to get a shout-out to the Baptiste Toddy. I mean, we were seeing picks left and right from Toddy. I mean, they were just picking up the slack from all of the damage that was dealt in the fight. Toddy just came in, bop, 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 got him. It was done.
Yeah, and like you said, well, of course you're going to point that out anytime, like you said, you can get supports on the elimination feed.
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be something that you want to point out. But, I mean, I do have to wonder, I have never seen such a devoted fan base as Bishop Kelly has had right now in the audience, and you can't underestimate that. There is a reason, like in traditional sports, they say the 12th man. I mean, it is important to have a good cheering section with you.
Yeah, home team advantage. It's a real thing. When your crowd is hyped up, you feel hyped up. And we're seeing
Midtown. Oh, my goodness.
Yes!
You know what? I don't know if Bishop Kelly is going to win or not. But they have instantly become my favorite team of the tournament, bar none, for choosing Midtown to change it all up in hybrid.
This will be interesting because a lot of teams don't practice on maps like this. They usually run King's Row and that's it. So this will be a real shakeup.
I mean, normally the shakeups that I've seen throughout the last year or so have been either Numbani or Eichenwald being brought out. I have not seen Midtown in forever. And it is one of, you know what? You were mentioning how pretty Servaste. I think Midtown just looks so sharp.
Midtown is so beautiful. And when you look up into the sky at Midtown, you see all these flying cars and they're so pretty. And then you realize the traffic is exactly the same as it would be on the ground.
They just moved it up.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, see? They're still facing the 5 o'clock rush hour. There's still, the Van Wyck is still there. It just moved up about 50 feet. All right, here we go. Knights versus Dragons. Now, Bishop Kelly chose this not just to be different, but because I assume they have some sort of strategy. I mean, they picked this for a reason, so we'll see what sort of surprises they have for us in terms of Midtown. Of course, this means that Meridian Technical will have the choice of whether they want to go first or second in terms of attack. It looks like they're going to be going on defense to start things out. Standard choice.
I'm hoping to see Bishop Kelly pull out like a Symmetra teleport to point or something like that. I think it would be super awesome to see them kind of just go in straight away, but it looks like we're not going to be able to see that today.
Meridian Technical going for... has been really good. That May has served them well. Bishop Kelly also with a May. Some initial fire being exchanged in the train. They all move through as a unit. Accretion, what a rock being brought out by King Swiffer, and Soup gets a double as well. Toddy is going to get in on the action. Soup leads it up to a triple. That's another team wipe by Meridian Tech.
Bishop Kelly was able to take out that Baptiste in the last bit of the fight, though, so it might take him a little longer to get back in the fight, which could be crucial for Bishop Kelly to kind of take charge here, running fast when Meridian Tech isn't set up or ready. And it looks like they're taking a little flank here.
Yeah, a lot more cover this time Gonna throw out. That's interesting that the Mei had to cryo freeze right there to throw out the wall and a bit of defense around the corner. Soup, though, put in a whole bunch of damage onto Gizmo and will land the elimination. Pixels follow soon afterwards. It's about everyone from the team. In fact, yeah, that is a team kill, but also a team ace, because every single person got their own elimination.
I just was looking at that too. Every single member of Meridian Tech here has like a special skill, and especially in every single character that they play. I mean, we've seen this Mei before, and it's, you know, crucial for this Mei wall, you know, and with Bishop Kelly trying to come through this super small choke, the Mei wall is devastating for this team.
Going to try this push through train again. Window available for Todd. There goes the window there. That's a lot of damage being placed through in such close quarters. That Bastion and the window. What more can you say? A complete team wipe by Soup and ace for the Bastion.
The team kill by Soup into the dance cam. That's crazy. Meridian Tech knew their win con there was getting Bishop Kelly into a position that they were so uncomfortable in, where Bishop Kelly was pushing forward because they thought Meridian Tech was kind of coming out. But in reality, Meridian Tech was just kind of luring them into their trap.
King Swiffer now moving in with the first blood of the fight. Funky and Soup also keeping things painful. Another Mei wall to take Headless out of the fight. And you know what? Bishop Kelly hasn't gotten a single pick this entire game.
Yep, I'm seeing team kill after team kill after team kill from Meridian Technical here, which is a little daunting when you're looking from Bishop Kelly's point of view. It's hard to keep your mental up in that situation here.
Well, this was one of Doc's keys to the game. If it isn't working, change it, and they've decided to bring out the Far Mercy instead. Blizzard thrown down by Meridian Tech. They're able to get that Zarya, and everything just falls right after that. Someone tries to get on the point, but they're just one person against a horde of dragons surrounding them. They're eliminated, and Meridian Tech now just 20 seconds away from getting a complete hold against the Knights.
I'm hoping to see Bishop Kelly kind of swap up a little bit here. I mean, when there's only 10 seconds left, your ult doesn't matter anymore unless you're on the point. So having this Kiriko kind of keep the ult and not swatch to a Lucio or something is a little sad to see, because I feel like touching the point is #1 priority.
And that's going to be it for that attack. Nothing. Zita. One big goose egg in terms of progress. Now Meridian Technical, all they have to do is make its way for one tick. You know, I'm not going to blame any team for going for the win. Obviously, you want to perform at your best. But I'm not going to pretend like I'm not just a little bit bitter for not even getting to see all of Midtown.
I know. I mean, even as someone who, you know, roots for Meridian Tech regardless of if they win or lose, I think it would be a little nice to see them get their butts kicked a little bit.
All that I'm walking away with at the end of this match is that Bishop Kelly was the team that chose Midtown, and Meridian Tech was the team that prevented me from seeing more of Midtown.
Yeah.
Leave that how you will.
We're hanging out on this first point only.
Going to be moving on in to the next fight. Only one tick needs to be claimed. The green light is on, both figuratively and literally, for Meridian Tech to move in and claim this outright.
Defend objective.
We're seeing a Far Mercy from the side of Bishop Kelly here, which could be pretty good if they play it correctly and try and play angles. Doing lots of burst damage with this Pharah is a really good idea. but you just gotta watch out for Toddy and Soup on these hit scan heroes because they will take you out of the sky. But it looks like this Pharah is farming their ult very quickly, which is really good for Bishop Kelly. It makes it so that Meridian Tech have to be more and more and more aware of the presence of this Pharah Mercy, just surrounding them in general.
Moving their way up onto the point, already halfway toward that first tick. Is anyone even going to touch Bishop Kelly? No!
Ooh.
And Meridian Technical claims the second.
They did get a pick on Toddy at the end there, which was really good, but they just didn't touch the point. So sad.
And yep, there goes Soup. I mean, I'll say what I said when it happened. An amplification matrix and a turret bastion. What more can you say?
Exactly. But a 5K is nothing to scoff at. That was pretty good. Takes teamwork.
Yeah, it does take teamwork. Looks like we might get another swap being brought in by BK. They will have the choice of what stage to pick, although their options are severely limited for this next one. I know they took us to New York City, but I doubt they're going to be taking us to New Junk City.
Who knows? Maybe they're city kids.
Maybe they are. Maybe they are just playing in the city. But I think Meridian Tech showed us no matter what's being picked, whether it's a standard meta or an off-meta pick, they're going to be a force no matter what.
Of course. And with players like that, you just have to, you know, hone in with your team and try your hardest. Because at the end of the day, oh my goodness.
You're fine.
At the end of the day, Meridian Tech is such a powerhouse, and it is scary to go against them. So trying to get in the right headspace as Bishop Kelly right now, you want to just make sure you're having fun and you're calm, because when you lose the mental, you lose it all.
Yeah, that really is the main thing. And I think, you know, definitely when you get a full hold like that against them when you're attacking, there needs to be a full mental reset right here, especially because they've got a lot of supporters who are willing to cheer them on, more than willing to cheer them on when they do manage to break through Meridian Tech's armor.
True, especially, you know, after seeing, you know, loss so far, this crowd is so ready to jump up and scream for their team.
And we're going to get another replay of this. I mean, Bishop Kelly really just couldn't find any sort of route that worked out for them. And really with Toddy and the Bastion combo, that really took out this entire route as an option is just a no-go. Because that Bastion, he's just more than happy to hang up on that ledge. And whether you...
Oh, sorry. Bishop Kelly did a really good job at, like, taking different paths, taking different angles, trying something new, which I think is great for their team. And something that not a lot of teams really do. They stick to one thing. They want to do this thing. But with Bishop Kelly taking these different routes, it really shows, like, they have the growth mentality and they know how to get around situations.
It's just a question of whether the DPSs are they going to completely pull this out for Meridian Tech, because they've been consistently getting eliminations, getting those first bloods, and making every sort of fight an unfair one against Bishop Kelly. As we take a look here, we're going to get a little bit of different view of the proceedings thus far, and so everyone watching also can get an idea of the crowd size here in the general arena, everyone who's come out here to support their teams. And yeah, I mean, to be perfectly honest, I would expect, you know, the Grand Championship match to be the one that is most attended here in the arena.
Of course. And all these people are here supporting family members, teammates, friends, like, just you can feel the love in the arena right now.
And you can look there just from looking back. There were so many more in the hallway just scattered throughout. There were so many people here because they have come from all over Idaho. And now this is the last chance for the Knights to slay the Dragons. They have to pull off a reverse sweep from here on out. They got to start out on Servasta. Just one flashpoint, this one initial point on market. could change everything if they manage to claim it.
I think a Lucio on this map is crucial for Bishop Kelly. They want to get there fast. They want to kind of stake their claim in the ground where the points are and try and fend off those dragons, metaphorically and literally.
Mm-hmm. Definitely is the case, but Meridian Technical is coming off the last game where they claimed it in a clean 3-0 sweep, not only in the match, but also on Servasta itself. I'm missing Midtown already. This doesn't
We didn't
hold a
even get
candle.
to see half of it.
No, we didn't.
3, 2, 1. Initial flashpoint.
Well, you can definitely hear that Meridian Tech is confident that they are going to pull this out in this game. We do see Pixel. That's been one of the major adjustments from Bishop Kelly, has been going on the Sombra to just try to stop the very dangerous DPSs that you see, especially from Soup on Meridian Technical.
Meridian
First team
Tech
fight going through. That's a lot of damage they pushed on to King Swiffer. And Soup as well. They're down to health, keeping it going. Healing just not quite coming through. But they haven't gotten any eliminations.
Did miss the initial wall here, so they're probably just waiting for the second one. And they did a little better that time, but it just wasn't enough.
That's a huge pick onto King Swiffer. Ready to move on in and continue getting eliminations, but Funky is fighting back, gets a pick against Roadhog, and Meridian Technical still has control of the point. Pixel's trying to move into the back line, get a hack, finds one. He's taking out Funky, but Soup is still there and ready to make his presence known. He's going down to about half health, still trying to hold on. Pixel's also hurting for health. Ace Hat manages to get away. Headless and Messenger come in with an elimination. The Kitsune Rush also helping Bishop Kelly to claim this first flashpoint. Start to even things up.
That fight was really good. Pixel getting in the back line and just trying to make, you know, some sort of difference back there really did make all the difference. Kind of making Meridian Tech switch their focus super quickly, made them lose a little bit of that edge that they've had this whole time. And they even used their beat that fight, which I don't know if it needed to be used, but it's, oh, they're back already.
Who else? Who else?
Who
Soup
else
comes
but
in with
Soup?
a quad, started with the Death Blossom, a complete team kill claimed against Bishop Kelly, and they got to recover. They got a whole bunch of ults they can use, though, to take this back. They're not in the worst position here.
Some would say he's Soup or good at Reaper.
Yeah, you could say that.
But we are looking forward to this EMP here and the B.
The EMP going on to 3 members of Meridian Technical. That's a lot to take out. They immediately pick off 2 eliminations off of it. And they get the pick onto Soup as well. A complete team wipe for Bishop Kelly. They'll claim the flashpoint for themselves, but they got to hold it for one more fight if they want to actually get this point.
This Sombra pick is really working out for Bishop Kelly here. I think Meridian Tech is a little worried at this point. I mean, we've seen Meridian Tech at their best now, and they might be getting a little too cocky for the situation that's at hand.
Time for the
Rampage to start things off right there, and Anti lands onto 2, both King Swiffer and Soup, but they aren't able to turn it into elimination. Now King Swiffer rallies back with the annihilation, and that, I'm afraid, is going to be too much for Bishop Kelly. They tear right back through, get a team kill, and Meridian Technical gets the point.
Meridian Tech was pretty clean with that. I mean, using ults first, just calling targets and being on, you know, just taking that fight with everything they had was a really great way to kind of push Bishop Kelly back and say, hey, we're still here, we're going to win this.
Even though they do have to retake, they've got the Kitsune Rush to aid them in that endeavor. Moving through, that's a lot of space for King Swiffer to take. He gets himself walled off as a result from his team. It's their own team's wall that walled him off. Doesn't manage to do too much damage, however. Eliminations being traded back and forth. 2 left, but all importantly, it is Meridian Technical, who claims it and is going to get that timer taken back up in their favor.
Special shout out to Roadhog main on the Lucio here. He has been consistently, you know, helping his team speeding in, but also like dishing out large amounts of damage.
Oh, almost gets it a contest at the very last moment, so now they got to actually, no, they claimed it for themselves, but Swoop comes in with a double. And yeah, anytime Meridian Technical just looks like they have a shred of hope, Soup comes in along with King Swiffer to just shut it down.
That is so true. And Meridian Tech coming up with almost 3 ults here, and Bishop Kelly only at the 1, coming up on also 3. This could be a very evenly matched fight. I think they're probably going to go in with this Mail here and trying to just wall in their team. Oh, the EMP was crazy.
Blair gets a pick onto Funky. That's a first blood in favor of Bishop Kelly. They'll use the Rampage and the beat. They got to make their way through. They're going up against Coalescence. They managed to get the pick onto Soup, moving back onto the point. King Swiffer dropped. Now the 2 main threats are gone. There's just a few stragglers left. They can get a stagger on. Toddy will fall. And Bishop Kelly still trying to keep things alive.
Bishop Kelly did a really good job, especially that EMP was so clutch, kind of just taking out the entirety of Funky's Blizzard and putting Meridian Tech on their back foot there. And especially with Soup not having his ultimate yet, this point could go the way of Bishop Kelly.
Also a question of how well Headless can land this. Deadlock to go right in. It's able to pick up the Lucio. That's going to be the only one that they managed to pick up. Pixel also managed to take out Soup. And Bishop Kelly's on a huge rally now as they are 2 up in this fight. With the help of the Kitsune Rush, they just have to get rid of King Swiffer. But he's used his Annihilation, and that gives him so much health to tank this out. But it is not enough. Bishop Kelly claims it. And I think we're going to have this all tied up.
Yeah, that was really great on Bishop Kelly's end. I think they're riding the coattails of that last fight, and that allows them to get this second flashpoint.
All right, the Knights are back in the running, and winning that flashpoint, they're going to be able to claim space on this next one. Force Meridian Technical to recontest. No ultimates for either team. Wall to try to split things up. Bishop Kelly is able to regroup, last through it. King Swiffer trying to move around the corner, but he's taking so much damage right now. Today's going to bring out the Coalescence. That's a lot of healing being brought out to Meridian Technical. And Bishop Kelly trying to fight back with that Rampage, but the Junker Queen went off the edge of the map because of it.
Oh, you hate to see it. The Junker Queen ult off the map. We're both speechless up here.
Okay.
But Bishop Kelly
Wash,
does have
rinse,
the
and
ult
repeat.
advantage coming
Move
into
on
this
from
fight here.
I mean, the EMP, if this lands, if the EMP, that's still.
This EMP has been a saving grace.
They immediately tried to call out that Death Blossom, but it's just not enough as Funky and Soup and King Swiffer all move in, getting eliminations. Meridian Technical now past 50%.
They still have this EMP, which is their saving grace here, I feel. The EMP has done big things for them the last 2 points, and I think this is their chance to kind of take this point back. It will fully depend on when they use their Mei ult though, but I believe they're trying to use their EMP to counter this Mei ult every single time.
Well, they also now got to land it against the Lucio.
Good wall.
Kitsune Rush to start things up. That is a good wall as Bishop Kelly moves on. And what a huge EMP, but it's not thrown onto Funky. But it is enough to help Memphis Khan go in with the double as Pixels and Roadhog also pick one up. A full team wipe against Meridian Tech, and Bishop Kelly is still alive.
The Reaper ult, the EMP, chef's kiss. Like I said, the EMP is like the key for Bishop Kelly to get through this door. And when they use it, and they communicated their ults, it seems like at least, they were able to take this fight super quickly.
moving off to the side, trying to get this retake. Very close to the Coalescence. This is what brought it for them in the past. They're going to use it without hesitation. The Annihilation 2 combination is just... Oh, the Rampage, though! Okay, it doesn't go. It actually turns into eliminations. In fact, it's able to get rid of Keats River. He cannot use his Annihilation. And Bishop Kelly is now trying to chase down the supports. Toddy still staying strong in their face. Pixo is able to take him out, and Messenger cleans things up. Bishop Kelly very close to actually going to where they could win.
I've seen these Lucios trade with the enemy tanks more times in this game than I've seen in years. Every single fight, it seems like there is a Lucio from either side killing a tank, but the tank also killing the Lucio. And it looks like Meridian Tech is just heading to the next point, not even trying to even get that point back.
They do have a pretty good amount of ultimates and did manage to set themselves up on the point first. Move right on in. The commanding shout spent by Bishop Kelly, but Flair into tank battle, getting a pick on the King Swiffer. Soup trying to turn things around, but that Death Blossom picks up nada, zilch, nothing. Korean Technical has burned an ultimate, and they looks they're going to lose this first team fight as Flair gets rid of their Lucio, forcing the retreat out, the knife into the maze back, and Bishop Kelly claims the point.
Flair on this Junker Queen is showing Meridian Tech who is boss. Flair with the knives. The knives have been crazy from the side of Flair. Like, you saw in the kill cam, there was just so many knife kills.
Oh no.
Their Sombra is out here scouting. They have this EMP up again. They know that the Blizzard will be coming up from the side of Meridian Tech.
Moving through, there goes the Annihilation. King Swiffer, so much damage, they're just all focused onto him. Even with the Annihilation, he's just barely holding on. As the Death Blossom comes in to take him out as well. That's another team fight, once more Bishop Kelly. They might actually do this. And they are going wild in the arena. And they did not have to spend that EMP to do it.
Exactly. Meridian Tech is like on their back foot now, wondering what they're doing. You know, they've lost these last few fights, but do you think they have a plan for coming back in and taking over?
I mean, the one thing about Meridian Technical is they are a team that's really specialized, and when Bishop Kelly is getting a toehold, they come in with a team wipe. But I just think it's really a question of who uses that ultimate first. I think Bishop Kelly has the tools that they need to win this, but it's just a matter of if they manage to get the jump. I mean, the Rampage antis with the hack from the EMP, there's basically nothing you can do in response to that if they both land.
Yeah, of course. And with Bishop Kelly holding that EMP for specific moments, like they are communicating, they know exactly when they want to hit that. It's important for Meridian Tech to have that in mind as well. And maybe even do a little fake out, use an ult, have it be EMP'd, but then have a backup plan for what they're actually going to do.
So I do believe, as we're waiting for the issues to be resolved, we do have some replays that can take a look at what got us to this point, because, you know, I got to hand it to Bishop Kelly if they managed to pick up the win here on Servasta, especially after how rough Midtown was for them.
Of course. I mean, it's so hard to come from a sweep like Midtown was, and seeing the resilience that is coming out from these Knights, you really do think maybe the Knights do beat the Dragons here.
Maybe they do. You know, maybe they come back in the final act and manage to actually slay them.
Which would be a huge upset, because our reigning champion really is
I mean,
these
everyone
Dragons.
has been expecting, you know,
Yeah.
Meridian Tech throughout the whole time, but Bishop Kelly
putting up a real fight here.
definitely has been, and I just know that people are going to go crazy when they officially get one round for them and we're actually moving on to push.
Of course. And especially with a crowd this big for Bishop Kelly, hearing, that crowd screaming and cheering for the opposite team when they win could be very detrimental to Meridian Tech's mental going into our potential fourth map.
I mean, it's speculation at this point. Certainly, though, Meridian Tech is a team with the skill to write things out like that. It's just a matter of them being their own worst enemies in that regard.
Yep. They do have an opportunity to take it back here, though, and I think, after this pause, maybe there was some issues or complications, they'll be back on their A game, and they will want this more than ever, it feels.
Yeah, sometimes it just takes that little bit of a break, but we were into truly a final team fight territory. This next fight, right after this break, is going to determine. It could determine it all. If Bishop Kelly walks away from Flashpoint with an actual point in their pocket, and then they can move on to push, which would most likely, if we're to, might be Coliseo again.
Yeah. And I mean, we kind of got a sneak peek as to why we're on a break right now, because 2 players kind of DC'd. So that puts Meridian Tech at an ult disadvantage, because when you leave that game, or when you get DC'd from a game like that, all your stats reset, which means you no longer have an ultimate, and you no longer have ultimate charge, which could be super detrimental to Meridian Tech in this last fight.
Could be, but you just can't. But it's a question of whether Bishop Kelly has the initiative to use their ultimates, because we've seen teams earlier today that have had plenty of ultimates, but when you hold on to them, they're worth nothing.
Exactly. So it really is on Bishop Kelly for this last fight to be so on top of it, because yes, they're in the lead right now, but that can come crumbling down very quickly if you aren't still on your A game after this, small pause.
Could definitely be just one round to turn things completely around in favor of the Knights. Just waiting, trying to make sure that. And yeah, you just see the Knights up there. I mean, they seem to be in pretty good spirits, both teams, all things considered.
True.
It does look like they got those teammates loading back into the game. Should be a minute or two until we get back into the match to decide it all.
True. This is our deciding match. So this pause right here is kind of crucial for Bishop Kelly to regain themselves, bask in these last team fights that they have been winning, and continue this streak onward.
Also could be a chance, though, for Meridian Tech to reset everything here, going in completely fresh. And, yeah, Meridian Tech, if they're going to win this fight, I got to say, it's probably going to be a team wipe, a very quick team wipe at that.
Of course. You have to be quick with it. Especially with a team like Bishop Kelly that we've seen, where they've kind of come back from the ashes. I feel like if you were to even leave maybe 2 of them alive, they could do it by themselves. Even, half of Bishop Kelly gets wiped out, they could still come back from that. I mean, like I said earlier, Overwatch is just such a game of ups and downs and highs and lows.
It's a moment where...
Oh.
And that's going to be game for Bishop Kelly.
Wow. Both teams were reset there, but it does look like Bishop Kelly took that map.
It was such a little amount of time they couldn't come back, so we'll move on to push. And like I said earlier, most likely means we're going to be seeing Coliseo. New Queen Street is hardly ever picked because it's just such a pain to push up that final stretch. It's just a no-go zone after you get to that first checkpoint.
Exactly, yeah. New Queen Street is like the absolutely not. Esperanza's like the maybe, and then Coliseo is the immediate yes.
Although
for most
I gotta
teams.
say, I prefer Esperanza. I really like Esperanza.
Oh, me too. I think it's so beautiful. I prefer Esperanza's greenery to Coliseo's beige.
to walls and
Walls.
hallways.
Exactly.
Yeah, it really is a very nice stage. You also got so much room to move around near the midpoint as well.
Oh, for sure. I feel like Esperanza especially, you have so many more opportunities than you do on Coliseo. In that middle point, you have opportunities for high ground, you have opportunity to off angle, to flank, but with Coliseo, it's a little harder to do those things. You have to go more out of the way. You don't really have much high ground, and you know, meeting in that center point in Coliseo, it's very like do or die. You can't really get out of there very easily.
And the routes you have for a possible flank are a lot more closed off. You're either going through tight buildings or very narrow alleyways, but you've got so much room to play on Esperanza instead.
Exactly. And I mean, when I see an Esperanza pick, I always love to see the Tracer come out. You know, the Sombra that we've been seeing from Bishop Kelly could really thrive in an environment like Esperanza for a push map.
But it is all up to Meridian Tech, and they already know what stage they won on earlier. So it could very well be the start and end of that, of what decision and what they pick in terms of push.
Of course, yeah. And I mean, like I said, you always want an advantage going into these fights. So picking something that you're already comfortable with, you already know, is the utmost importance right now.
Well, we're just waiting to jump on into the fourth match. Before we do that, we will take a look at some of the replays, or actually take a look off to the side about how we got here, just everything that's happened over the day, starting out with that Rigby-Jerome match we saw at the very top of the day. And as soon as I saw this match the way it turned out, I knew we were in for some surprises today. I mean, we at least went to Game 4. There were definitely some moments where both teams surprised us. And I think Bishop Kelly finding themselves to win on Flashpoint. The surprises are not done for the day.
Oh, of course not. I mean, we're still going. They could win this one. They could win the next one. They could win the whole thing.
They could. Someone certainly approves of that idea, but there is a long way to go. They got to get to push. And then there's a choice of escort, which we have not seen all day. What would that even look like? Because the closest mode to escort we've had is hybrid, and Meridian Technical's been pretty darn good at that.
Of course. I mean, they do have the added benefit that it is Kings Row that they were on, but any map that they have these long sight lines that they, you know, can control that space in, I think is their strong point, because they play characters like Baptiste, Lucio, Sojourn, who really thrive in those environments.
So the Knights pick off one against the Dragons, but they still got two more to go if they want this to be a full reverse sweep, and if they want to actually claim the gold trophy, which again, you know, I got to say, I agree with you. Gold is nice, but on pure aesthetics, the red third-place trophies, I think, look best.
Agree. I think the red one might be the best one. I mean, it's clean, it's sleek, and with some of these teams, their colors are actually red. But with Bishop Kelly, their color, one of them is gold.
Their color is literally gold,
So
and they're going to accept nothing less.
Exactly. I think Bishop Kelly came in here with the color gold in mind, because that's what they want to get from this tournament.
Bishop Kelly hanging out there, just chilling, ready for everything to turn up in terms of adrenaline yet again. Bishop Kelly going to be heading into, we still haven't gotten the official choice, though, on what Meridian Tech is going to bring to the field in terms of what push match they want to bring out. I wouldn't be as concerned as I normally am on Coliseo of just a hallway Sarathon, because I do think that at least in the first 5 minutes, one of the team manages to wipe the other. I mean, we've been seeing team fights ended in such spectacular wipes.
Of course,
everyone just falls all at once, that it's not really going to be a matter of one. It's traded back and forth. If one person's going down, they're all going to go down, I think, if we're in Coliseum on push.
Yeah, and that's the best way to do it
Yep,
here.
we are.
Coliseum. I mean, that's the best way to do it on Overwatch. I mean, it's kind of a hindrance to your team when you're still alive but nobody's alive because, you know, team fighting in a team game is the most important thing. So being the last person to die or, you know, not getting it out of a situation that's, you know, important can lose you fights over and over and over again.
Well, we're all set to head on into the push round should Bishop Kelly wins this, and we will head to the 5th and final one to decide it all, Escort. But as of right now, I mean, Meridian Tech set themselves up where they have 3 chances to win and claim it all. They've spent 1, but they still have 2 left. Plenty of time and plenty of game left for them. And of course, for either team, whether you're trying to end it now or get a reverse sweep, Doc's keys to the game are going to be a invaluable asset in your strategy. And the state championships, that's to set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponents. If a strategy isn't working, change it. But of course, remember, above all else, have fun. Don't get tilted. And it's all brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. All right, the Knights are ready to face off against the Dragons in the 4th match of this best of 5. And I really got to say, I think the Sombra pick has been one of the best things to happen to BK. And they recognized it very quickly. I mean, after the first game, they've been on that from on out and have been a lot more competitive against Meridian Tech ever since that's come out.
I agree. I think it catches them off guard and they don't know exactly how to handle it, which is really good for Bishop Kelly because that element of surprise is such a huge thing in Overwatch. You want to take people by surprise. You want to catch them off guard. And that's exactly what BK is doing here, not only with the Sombra pick, but I think with the Queen pick too. Queen is not something you see super often here, but I admire that they're going for things that are a little out of the box.
So we head on down to Coliseum. This could be the next step in BK's reverse sweep journey, or it could be the final one. Ready to head on in as the sun is setting. But it's a question of whether it's just setting aesthetically or whether it is actually setting for this match. And Meridian Technical will pick off a win. Ready to head on in to all of the fray.
So many thematic things happening in this match specifically, like you were saying, the sun setting maybe on this series, but also on this map, and the fact that it's still the Knights versus the Dragons, something tale as old as time.
Yep.
Will we see the Knight be the victor like we've seen so many times, or will we see the Dragons come out on top, which we've also seen specifically in this arena so many times?
3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in 30
And the gates have dropped. Objective unlocks in 30 seconds. Looks like we are still seeing a Ramatra be brought out.
Oh.
And it looks like we're just going to have to wait maybe just a minute or two longer. But good things come to those who wait.
Of course.
And patience is a real virtue, you understand.
Especially for gamers, things happen so fast in games, but then you have to wait a little bit. So we'll see how these players handle this pressure and this patience that is happening in the arena right now.
Isn't it the worst thing that happens? If the gate drops, you're ready to go, and then the worst speck of dust lands in your contact. It's just one of those moments.
Yeah, but we've seen BK rise from the ashes, so this is kind of their moment to shine. So we're really looking forward to seeing if BK is the one to win it all and take the trophy away from Meridian Tech, who has held on to it for so long, like the Dragon's Treasure.
See, you're joining on in. I love the thematicness of it. But yeah, it really is. It really is does feeling like that. Well, it has you know what dragons do to treasure? They hoard it.
Exactly.
And really, I think hoard would be the perfect way to describe how dominant Meridian Tech has felt in the high school scene.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's always the story of the Knight coming in trying to take this treasure. But maybe the Knight this time doesn't want all of the treasure, but just this year's.
Maybe just this year's, enough. Just gets one little bit of gold away,
Enough for his family.
just enough, yeah. Just to pay for the average bills throughout the day. So, if we are to still go on to Coliseum, we haven't seen a full take be brought out yet, and there is the question of when a team gets to forward spawn. Do you think... Sorry, I just have to let that play out.
Of course,
right
you
there,
have to give it its moment.
All right, so it's so difficult to push across that bridge and get to the final point, but if there's one team I think could do it, it would be either one of these teams if they're the first one to get the forward spawns.
Yeah, I think being there first is crucial, but even more crucial is getting that first pick. When you get that first pick, it's a signal that you're winning this fight, or, you did something really bad and you have to back off. Like, when you get the first pick, it should be your signal that this is over and this is your fight. But, I mean, Overwatch, it can go any way at this point.
That is very true. I like the way you put it. It's either a sign that you're winning or you did something really bad.
Exactly.
Which, to be fair, when you've got DPSs like Soup, which are so accurate and deadly as they are, it can be a question of a positioning mistake can instantly turn to sign the match. I mean, something so small as just peeking out when you shouldn't.
Yep.
But that really is the case with how threatening the DPSs are for Meridian Tech.
I think Soup might also be a little scared now with this Sombra that we've been seeing on the side of Bishop Kelly. It's a little harder to take those side angles and do things in a little more careless manner. But I think Meridian Tech can pull this off. They just have to put a little more thought into where they're going, what they're doing, and making sure that they're keeping in the back of their mind that there is a Sombra on the loose.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They got to be watching, which Meridian Tech, I mean, they were really good, especially in the previous match when we did see Reapers or other DPSs that kind of rely on flanks trying to flank Meridian Tech. They're good at calling out a target when it comes up. There's a little bit of extra element of surprise with Sojourn, but I still think the tools are there to deal with that threat effectively if they can call it out and work as a team.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not ideal to use your immortality field early, but if it's something they have to do to save themselves from dying, they might just have to pull it out here.
All right. We are ready to go. A Coliseum that will most definitely, assuredly, completely decide this match.
Yes, we will finish this game.
The crack in the sidewalk that tripped off one of the teams has been paved over and dried. I am reliably informed. We're ready to go as the sun thematically sets.
Again.
Again. Sunsets are so pretty, I wouldn't complain if I got to see two in a day. All right, here we go. Dragons, Knights, all to be decided on Coliseum. Bishop Kelly needs one more win before this can get to a true tiebreaker. As we're ready to go.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Of the god of the seeds, Poseidon or Neptune, whatever floats your boat.
That was a good one.
Yeah, see, I'm on fire with this today. Okay, here we go. Actual gameplay time. We're ready to jump on it. Both teams go charging toward the robot as an unlocks a fight off to the side, though, from Meridian Tech with Bishop Kelly. Pixel taking a good bit of damage, has to go into Cryo Freeze. The wall goes up, and Funky's going to be the first one to get a pick. Soup comes right out of the gate with a pick onto Flare as well. Bishop Kelly experiencing heavy losses in the first fight. That's going to be a robot claimed. I told you, we're not going to see just a hallway match here. We're going to see this robot claimed really fast.
I'm very happy they didn't take that first fight right in that hallway where TS1 sits, but I am seeing that there's no Sombra on the side of Bishop Kelly this time, and it's actually a Mei mirror. They are mirroring Meridian Tech's signature Mei, hoping to get maybe some picks off of that, and
Moving on in, the pummel coming out from King's referees, taking a lot of damage, and they managed to get the pick against him. That's a huge turnaround for Bishop Kelly. They were also able to take rid of Funky and Soup. DPSs and tank gone. That just leaves the supports for brownie points at this point. Just getting a little bit of a stagger on top of that, and they should be able to claim the lead off this.
looks like Bishop Kelly is also coming up on that Mei ult a little faster than Meridian Tech, but Meridian Tech does have the ult advantage with this Reaper ult coming in. I'm really hoping to see this Reaper ult be huge because we've seen so many amazing Reaper ults today, and I want to continue that trend.
Man, Soup just going right into the front line, is able to take out Headless. There's a Rampage brought out in response. It does get rid of King Swiffer, but it's just not enough, and at this point it's going to be an ultimate now that they're going to wish they had for the next fight.
Bishop Kelly with this Mei ult on. Meridian Tech doesn't have very much to counter this ult, so this could be huge. I think the Law will want to save the Coalescence here to try and keep his team up during this freeze. But Bishop Kelly needs to use it strategically, or else Meridian Tech can just scatter and, you know, there will be no reason.
Command each out to start things out. Pixels throws out the Blizzard, and Meridian Technical uses everything they have save for their Blizzard. Beat expended for Bishop Kelly, and they are able to tank out all the damage and all the ultimates Meridian Technical threw their way. Flare, Headless, and Pixels each picking up one. Flare lands one with the knife. We're now trying to go after this Moira. She'll be able to escape, but BK is still keeping things interesting.
BK is showing some really good strength on this map. They are taking a lot of space here, which is really good to try and push this cart as fast as possible. And they're kind of disrupting the tank, which is really good.
Moving in, that's a Blizzard on toward Bishop Kelly, but they do dodge it, all things considered. Nothing gained off of that ultimate. Rampage goes on in, gets the anti onto King's Ripper. It will be a pick landed with the knife. The Mei trying to wall herself off for protection, but everyone is so spread out now that there can't be any sort of target focus for Bishop Kelly. They do manage to regroup themselves. Players doing all they can to try to maintain this sort of advantage, but Soup comes in with the Death Blossom and picks up a triple. Meridian Technical back in control of the bot.
Who other than Soup to pick up the triple, as we've seen time and time again. That fight was very, you know, wishy-washy for a long time there.
Wishy-washy, I think is the right word to describe it. I was thinking, Bishop Kelly, you got the advantage. Where's the target focus from here? Because each one of them was taking on an individual person. Flare comes on in, though. They're not going to let anything get into their head there. They're just going to keep on the elimination fight. Flare picks up a double. Headless and Pixels also chip in. There's just Toddy left trying to escape. And the robot goes on back, but they got to reclaim the lead that Meridian Tech took from them.
Meridian Tech does have a huge ult advantage here. They are coming up of both support ults here, whereas Bishop Kelly is only really coming up of their Lucio ult, maybe their Mei ult this fight, but it would have to be pretty late game, and with Mei, you don't really want to send it out, you know, when there's only 2 people left.
Coalescence and Beat. That's a lot of health available from Meridian Tech, but Toddy almost got eliminated. And here goes the Rampage right out on a Kate's Ripper. They're able to take him out, and now they're moving on to the backline. Soup stops Flare. Both tanks down for both teams, and Soup getting in a fight. Both Reapers are going at each other, trying to take each other out. They're racing around each other, and they're able to bait out the Death Blossom from Soup.
I think maybe that ult was a little unnecessary, but maybe it was to assert dominance over the other Reaper.
Hey, I'll take it. If I get Soup to spend his Death Blossom and he doesn't get anything, I'll be happy with that. Okay, moving out around the corner. Shield thrown up from Meridian Tech. Bot reclaimed by Bishop Kelly. Pixels moving in, has both teams have a Blizzard. Whoever lands it first is going to have free reign over the other team. There goes the Blizzard thrown out. On to Meridian Tech. Bishop Kelly lost one, but they're putting so much damage as a result of the Blizzard. They take out King Swiffer, and Headless uses the Death Blossom to be able to get rid of Soup. There are more repulse after that, but this is happening for the third time. Meridian Tech, Bishop Kelly gets a great team win, goes down this hallway, and then everything splits up. The match just becomes so squirrely that Meridian Technical manages to walk away with it.
It seems like what we were talking about earlier, how Bishop Kelly has to be patient here, and they're being so patient with these team fights still. It may seem they're down first, but it's not true, and they're being patient and doing everything in their power to make sure these fights go their way.
Well, they're going to be using a Kitsune Rush to try to paint things back in their favor. Just as soon as they use that, the Annihilation makes King Swiffer too tanky for them to run him down. Also at the help of the Sound Barrier thrown down by Toddy. It's going to be a team wipe, and Meridian Technical is going to be able to lengthen their lead just a little bit more.
We're seeing in the old game, for this game specifically, that Bishop Kelly is always down at least one ult. Bishop Kelly's coming up on their Junker Queen ult here, but Meridian Tech is almost at 2 ults, which puts them at a huge disadvantage coming into this fight for the point.
Oh, King Swiffer, absolutely no mercy onto Flare, dropped down way too soon, had none of his teammates to support him. That is not a stagger that Bishop Kelly wants to deal with at this point. Damage orb as well. Look at all this space being taken by Meridian Technical. It allows them to get the forward spawns.
The swap over to Fari here from Bishop Kelly is great. I think the Mei was working pretty well, but at a certain point you have to, you know, put it away and decide that there's something else that needs to be done.
Flare goes right on in with the Rampage, and the Anti landed onto 4. They'll be able to take out Soup. Toddy is holding on for dear life, as well as the Law. Funky's also hurting for health. King Swiffer's still alive and putting as much damage as he can onto Bishop Kelly. They'll be able to dislodge that Anna. That's a whole bunch of healing gone from the Knights. Elimination still being traded back and forth. King Swiffer still alive, eliminated by Bishop Kelly. That's a team fight one, but they are very quickly running out of time. And it's the same scenario planning out. When they exit the hallway and turn left, can they win that team fight?
Exactly.
Because that's been the one that they've been losing time and time again.
And Meridian Tech does get close spawn here, so they do have an advantage here in the little hallway. I think that, especially with this Mei ult, they want to wall it off and just try and get Bishop Kelly into a situation where they're so uncomfortable.
And that Blizzard is spent post-haste, and a lot of damage being thrown onto Flare. He's taken out. Bishop Kelly, this Reaper, gets a little bit too close. We'll have to Wraith away this far and not able to do too well. Actually, was able to take out King Swiffer.
Big shout out to Funky this fight. Funky kind of sat back and used the ult in the correct way and tried to just kind of support his team on a DPS character, which is a really hard way to play, but also very good for Meridian Tech right now.
Bishop Kelly ready to move in, has a whole lot of ultimates to use. The Law just dodging shots around from Pixel. Messenger takes out the Immortality Field. Pixels moves on in, gets rid of the Baptiste. Soup also hurting on health. He'll be eliminated next. King Swiffer still holding on to this Annihilation, but at this point it's best to just save that for a rainy day and let Bishop Kelly have this bot yet again. I feel like these two teams gotta stop meeting like this.
Yeah, Bishop Kelly is up on ults for the first time this game though, but 36 seconds left. Will they be able to clutch it up with these 4 ults and try and take it to the finish line?
Nice reckoning. Toddy eliminated because of that anti and the nano boost being thrown onto Flare as well. That is so much damage Flare can push out. Even if Soup is landing all his shots, he cannot stand up to that tank. It's a team kill for Bishop Kelly. And it's going to go into overtime.
Bishop Kelly did use 3 of their ults, whereas Meridian Tech didn't use any of the ones that they had available to them. So I think they're planning for this next fight to be a big fight. They want to use all of their ults, they want to go super hard, and they want to win this game.
They have driven it out toward overtime. Bishop Kelly gets rid of the Immortality Field, also using the Valkyrie. Flare taking a whole bunch of damage as everything is popped by Meridian Technical. With that many ultimates coming out, especially Soup, we've seen him with that overclock, is so deadly. Able to get rid of Fair. He's able to pick up Roadhog. Pixels answers it back. but falls off the edge of the stage, and that will be it. Meridian Technical takes back the robot, gets the win in Coliseum, and are, yet again, the Idaho State champions.
Once Soup took up that Mercy from the sky, from the ultimate, it was a little over.
And I think, yeah, there's
And I think the
one
play of the
more
game will speak
person
for
we
itself.
can give the play of the game. It's, of course, going to be Soup.
Really great series overall. Both teams are so talented, and they both did amazing. And I hope that even though Bishop Kelly didn't quite take the win away from this, I think taking a map off of Meridian Tech, a reigning champion in the house, is such a cool thing.
But both teams still walk away with trophies, but Meridian Technical takes home the gold again and are still positioned as the dominant teams. But each year that this go on, I see other teams inching ever closer.
Better and better every single day.
And that's given us more quality matches, just like the one we just saw. And a lot of plays to celebrate, including the top 5 plays, which we will leave you with this game. We've got Rocket League coming up to crown a winner in that, so don't go away. This day is not over, but we'll leave it on the top plays of the game. And a congratulations to Meridian Tech, and we might just have an interview on the side as well.
Ooh.
You can always count on Doc or Dal, I don't know who's in the studio, to just bring us some nice surprises here and there.
Well, hey, everybody, guess what? You won't guess, I'll just tell you. I have the bronze medal, the 3rd place team from the top 8 here today. It's Jerome High School. Now, Coach, it looked rough early, but you got maps against a superstar team who didn't quite finish where you finished. So tell us just a little bit about your first match and how it gets you to this beautiful trophy.
Oh, first match, I think we came in pretty well. Rigby, I don't know, it was really close.
Right.
But ended 3-1, and we took the momentum into Meridian, but they were a tough team.
Yeah.
So we had to kind of regroup, rally, and take on Sandpoint, and luckily we pulled through. Except on any control map, I guess we can't do that.
Yeah, what is the deal? I'll ask you because you've got the mic next. What is going on with your control map game?
We're trying to play aggressive in our brawl, and I feel like that the point where we have to stay back and kind of cap it, and we don't like playing in those spots and stuff, it's just really hard for our team to do, I feel like.
Okay, so really it's the brawliness. The poke is working for you, but the brawl is not? Is that what I understand here?
A little. It's just the momentum.
Better yet, who's throwing in this group? And let's get them right on the hot spot.
Come on. No, it was me during first round of the last.
Well, hand him the mic because he's got a lot he's got to answer to here.
Yeah.
Well, let me throw it this way. You got to hold the mic up to your face.
Oh yeah.
Or close to.
Yeah, we got a lot of cord to go.
If you pull over a lamp, it's fine. How do you respond to the allegations that you were throwing?
Not gonna lie, I'm gonna embrace them wholeheartedly. I made some very questionable decisions on Lucio. It's not as
Whoa, hold on. We didn't establish this was Lucio play here.
Yeah, this is Lucio play.
You do what you do. They have to find you. That's what Lucio's
It
all
honestly
about.
feels like the other way around most times.
Right. Yeah, I know. Well, they'll tell you, hey, be by us, or hey, I needed your amp there, and you're like, you should be by me. And you're like, but you're 30 feet up on a wall.
Honestly, that's what I'm trying to tell these guys. Like, he's playing Cassidy. You know that there's no vertical.
No, Cass basically just thinks that Cass should be pushed around.
Pretty much.
Right. The only thing you can do is aim.
Hold my hand, buddy.
So in your last matchup, who'd you play again?
Sandpoint.
Sandpoint. Who's got some thoughts on what Sandpoint did really well and made it hard to beat them? Somebody? Anybody?
Yeah.
I think a big problem that we had, especially in the first maps when we were getting used to knowing how they were playing, was that they were cycling their cooldowns really well. At 1 minute, I'm avoiding the Roadhog's hook, and then the next, the Bastion's turreting, and then they have hook back again, and I just have to keep all these things in my head, and it's really hard for us to move around.
You're trying to call them out, and then you get caught by it, and it gets a little bit crazy. Yeah, managing the cooldowns is key, because you're just trying to win the race to the best ults and win those fights.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but So the hog created some problems for y'all, right? Who got hooked the most? Come on, you're Lucio.
Lucio.
Honestly, I was really impressed with that hog's hook accuracy.
He knows he's not on mic, right? We can just establish that. Okay, all right.
Yeah. I'm honestly really impressed with that hog's hook accuracy throughout that entire game. The 180-degree Ajax was definitely a highlight of that game. But honestly, it felt like no matter where I was, it was just, oh yes, I'm gonna reach out. You're over here now.
Well, and the super buffs, I mean, just that thing is what, 0.05 larger than it was before, and it's going to catch a whole bunch of things that it didn't before. You got to learn how to play safer now with the adjustments.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so for you, this is pretty fantastic. You're going to be pretty proud taking this back with you, right? I mean, I'll ask the rest of the folks here because the microphone cable is pretty long. Yeah. What does this mean to you?
If you want to go. I honestly think it just means like we're improving, and not even just like in the game, but just as people, as a team. You know, it's really just like
there are no Kleenex on this table.
I can really just appreciate everyone here, and I know that they have my back, even though we do some pretty silly things. But we just try to have fun. You know, we just try to go everybody at the same time, and so I think it really just represents like us growing as a team.
Well, Coach, you've watched them from the start. By the way, there's a special cloud in heaven for Coach for having to deal with this group.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Right? Yeah, he's unlocking quite a bit. So what's the biggest change from start of season to today with this beautiful ruby trophy here?
Honestly, their emotional state. When we first started esports, they were all over the place. They took losses hard. I mean, you know, it's an easy thing to do. They took wins kind of like sore winners, but now that they've been humbled, they've improved. Communication is way up. So I just love to see it.
So, and you've discovered this. At the end of the day, what is fun or not fun about the game is when you're able to do the types of things that you want to do. Winning and losing means less the more of either that you have. And this is not a humble brag, it's a humble brag. As a coach, I've been in front of 1,350 wins and over 500 losses. At a certain point, they don't none of them sting or feel as great. It's the things that happen in between, right? It's that fight was perfect. That setup was perfect. That ult combination was, we want to get back to that special place, right? And as a team, you start to just try to do your job well enough that other people are like, awesome, right? You start to feel those. The wins are great. This is going to be great. But what you do as a team is pretty special. That's the thing that's, I mean, you can do a lot of things in the game, but what you do as a team feels totally different than just queuing, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, but you still throw in cues, right? There we go. Full circle, ladies and gentlemen, full circle. So let me hand this off to you. I don't know what the procedure is with these. Do you kiss them? Do you cuddle them? Do you whisper affirmations into their little ears?
I'm not sure. The last time we got a trophy from one of these events, it was mailed to us. So, this one's pretty good.
Heck yeah.
So I don't know the procedure either, but it's going on the shelf when I get back to school.
So cool. My advice to you, put it on the principal's desk for the first couple of days and make the principal bring it back to you. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Anything that y'all want to say to you folks watching at home?
Just wave, I guess.
Yeah. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave.
There you go.
Smile and wave.
Okay. Well, congratulations. We'll throw it to a quick break, and then we're going to have our gold and silver medalists in here doing lots of the same stuff. They won't be as cool as these folks, though. I'm just going to predict it right now. See you soon.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown. Armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Let your kids play games. I know it sounds weird to be like, let your kids sit inside and play games all day, but if your kid is, having fun and making friends and doing something they really love, what's the harm? And my parents went from, asking me to go outside and leave the house and literally do anything else to telling me that I should get back on the computer because it's somewhere that I'm, good, I'm happy, and I'm, all the things. So I think it's a really good opportunity for kids.
I think high school esports is actually a really good way for students to learn how to be a teammate, especially if they are not necessarily adept at other regular sports. That still provides them an awesome opportunity to build friends, make lifelong skills, etc., and then also compete and maybe even earn money.
Parents need to know that it's still growing. Even if it seems like it's pretty big as it is, it's still growing, especially in the collegiate scene and high school scene. So especially for starting out kids when they're playing, being supportive, understanding that if it's their passion, then a little investment goes a long way. And you'll see the true growth. If they're truly passionate, you'll see true growth.
High school esports, I believe, can be a gateway into potential college offers, college opportunities. I believe that esports right now, it's in a transition period, but I feel like right now a lot of people still struggle with the acceptance of esports because they feel like it's a distraction. They feel like it takes away from their studies. They feel like it's not necessary. But I do think it is a good opportunity for parents, and I think they should be open-minded to it as long as obviously your studies are handled, and I believe you're being active and taking care of your responsibilities.
Rocket League, it's so easy for people to understand. It's cars playing soccer. It's kind of the easy one for the new person to come in and be able to follow what's happening in esports.
I love Rocket League. I absolutely love watching Rocket League, so I'm real excited for that. I think the skill level and seeing players that are able to do those just phenomenally well done aerials, and they just really know how to move the ball. That is so much fun to watch.
I think just the fact that it's unique in its own way. It's not like any other shooter game. It's not like any other just first person. It's unique in its own right.
When you have the mic in your hand, just hold it near your. We're here, we're back. My apologies, I was looking in the wrong direction. I was given some advice here. I'm Doc, I'm here with the BK Overwatch team and their coaches. You try to figure out which are which. They're the only team with more coaches than players. But congratulations, you had a killer run today. 2 wins, and then we'll just call the last one disputed. But it gives you this incredible trophy. So Coach, I'll start with you. What had to happen as a group to overcome No, he's got his own mic. To overcome the challenges to get you to that championship stage?
You know, I think one of the craziest things is the fact that my 2 DPS players, one of them found out he was playing a week ago because one of my DPSs broke his wrist right before, and the other one couldn't make it today. And my other DPS player found out he was playing at 8 p.m. last night.
Wow.
And so they hadn't had much practice as a team, and just from game 1, round 1 to where they were in the championships, I think adversity overcame, and they proved that they were worth it.
When you say things like my 1 DPS player, my other DPS player, does your family roll their eyes?
All the time.
Okay, good, because they should. I mean, that's totally appropriate.
Yes.
Who's anybody here with a broken wrist? Anyone?
There he is.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sure that there's a story. I'm sure it's sort of cool, but I need you to come back.
Really not.
I need you to come back
think the story
with the. Okay, we just need to hear it. Sorry, someone may have to hold the mic because of the broken wrist.
I got it.
All right. How did it happen?
I just was walking backwards and fell backwards. That's the whole story. No, I was just walking backwards. I was playing badminton.
Oh no! Oh, this isn't good. Put that in the top 5 interview clips, by the way.
There you go.
Excellent. Okay, so Coach, I'll throw back to you. What did you see in Meridian Tech that was particularly challenging to try to solve as a team?
Yeah, I think the big thing about Meridian Tech is that they are flawless. I mean, they don't make mistakes, and even if you try to force one, their mistakes are planned. So they are a rock solid team, and so to be able to try to penetrate that wall is a challenge. And so that's what makes them such a tough competitor, and why they're undefeated back to back to back to back to back to how many back to backs?
They're pretty good at this. They're pretty good at this game.
Good. Yeah.
But you took a map off of them, and I love the restart on that because we're just waiting for it to close. But very good. And I'll ask the players here. You can pass the mic. What was the difference in that map? What were you able to do that allowed you to win so many fights? I'm sure the accelerated clock on Servasa and all those helps. You know, you don't have to take that 3rd or sometimes 4th fight on a point unless you're flipping it pretty regularly. But yeah. What went well on that?
I can answer that question for you if you want. So Servasa is without a doubt our best map. There's no question. We know the map inside and out.
By the way, did I just get corrected? I said Servasa, and he made sure that I got that other syllable in there.
That's just how I talk.
Sorry, Servasa.
The BK way.
Servasa, yes. Well, you're saying it right. I said it wrong.
Because at the beginning of this preseason, our biggest game mode we were worried about was Flashpoint. Like preseason, October, November, our biggest worry was we're not going to be able to play well in Flashpoint. It's still a relatively new game mode. Strats aren't going to be made. But we took the time. Our coaches took the time. They helped us make strats. We got scrims with really good teams on maps like that, and we've come out on, I think, almost every game we've played on Servasa, we've come out on top. 3-1 or 3 less. Or like, yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, I mean that was it felt like a very different point. It wasn't Final Fight dependent. I mean, 2 of the maps you were on were Final Fight dependent, right? So and I'll ask the rest of the group, even the coaches, what worked? What did you plan for that worked really well for you today? What did you prep that you were really happy you did?
I played a lot of Lucio, and on Lucio, I just practiced my boops a lot and trying to stay close to Thomas.
Did you get any environmentals?
I don't think so, no.
Well, no, I mean, Servasa's only got like 2 spots you can do.
Yeah, so. But I played a lot of Lucio, and I tried to stay really close to him so he could get speed whenever he needed it, and to try and boot people into our team to make good plays.
Oh, so you're saying that he needs a hard pocket to have any success at all? Okay, all right.
Yeah,
I wanted to see if I understood it correctly. What about you?
I think I'd like to point out that there was 1 environmental kill when our tank here fell off the map.
Just 1. You heard it here first, folks.
2.
Yeah, there's 2.
No, I had 3 actually. I got booped in the well. I jumped off and I ulted off.
Yeah.
So I would say the biggest part, because we are a pretty skilled team, we were 2nd in the Mountain League for a reason. But when it came to losing our 2 DPS, the match we had to win to get 2nd was definitely the mental game. And like we were we were working really hard
but
this
in
week.
fairness, the badminton injury did not necessarily make your mental game weaker.
No,
If you catch my meaning.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just
got him.
Knowing on paper our chances lowered. We just had to fight through all those like thoughts on what could.
Good thing they don't play this game on paper.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna stop here. I think another big key difference is Sam here. He could drop 24K healing in a single game. Someone will say, and you'll hear in the comms, I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, and there'll be 1 HP, and this guy will get him back full health multiple times. He doesn't die, and his team doesn't die behind him. So.
Okay, so this is very informal and totally not planned, as you know. But I'm going to count to 3, and I want you to point at the person who completely showed out today, gave everything, played, and surprised, and was there. 1, 2, 3, point.
Yep.
Let's go! Why would they say that?
So I was actually informed that I'd be playing this yesterday at like noon. So and before that I hadn't played Overwatch in like a month or two. So we had a pretty long practice the other day of just playing comp, playing quick play, and just getting my skills back up there. So.
Yeah, just getting comms back. Right? And just knowing where you need to be and what you're doing. Excellent. Well, so let's present this to you. I don't know what you do with these once you get them. Do you kiss them? Do you hug them?
Raise them.
Right? My only advice, and I don't know much about them, is I wouldn't necessarily microwave them. There's some questions, but that's super silvery. That's going to be amazing on your ever-expanding trophy case. So thank you guys so much for being here. Shout-outs to the fans. You guys have officially the loudest fans here. Okay, well, we're going to take a short break, and then we're going to come back with the folks who get the other one. We forget who they are, but we'll bring them to you in just a second. Thanks, PK, and we'll be right back.
Of course.
Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said. Tell me what you said.
Absolutely. Okay, we're back. And we're back. This is the studio. This is the team that has earned that trophy. So at the conclusion of 3 amazing rounds, you only dropped 1 map, which is pretty impressive. Coach, so I'll start with you.
Yeah.
When you started the day, if I would have said, you're going to end up with this trophy, you're going to drop 1 map all day against all these teams, would you have believed it or would you have hoped it? You get one of those 2 choices.
I definitely would have hoped it.
Okay.
These guys were super confident coming in, maybe a little overconfident.
Oh,
so.
What? Overwatch players? No, hold on.
No
this
way.
is totally
No
new
way.
to me. Right.
Maybe a little overconfident that first game, that first match. Then they got close to dropping a map, so that probably got them on their heels a little bit and get them more focused.
Yeah, we had to keep killing the power just to give the other team a chance, right?
Yeah, had a couple tech issues for sure.
Yeah. Well, okay, so we'll get you started with this. On the Flashpoint map, Servasa, they brought some kind of different things out. What was different about what they brought, other than, we just talked about this, other than the clock, which on points is after second fight, if somebody's kept it, it's really hard to get back in time, right? I mean, you got to really hustle with the new clocks. So what was different for them on that map?
So yeah, I mean, what really happened on Servasa, just like 2 things that really tripped us up. One, they brought Kiri that we just didn't really play against for. And we stopped doing the one thing that comp does, which is burn tank. So a mixture of those teams, or those 2 things, and plus Flashpoint being Flashpoint, really kind of put us. We were not really playing on the same wavelength, if I have to say, but we locked in after that, and we just.
So you had, in that moment, the first time in this whole tournament, the obligation of choosing a map.
Yeah.
By which I always add way more troll to that. Your map, your pick. Whenever you win one, it's kind of a flex. What was the discussion on what you're going to play next?
We talked for a bit. I mean, we had one of our players had to leave because he has a job interview right now.
What is that even about?
I know, right? Doesn't care about the game. I don't know. But so we thought, and we usually, when we scrim that map, we play a lot of the Rom Moira Reaper stuff, like we've been playing all night. So we were really just kind of thinking about that, is like whether we wanted to play Rom Brawl with Soj or Rom Brawl with Moira. So, and we did end up swapping back to the Sojourn after, but it did work out for a bit. But we really, kind of took this map as we just reverted to our basics and kind of just like won the game.
Okay, well, where's our Reaper Moira in this comp?
I'm a Reaper. And he's Moira.
Okay, so let's talk to our Moira here for a second.
Oh yeah.
So basically, you guys are playing the horsefly strat, which is there's a whole bunch of annoyance. You can't kill it, and they're gone. Right? It's engage, cause them damage, maybe confirm a kill, and then get out. Even Moira is doing that quite a bit. I saw you in the back line. You seem to maybe get some mail in the back line. Things happen. Why has that worked so well for you and no one's able to just stop you? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Why so toxic?
Oh, yeah, it's just because I hate everyone. But for in-game purposes, just like anything else, attention is a resource. So if you can drain something, if you can drain their attention just by being annoying in the back line, like being a tracer or a Sombra, that's their whole purpose, really, is to just try and take off angles and draw attention and take away from the fight. And you can do that really easily with Moira and get a lot of potential off while having a free escape ability and getting heals from it when you deal damage. So it's a great combo.
The other thing you did really well, I saw, was you set up lots of health in easily reboundable, like sustaining ways, right? You hit those 2 walls, you get a nice flat bounce, and it would stick around for a while. You're able to, actually recharge your. We all know the other names for it. Well, I'll just call the healing spray. Biotic grasp. Anyway, you were able to do that pretty well. Reaper, was your highest a triple kill in this one, or?
There was a lot.
Usually, am I right? Usually Reaper players know exactly how many they got every time.
Well, I'm not a Reaper player. So.
Oh, I thought you said you were playing Reaper.
I played Reaper.
I'm sorry.
Well, I'm a flex support player, actually.
Okay, there we go. Okay.
But I play hit scan for this team, so.
Okay, all right.
So, but Reaper, not hard. It's not like, to play Reaper, you need 2 things. You need you need arms.
True.
And you need to be in the game, and you'll be dominating. Reaper is probably one of the easiest. I mean, and that especially because like you're running it down, and all your job is to shoot the big boy, and you win the fight. It's the easiest thing to do in the world.
Eliminate the tank and live.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, basically. And then like where it gets hard is where like we have to where we run out of resources and we don't kill anything. So then everybody's like, oh wait, we gotta like stop doing that and like regain health. But I don't know. Reaper's an easy character. I just happened to play him tonight.
Okay, so for all y'all in the back room, we'll play pass the mic here. Who's been on team longest?
These three.
Okay, and this year one for you?
Yeah, this is my first year.
And your first year?
No, this is my third.
Third, okay. Well, old Pops here, the old one. Maybe two of you could just reflect on what it means to even be able to play for a state championship.
I think it's a great opportunity. I'm able to show how hard I've worked for the past 3 years, and to even just like get the trophy. It's happy. I'm happy getting it. How do you feel?
Oh, so last year I was on junior varsity, and it was my first year playing. It was my first time playing Overwatch 2, and it was really cool because that year varsity had they could take 2 extra people. So me and Zizaguna, who had to leave for his job interview, they took us here last year, and we got to watch it all. And I guess technically I won last year because I was on the roster, but I mean this year I actually got to play, and it was completely new
technically
experience.
Won this year.
Yeah, this year it was my first time being up there on the stage, and it's a lot. It's very nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it can be, but you guys came through in the moment. Who was the player of the game? I did not actually see it. Here we go again. All right. Well, do you guys agree, or did you guys think you probably were player of the game and they just didn't notice it?
Personally, the Kings Row
here, production
on Kings Row
got it wrong.
On Kings Row, that Ryan player, that guy was cooking on Kings Row. He was the goat.
I could have been like in spawn emoting the entire game, and we probably.
Oh yeah.
I guess I should probably have this.
Mr. Ryan player.
Yeah. So I mean, really, it's just hold the rectangular swing, right? Those are your choices.
Yeah, an occasional fire strike. It was, I think, on Kings, the main thing was making sure that their Reinhardt was having as least fun amount as possible.
Yeah.
While also me having a lot of fun.
Did you get any sick pins?
He actually pinned me more than I did.
What?
Him. But
respect.
Yeah, but then I slammed his team at least 3 times, so it trades off there.
Get any sneaky earth shatters?
I went for clean ones this game, unfortunately.
There was the window one.
Well,
there was.
So
Yeah,
that tells you how good of a matchup it was. You had to be respectful enough to not do like crazy.
Yeah.
Quick, switch Symmetra so I can, come off the top.
I could have done one on third point, but I chose against it.
Start Kings Row we were gonna spawn hold.
Yeah. So. Yeah, and spawn hold's great until it doesn't work.
It's just more time.
Absolutely. No, never take a fair fight. Take it where they don't expect it. Okay. Last question. I'll get you out of here on this, Coach. Great team. Great year. What's the biggest change you've seen in this group?
Oh, this group.
Preparing for this.
Oh, this group's been playing together for a while now, especially the 3 that have been the last 3 years. So just growth in their game knowledge. They greatly surpassed me. They started ahead of me too, but their growth in their game knowledge and their want to understand to make themselves better.
Hey, we got a queue sometime. We haven't talked about this, but we'll talk about it after. We got a queue sometime. So I'll ask you this one thing, and then we'll send you out here with this fabulous trophy. So I'm sure you've had the conversation with some friends or people, when they ask what you do, and somehow this comes in. The esports coach, and then they lose their mind. What has it been like to now say, well, how's that going? And you're like, well, a couple state championships, no big deal.
Yeah.
What's that been like?
It's kind of nice, actually. Like,
Is
we
it?
started off esports, they're like, what? Why? It's
Right.
not that big of a deal. Like, no one thinks it's that cool. Like, just kids playing video games. But now, showing how we can work, we can get better, we can focus on something and better ourselves. Then
And you're welcome to throw this on a T-shirt, but yeah, kids play video games. Teams win championships.
That's a good one.
Let's go! All right, well, we're going to give them this fabulous, beautifully bedazzled trophy. Oh, that's what we need. Next year, let's bedazzle some stuff. Remember the bedazzlers? No, you guys probably don't. You'd like put these little gemstones on it. Yeah. Okay, let's just start bedazzling
sparkles
stuff.
this year, though. That's nice.
Yeah. So we're going to take a short break. It is going to be Rocket League time, and we're going to do the similar, little faster thing through 3 rounds. Real quick, who's your guess? Who's going to win it all in Rocket League?
I don't know. We didn't qualify in Rocket League, so we don't
does
know.
BK have a Rocket League team?
Yes.
Yeah, then definitely.
Well,
I'm sure that sounded like a question mark at the end, but no, I was sure.
If they do, then I hope they win. I hope they win.
Oh,
I don't think
look
our
at
Rocket. I don't think our Rocket League team is here. So, but they didn't want to win anyway, so it doesn't matter. But BK, you know your Rocket League team. BK, they're awesome. They're awesome people. So their Rocket League team, I hope they win.
Bora's coming on strong. Middleton has always been heckin' strong.
Bora's actually really good.
Nampa's been super strong, but you know what? There are 8 teams, top 8. That has been the coolest thing that I think has happened of late. I love this 3-round system for you guys, where we know who 1 through 8 is of the 8 who qualified. You just keep playing until everybody's got a position, and you just get to keep playing. It's pretty cool. Awesome. Congratulations. Let's get you back here next year to do something similar. We'll throw it to a quick break, and then let's get some Rocket League rolling. What do you say? We'll be right back.
Going to overtime, but Soup still on this sojourn is too much of a threat. Chips in on every single elimination. King Swiffer picks up. There goes the window there. That's a lot of damage being placed through in such close quarters at best. King Swiffer now moving in with the first blood of the fight. Funky and Soup also keeping things painful. Both King Swiffer and Soup, but they aren't able to turn it into elimination. Now King Swiffer rallies back with the annihilation, and that, I'm afraid, is going to be too much. Things up, that is a good wall. Bishop Kelly moves on, and what a huge EMP, but it's not thrown onto Funky. But it is enough to help Memphis Khan go in with the double as Pixels.
They're so excited. My wife is a huge supporter. She, is the reason why I'm here and is behind me every single way and is just so excited. I know my friends are super stoked. I've got a lot of friends working in the program here, and they're all like, "Oh, we can't wait to watch BK play." And I've got friends who are hanging out in the Discord, watching the Twitch, ready to watch us rock.
I mean, it's like very lucrative, but like the people that I do talk to about it are like excited and probably willing to watch. So
they actually think it's pretty funny because I'm not a gamer at all, so this is my first introduction to everything.
We're all really proud of each other for the success we've made along the season. Our teammates, the amount of support we have for each other is a little ridiculous sometimes, but yeah.
All of them were super supportive. All of them really encouraged me to continue moving forward, and I can't thank them enough.
They think it's great. My whole family comes from like a line of gamers since before it was really popularized, and everyone thinks it's a really chill thing to do.
Well, they're really proud of me and my family because I've never been to state for like really any kind of sport, or let alone esports, but now that I've worked for it and practiced really hard, they're quite proud of me for it.
They're actually really kind of surprised. I haven't really talked much about it, so that all of a sudden it's like, yeah, I'm going to state, and it caught them by surprise, and like they're really proud of it. They're like, that's actually really awesome.
We absolutely love it, and we really appreciate what you've done, both for Boise State and for us as an organization. And we hope to keep seeing you.
Totally. Thank you. Thank you. Without ICCU, I know we wouldn't be able to do the things that we're doing, and it's incredible that they're here supporting us and giving us a huge support and amount of help and just generosity, making sure this all comes together. So,
you guys for helping us support us and like getting my way into like college and helping me support and get a scholarship.
Just thank you, because it's definitely a new opportunity for them, and I don't think that they'd be able to experience it otherwise.
I really appreciate all the effort you've put in, and I really hope we can continue to help your program grow. And just please let us know if you have anything. I'm sure every player will rise up to help.
Thank you. This is an opportunity for us as coaches, but for the kids more than anything, and it's been hugely beneficial and wonderful to us to have their support.
I just want to thank them, truthfully, from the bottom of my heart, that they have kept supporting this amazing program.
I think that is wonderful, and it's great that there's now sort of like an alternative for sports and that it's being more recognized.
Just thank you for having us here. It's a great place to have it. We're happy to be here.
I'm just thankful. I love this game. I've done esports in the past. Main thing, just Smash Bros, but the opportunity to come here, it's incredible. Thank you.
And I feel like I could spread my wings and fly.
Welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. We are currently in the midst of the Idaho Esports State Championships. Over 20 different teams from all across the Gem State have converged here in Boise to become the state champion in Overwatch, Smash Bros, Valorant, Apex, and Rocket League. We just finished up Overwatch matches for the day, and we're now ready to start with Rocket League. Our first match features Highland going up against Capital. Let's crown a state champion. My name is Jacob Palmer. I'm joined by Amelia Turner.
Hi,
on
so
stage,
happy to
all
be
the
here.
action. Yeah, it's great to have you with us. What's been your general impression of just the atmosphere here, the overall production?
Oh my gosh, I was in the production room that last game. It was so amazing seeing everybody work together to put this whole production on. It was absolutely crazy, and watching these players work so hard. And not to mention the audience is great, and hearing them cheer is so awesome.
Well, now you get to take a view from this caster's desk to see the gameplay right before you. The players are back there on the stage, ready to game it out. Highland versus Capital. Let's take a look at how things have been going on today and how Rocket League is all set. 8 teams have qualified in each of the games, Rocket League, of course, being no exception. And we see the lineups for the first round. See, we got Rigby going up against Wood River, Bora going up against Nampa, and we got Bishop Kelly going up against Middleton, and then the one we're covering, Capital versus Highland. A lot of schools from all across the state, from East Idaho to Central to Southwest. Highland coming from Bannock County in East Idaho, whereas Capital High School is here in Ada County. So we've got a little bit of an away team and a home team, if you will, for this match. We'll see how they do, and they're going to want to do their best, so that's why I would recommend that they pay attention to Doc's keys to the game in Rocket League. And Doc's keys to the game in Rocket League is to set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponents. If it's not working, change it. But of course, above all else, have fun. It's all brought to you by Drop-In Gaming, the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you are new to the scene or a seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming has the right games and competition for you. Well, it looks like we're ready to head down to the field to start things off for this first match, Highland and Capital. Now, I understand that you attended Bora High School.
I did, so I may be a biased.
Might be biased if we see them up here on stage, but right now, Capital, so you can be impartial at least for this first match.
I'm so excited for this match. I bet it's going to be so good.
All right, here we go. We're already up and underway. Capital is going to be in the black, Highland in the red. Already they're pressuring Capital on their goal. Moving out around the corner. Got Marky Moo moving up the field, is able to juke out one, but he's not going to be stopped getting any further than that. Is stopped in midfield. Papasaur gets a huge clear back on over to the far corner. State setting it up. Oh, can he get it? No.
He just missed it.
Oh, yeah, sometimes it's all about that follow-up, trying to get the goal. Look at that, though. Sometimes you can just do it all yourself.
I know. He just totally went out for the shot. Oh, and he got it, man. He was straight on.
Yeah, very nice acrobatic skill on display there. Highland gets one goal in their pocket. Of course, they're going to be searching out for more. Next kickoff off over into the corner. Papasaur now looking over the field with a chance to clear. Gets a double touch. It's going to be stopped in mid. Isots back onto the corner, trying to center it. Nice block by Papasaur. Nap elevating up, has it stolen away from him by Papasaur. They still haven't found a full clear. Capital wants to get this back on over into Highland territory, get back a little bit of side control for this match. Papasaur sets it up, and Nap will prevent it from being centered. And you'll see a lot of that. A lot of the defense is just when the ball's getting pressured up near your goal. You'll see a lot of these players just try to keep it from being centered and set up in front of the goal, because there's usually going to be someone in the middle of the field ready to follow up.
Yeah, and it's easier to take more of the control of the ball once it's on those corners rather than right in front of the goal.
Nice pinch off the wall. Papasaur unable to get contact with it. Nap with a shot to try to center, saved by
tries
Papasaur.
again.
Papasaur's been pretty good on the saves, but can he actually get a goal? That's a nice flick up, but he doesn't get it. Now back on over to the corner.
Ooh, can he send it up for another goal?
Yeah, not quite centering, and yeah, Tronic's going to be able to get the touch on that. And ball grounded, back in front look. Kyosa's going to have his shot disrupted. So right now, Highland still maintaining just a very narrow 1-goal lead. Nap heads up to hit it.
Oh, he almost lines it up.
Almost. It was almost blocked too. Papasaur gets yet another save to his credit. And we've got about 2 minutes left in this first game. Marky Moo unable to get the centering. Tronic back on over to the side. He'll have it stolen away from him. 50 in favor of Kyosis. Highland gaining a bit of ground off of that. Nap comes in for the shot. Now it's centered, and it's going to be followed up by Tronic. That's going to give Highland a 2-0 lead.
No, yeah, he had planned that shot. He was straight up for it. So Highland is up 2 by Capital. We're going to see in the next minute and 30 seconds if Capital can make a comeback.
Papasaur, no, unable to get the better of that 50. Tronic now, shot back toward the goal. It's carrying, and what? Oh, now this is a bit of an unfortunate scenario here. Took a bad bounce off of one of Capital's players, but I always look at it in the fact that you can't beat yourself up over that. If you hadn't contested, it would have gone in anyway, so it's better that you try to get the block, and sometimes it just takes a bad bounce.
Yeah, it was a good effort.
1 minute, 20 seconds. Clear, wide open goal. State is just able to recover. Back on over toward Capital. They put a huge bomber back on toward the goal. Follow up by Papasaur. Just trying to get it in across the line all the way.
It's a close fight.
And they're trying to body it in, and State will be able to push it.
Highland has now put them at 3-1.
All right.
Can Capital make a comeback in the next minute and 1 second?
It's certainly doable. Rule of thumb is that comfortably you want about 30 seconds for each goal. Although if Highland scores a goal right here, that's going to put Capital in a really bad position. Papasaur is able to take it away before Nap gets a shot on goal. Papasaur back across midfield. Now back on over. State will push it off to the side. Back on over to the other side of the pitch. Off the wall, and Tronic gets a shot on goal, but it's a little bit wide to the right. Marky Moo getting demoed. He'll be able to respawn.
And we're down at 20 seconds. So 3-1. Capital needs to turn
they
around.
they just did. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
No, they're back in it. They're here for the win.
15 seconds. It's not unheard of to score a goal.
2-3. Can they pull off that last second in 15 seconds?
Going in for the initial kickoff. Trying to play some trickery.
Oh, it was almost
like get it. This is Marky Moo, unable to get clear contact with that ball. Time's ticking down, only 5 seconds left now. Once the timer hits 0, as long as the ball stays in the air, the game continues, but it is touching the ground there. So
Highland takes the first game.
Nice job by Highland. They will go up 1 in this match and now be that much closer to picking up a win. Meanwhile, Capital back with us on desk. And, of course, for your benefit, we're going to want to be tracking where Bora is throughout this entire tournament.
Let me know the updates.
I know they are in 3rd position, so that means that they're fighting up against Nampa right now. So we've got a Bora versus Nampa.
No, I got confidence. They're good.
Oh, well, they are the third-seeded team. They had a good record in the regular season, so reason to cheer for them. But right now, as to this match, Highland has found themselves up one game. Always great to get a start, but I've seen plenty of comebacks in Rocket League. We're going to be ready to head to the second stage, which I don't know what map rotation they're using, but if it's standard competitive map rotation, as things have generally been, then that means the next map is going to be Forbidden Temple, which I think is a much prettier stage. You'll see what I mean in a few seconds. If we do, in fact, go to Forbidden Temple, which I sure hope so, because I just love the setting, I love the lighting, and all of that. But Capitals seem to get off to a slow start, but if they're warmed up, now I've seen plenty of matches where a team just takes a little bit to warm up and then they're matching the other team. Capital, that just might have been them in the first few minutes.
Yeah, no, they lose that one game, and then forever on, they're just carrying on getting scores. Just a warm up, they're fine.
And here it is. Here we go into Forbidden Temple. Yeah, much more picturesque, serene location, nice sunset. Capital and Highland ready to face off against each other in round one of Rocket League today. All right, we'll see how things turn out. State gets a demo on the Kaisots, and it just trickles. I thought it might trickle on into the goal. Popsaur with the follow-up, bounces off the crossbar. Markimu unable to make clear contact, and he'll head back toward midfield.
I can see what you mean about the stage. You fancy cherry blossoms? No, yeah, it's very pretty.
Popsaur pushes it back across mid. Tronic trying to set something up
Brings
for
it back
Nap.
over Capital's goal.
Nope, not able to get the dunk there. Tronic will center it yet again. Markimu contested on the save.
Oh,
not able to get it
again.
to mid. Markimu trying to set it up. Tronic doesn't make clear contact with it, but stays too far back to follow up. So it'll head Tronic. Slowly moving back over toward the mid of the field. Tronic trying to set it up. Nope. Nothing really there. That just didn't really go.
No, not quite. You almost had it.
Nap, nice contact. We'll push it off to the side. Huge shot back over toward
Oh,
Capital's
and it's
goal.
lined
All
up.
of them
Oh, and they
contest on it.
scored.
Yeah.
Highland coming at it again with another goal, setting it to 1-0.
But all of them contested on that, so if that hadn't
Yeah.
gone in, they wouldn't have had any follow-up options. So. Head over, Markimu trying to set up a goal off the wall. Corner.
Oh, and just misses it.
Corner guy not able to pass it to anybody, so it's up for grabs. Popsaur
Tries to line it up.
stayed off to the corner, pass back over to Markimu. He won't take it though, and that allows Nap to get a whole bunch of territory back. Look out, shot from Kaisots
Well, they
onto
better
the
get that
goal
defense.
state. Can he clear it?
Oh, he's coming for the shot. Oh, and it just misses it.
Back on toward midfield, but a lot of pressure being applied by Highland. Playing with it in the corner.
Trying to get it out of the corner.
Oh, shot toward goal. Oh, just a little bit too far to the left. Markimu. Oh, he gets a shot taken away from him. Bit of interference by Highland. He'll adapt, though. Get one shot that really doesn't go that far, however. Still, a clear is of eluding Capital so far. Kaisots minor touch off to the side. And look out!
Oh, he almost.
Unfortunate whiff on that
Yeah,
follow-up. That would have been
that
a
would've
goal if
been-
he made contact. Double commit by Capital. Don't want to see that. Tronic setting it up for Nap. He takes it off the wall, back across mid. Shot blocked
he
by
lined it up
State.
just right.
Papasaur gets contact. He doesn't have anyone to pass to. Tronic trying to set it up yet again. Shot on goal.
and just
Save.
defense.
Follow up possibly by Kaisots. No, it's going to be a block again. Capital still staying in this game, only one goal behind.
Yeah, Capital keeping up their defense, so they're going to need to if they want to try to win.
Going to need need to do a little more than that. They're going to have to bring out some offense
I know.
and get at least one goal.
I know.
Good defense is nice, but if you can't actually get goals, then it'll get you nowhere in a hurry.
They need to bring it out of their section and over to Highlands.
They move Papasaur in the corner. Double touch with the dribble, goes sailing past Tronic. That's a lot of ground gain, but his teammate commits too far in or was trying to disrupt but didn't make solid contact with anybody. So, unfortunate counterattack by Highland. They just took that back, and that's what can happen if your team dives in too far. State was just a little bit too late on that back rotation. Couldn't save the ball.
We are now up 2-0 with Highland in the win. 1 minute remaining.
Ooh, that might have just snuck its way in there. Did not like the look of that. Quick shot by Kai Satz, and I think that's going to probably secure
Highland
this game.
is crushing it. Like, they are going for it.
Well, if you look at these teams' records in the regular season, Highland went 9-0 in the state's Pacific Division.
Well, they got a record.
Went 7-2. So Highland has the better win-loss record. Papasaur setting it up. Doesn't really have anyone to pass to. Back on over toward mid. Marky Moo passes to Papasaur. Papasaur doesn't take it. Marky Moo continues upwards. State. Nope. Moving on in. Oh, it's up for grabs for Marky Moo. Nap's going to make contact with it, but the follow-up from Papasaur is there. It just bounces off the post. And yeah, there's just simply not enough time to bring this game back, so Highland will claim their second. All right, so Highland now up 2-0. But we've got a race to go. These matches, these championship matches, are best of sevens. So, yeah, best of seven. So they still need to pick up 2 more wins, Highland, if they want to get this.
Yeah, and Capital still got a fair chance.
They do. It's just a long way from here. And the main thing about best of sevens is you always have to wonder when attrition starts to set in as well. Because when you get into matches and tests like this, especially if some of the games go into overtime and the games last longer than they're supposed to, it can really be a marathon on a player's mental ability, to stay focused. And sometimes I have seen teams get off to a strong start, but as the match wears on and on and on, they start to lose
after
it.
7 games, they can't keep up that momentum that they had in the first game. That's totally understandable, and yeah, they do not want this game to last as long as it needs to be.
So they're looking for another win. Highland, if they get the win here, then they'll be at match point. So we're ready to head into the next one. Again, Capital versus Highland. First round of 3 to decide a state champion in Rocket League. We'll head back on down to the stadium. This time we're heading off to DFH Stadium, I believe. Another kind of one of the more generic stadiums that there are. It's still kind of high-tech-ish, but nothing quite like a Forbidden Temple. All right, off we go. Early kickoff. It's going to go slightly into Capital's territory. Papasaur answers it back, takes it to mid.
And they had it lined up, but they didn't quite get the shot.
Marky Moo rotating back to beat goalie, and he doesn't have enough boost to answer that. Wow, Papasaur.
Look at that defense he came out.
Yeah, Papasaur was the last line of defense there, managed to be able to save it. Very clutch moment. Demo onto Marky Moo. And this is a pretty wide. Nope, they're going to have Capital. Oh, they weren't expecting that angle. That was kind of an unexpected angle.
I wasn't expecting that angle.
Now look up here. Papasaur is trying. He's already got his mind on clearing it, but Nap makes contact half a second beforehand. And yeah, I guess the camera faked us out a little bit on the angle that it was, but Nap had that shot lined up and he collected. 50 in favor of Tronic. ISOT's going to move off to the side. Popsaur stops them in mid, puts a shot on goal, saved, follow-up. It isn't there. So Capital will still stay at 0. State now moving into the corner. Tronic back on over toward mid. Gonna move up, contest with Popsaur. Popsaur gets the better of it. Marky move fresh on boost, place the shot on goal, saved by Nap, but they moved up too far and the goal is wide open, but it gets away from Nap. Can it be brought back with a follow-up shot by Tronic? He's gonna try. He's tried keep away for the time being, but he doesn't have any more boosts to work with, so he'll fall back down to the ground. Nap back on over to mid. Demo onto Popsaur. That's really huge.
And that's another one for Highland, putting it at 2-0.
A lot of that was, you can see right there, Kaisat's in midfield, takes out Popsaur, and then another. Oftentimes you'll see someone head off to the side to play disruption on the few goalies that are left for the other team. And when we've been seeing players like Popsaur get a fair number of saves, taking them out can make getting a goal very easy for your teammates.
Bring it back over to Capital's goal. Oh, it's right there, but they missed the shot.
Isot's trying to get it back to his teammates. Gonna have to take it himself. Doesn't have too much boost to work with. Shot off the wall into mid. Tronic didn't get good contact from it. That sets it up for a shot on goal. No, can't make it. Kaisat's pass back up over to Tronic. Nice give and go. That'll give them back control of the ball. A bit of demos being traded in the back corner. Popsaur gets it up, and it falls back down. 50 goes in favor of Capital. Actually, nice setup. And Popsaur gets the first goal for Capital.
Coming back for the shot.
Nice recognition by Popsaur. Now we have 2 minutes, 10 seconds left in this first game. Tronic will send it off into the wall. It bounces off. Elevation up by Marky Move. Didn't quite get it. Back into the corner, set up by Nap, and nice save by State. That'll clear it all the way back over to the other side of the field. Ball's a bit too high to make a follow-up shot. They did get a nice demo onto Snap. That probably would have, had it been a little bit lower, could have been made into a goal. Popsaur 2-touch double commit on the save, but no capitalization on it.
Just trying to take this ball back. Only bounces off the wall. Can he line it up for his teammate? Brings it back over to the corner.
Marky Moo pushes it back into the corner. Demo onto Highland. State ready to try to dunk it down right in front of the goal. Doesn't have anyone to follow up, however. Popsaur tries to take it. Nap has a clear view of the field, doesn't make contact with the ball, and the 50 doesn't go in their favor anyway, but Capital pushed too far up, and it's a wide open goal. But Nap fumbles it, so to speak, and so that goal cannot be scored. Capital still has a chance.
No, yeah, they're keeping it over in Highland's sick territory. But they can't quite seem to make the goal. It's always close shots.
Popsaur trying to sneak one in. Oh, very close. Everyone was going for it. That might have been the last opportunity for Capital unless they can make a huge recovery here. Popsaur, the ball stolen away from him. Now we only got 10 seconds left. This is it. State has to do it right here. He's going to center it. Someone to follow up, and it's blocked by Nap before it can even happen. Marky Moo with possible shot on goal. He sinks it. Almost in, but we almost got a buzzer beater. But it doesn't come into play. Highland still in the lead as that ball hits the ground. Then the game's over. Capital still has a chance. It goes off the backboard. Clear on over. Still in the defensive third. Papasaur gets another one onto the goal, and Highland will win it by the skin of their teeth. Oh, boy.
Ooh, they really fought hard at that last second. They were still in the air, man.
The last second, which became the last 15 seconds with how much that ball was in the air.
Oh, no, literally.
But that's why it can be. That's why this can be a very exciting game to watch, because until that ball hits the ground, if it's just one goal separating these two teams, then there are plenty of buzzer beaters to be had.
Yeah, it's fair game until the ball hits the ground. And anything, in my opinion, can happen in those 15 seconds.
And we almost saw anything happen right there. Capital almost got their first win, but now Highland finds themselves at match point. They only need to win one more, and they'll have this round.
No, Highland's teamwork, as far as compare, has been on point throughout each and every game.
Go back on over. This one's called Utopia. It's another pretty nice stage, especially with the custom colors. A lot of fancy brickwork to be found on the field. But I have a feeling that a lot of these players aren't going to take too much time to admire it. They're focused on one thing.
Oh yeah, no, they do not care where the setting is.
All they care about is if they win or lose it.
Oh, and
now
Nap
coming up
in
to
for
a
the
quick
goal,
shot and almost sneaking one in off the first kickoff. Highland immediately putting Capital on notice. They want to end this match as fast as they possibly can. And it's set up. Kaisat's unable to follow up. That was really great mobility by Marky Moo to be able to find the save. Back on over Tronic. Huge bomber back on over toward Capital's territory. Off to the other side. State doesn't make clear contact with it. It'll be Marky Moo instead. Pass to Papasaur. Nice interference by Kaisatz. Keeping Capital's plants at bay, and a bad fumble by State in mid-air leaves it open for Highland to set it up, but that's a great demo onto Snap. He saw that he was going to go in for the shot. Took it away from him before it could happen, but still the overall pressure from Highland is pretty unrelenting. Oh, missed. That was very. That could have been disastrous right there. He misses the shot to prevent the centering, and it's left in front of the goal for an uncomfortable amount of seconds. Save by State.
Capital coming in for that defense, but they need to work on that offense if they want to have a shot at coming back.
That's been where they've consistently struggled. Maybe one of their players manages to push a shot on goal, but I've seen very few successful follow-ups by Capital, and that's where the majority of goals tend to happen, is not on the first shot, but off the rebound. Does someone get the second shot? Gonna head back toward mid. Tronic with possession, loses it. State to Papasaur, doesn't make good contact with it. Back on over toward the goal. Here it is. Like I said, the follow-up has to be right there. A nice effort by Capital, but they missed the shot.
And through that follow-up.
It's all in the follow-up. Back on over toward mid. We're about halfway through game 4. Papasaur off into the corner. Over to Tronic. Nice contact, sends it back to mid. There's a whole lot of ground to gain back up. Might turn it into a possible goal. Nap rotates in to keep the play alive. Centering to Kaisatz or Nap. Double commit on the save by Capital. Puts 2 members in the same corner of the field. Be very dangerous to bunch up like that. If they play around you, they play around the entire team. Oh, and there's 2 in the goal. You can kind of tell Capital is just a little bit apprehensive about this.
No, yeah, they're really trying to go hard on defense to protect that win. But Highland is just relentless. They are not. They want to end this.
But if all of your team is in one part of the field, then that is a whole lot more of the field that you aren't in, and the other team has free reign over to work with.
Yeah, you have a big weakness if you are bunching up in that. Your team has so much leeway to get that ball past them.
Okay, pass back to mid. Nice contact by Highland. It's going to be pushed off to the corner. Knapp comes in, still makes contact off the backboard. Follow-up, I was calling it out all the time. And a follow-up on the follow-up by Kaisots. Doesn't quite find it. Nice rotation back by Knapp. He doesn't want to overextend. Highland now is going to have to be forced back on defense. We have less than a minute to remain. Still, no one has quite scored this game.
Pushing it over towards Highland's goal.
Oh my goodness, what a dribble.
Highland just needs 1 point and to keep Capital at 0 and they win the game.
Shot gonna bounce off the backboard. Popsor being nice on that backboard positioning, having good backboard defense, really important. Huge clear by State. Tronic
he
will
launches
push it
that.
off to
Can
the
he
corner.
follow up?
State to set it up. Oh, but his teammate runs out of boost, falls out of the sky.
We
Now
might
Knapp
just go
with an
up to
opportunity.
overtime.
Goes in the double touch. Teammates following. Popsor does not get good contact, and it's up for grabs in mid. Demo on to Tronic.
Got 10 seconds left.
We don't have any gold, and we will go into overtime. Unlike real soccer, we will not settle for a scoreless tie. We have to decide a winner, and the first one to get a goal wins game 4. If that team is Highland, then they win the whole match. Highland coming in, Knapp, oh, not quite shot on the goal. That's by State though. Knapp moving in for the shot off the backboard. Follow up to dunk it in, pitch off the ground, Kaisots finds it. It's like I told you, it's always the follow-up, always.
It is.
Kaisots looking after for his golden opportunity, spots it, makes contact before Popsor can save, and that'll do it. Highland wins their round. Oh, congrats to Highland in winning that. They will move on to the next stage. And if I am correct, then I'm quickly looking at the schedule here. Yeah, they are going to be moving on to face the winner of another match happening right now, Middleton versus Bishop Kelly. So they could have a chance to go up against the number 2 seed, or maybe Middleton can pull off an upset. But as of right now, looks like Highland is going to move up to F, waiting for the winner. Oh, waiting for the winner of the Bishop Kelly Middleton League. But everything is in progress, but this is the first game of the round to be finished. So
I know an eventful round it is. Dude, Highland's coming in with that win immediately. They are going for it.
And they'll get to stay up on stage as well. I mean, a lot of students might ask, we're here at the arena, but how can we be up on stage? Win games, because then you're going to be guaranteeing you're making your way into the playoffs. And we saw Bishop Kelly take that route, had a great showing here on stage. But that's going to do it for the first round. We are going to show you some highlights from the last game, and of course, bring you updates on the other games as they come in, because we got a whole tournament going on here. But let's send it to some replays right now. Or no, unable to get the better of that 50. Tronic now shot back toward the goal. It's carrying and what? Oh, now this is a bit of a follow-up by Popsor. Just trying to get it in, has to cross the line all the way.
It's a close fight.
And they're trying to body it in, and State will be able to push it. Knapp, nice contact, will push it off to the side. Huge shot back over toward Capital's goal. All of them contest on it. Yeah, and it falls back down. 50 goes in favor of Capital. Actually, nice setup. And Popsor gets the first goal for Capital.
Coming back for the shot.
That's by State, though. Knapp moving in for the shot off the backboard. Follow up to dunk it in. Pitch off the ground. Kaisots finds it. It's like I told you.
Oh boy. Hey everybody, welcome. This is the studio. This is where it's happening. B shot for the wide shot, but games in progress right now. The Bora Nampa is unreal. They're getting ready. They are starting right now. Bora with 3 games. Nampa now with 2. This, in ordinary circumstances, would have been maybe a championship game, but the way they show up in the bracket, it's not going to be that way. Up at the top, Middleton and Bishop Kelly. It is not a one-sided affair either, but Middleton really strong. Bishop Kelly can maybe pull something back by getting the go-ahead goal in this overtime in what appears to be the 5th game. And we see down on the other side, we've got Rigby, we've got Wood River. Rigby is, I'm not going to say running it, but they're having some success. Good to see lots of great play out here. This is the one to watch, though. I'm telling you what, if Nampa, who did not get quite the warm-up they wanted, is able to do something in this game and bring it to a Game 7, all bets are off. Bora definitely wants to be in that spot. So as we get ready for this, we're going to make a little swap on stage. I understand Highland is going to be moving to the online game, where we're going to get 2 live teams that are here in the facility ready to go. If I'm being a betting man, I think this one goes to 7. I think this one, oh, Middleton gets it. Okay, well, there you go. And they're leaving the lobby, so I jinxed it. That's essentially what you got there. So you're welcome. Apologies, BK. I jinxed it. Middleton, strong team, looking to have some continued success. Maybe we'll see them on stage next. But for now, we'll take a short break. We'll come back. We've got Colin on the desk with Amelia. And we're going to give this job back to the person who deserves it. Do you want to step into frame here on the camera D? I'm sure that they'll pick you up.
Yeah, I don't know if they can hear me, but this is...
You found that?
Yeah, no, I've had it all this time.
What, you have? Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to say before we go to break here, Doc, I really got to comment on the Middleton-Bishop Kelly match. Bishop Kelly was number 2, Middleton was 7th. So in their division, they were second to last. That is a huge upset win pulled off by the Vikings. They could be a team that a lot of people underestimate, but they might find themselves on stage soon with a great chance at getting some hardware.
Okay. We're going to throw it back to, well, I don't know, whoever we throw it back to. If you and I are here, who is there left to throw back to? We don't know. We'll throw it to him, though. Here you go.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown. Armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
You can find me waiting in the dark, hide away my spark for the world to see. You can find me holding back my heart. You can't hurt me anymore. I'm free.
Best of luck. I'm going to be watching you guys, so I'm super excited to see how the matches go down, and maybe one day I'll be competing against you. So looking forward to it.
Good luck. I don't know. I'd say don't get nervous. Understand that everyone's there to do the same thing, and so just doing the best that you can, no matter what that is going to be the best outcome for you.
I mean, good luck. Obviously, give it your best, and know that there's always more afterwards. I know sometimes we feel like it's the end-all, be-all. You know, it is win or go home, but I do think that there is more to esports than just the competition itself.
I'm really excited to see all of our teams come out and play. Just between Meridian Tech, between Sandpoint, Bishop Kelly, we have a lot of rivalries that are coming back from last year and coming from traditional sports, and I think the teams are going to make a showing of this.
Yes. So today in Overwatch, we're really looking forward to our kind of pseudo rivalry against Sandpoint. Hopefully, we get to play them in round 2, and if we can make it to the finals, we want to be the team to take down Meridian Tech. We're really excited for that. So
I'm looking forward to playing Bishop Kelly because they beat us once at the U of I tournament. And I gotta come back and prove that we're better than Bishop Kelly.
All the teams, actually. Just looking forward to the kids being able to play because it's their first year playing.
I think Meridian Tech's charter high school is probably going to be the people we're looking forward to playing most. We lost 2 of our starters a week before this, unfortunately, but I still think we have a pretty good shot at beating them. And if not, at the end of the day, we get second. So.
I'm actually the middle school coordinator for the IEA, so I don't have my players here. I'm here cheering on both schools from my district that made it. So I want to see Idaho Falls and Skyline win. They're both my district, but I'm really here just to support the players and have a lot of fun.
I'm looking forward to play Rigby today. It'll probably be the second round of the bracket, but I think it'll be a good game for us and to really determine how far we've come along.
What are your favorites? We're looking forward to play against probably Meridian Tech. Think we've kind of during districts and such have had such a rivalry with them, and I think we have a good chance at beating them this year.
I'm really just looking forward to playing against Skyline specifically because here at IF, it's our biggest rival. It would just be good to assert our dominance kind of thing.
To me, it's actually Thunder Ridge. They're kind of an area, and they took a 3rd last year, I think. But there's a more local tournament where I was playing with a different team and we lost to Thunder, but we got really close. So I want, with now a stronger team, I think that there's a good chance we can beat them.
welcome back to the Boise State Esports Arena. Today is the first day of competition for the Idaho Esports State Championship. Over 20 different teams from all across the Gem State have converged here in Boise to fight to become the Chase champions in Overwatch, Smash Bros, Valorant, Apex, and right now in Rocket League. Move on to round 2 of the Rocket League matches. We're going to find out in a short second who those matchups will be and when they're ready to go up against each other to find out who's going to move on. But for now, let's look forward to crowning our next state championship. I'm your host, Colin Joinkin. I'm joined here on the desk with Amelia, and I wasn't here for the first matchup, but you were. Can you give me a little bit of insight into what we saw from the team that ended up taking that W?
No, yeah. Dude, it was so, like, we had one team who was, like, dominating. Like, they won out of 4 games. It was very quick. And their teamwork was so tight. They could get those, like, counterattacks in, and they clearly wiped out the other team. It was very fast, very quick. They were obviously prepared, and it was super intense. Very enjoyable first game. Kind of gave you the vibe of what the rest of the games are going to be like for this tournament.
Yeah, give up the energy. I love to absolutely hear it. But let's go ahead and look at the standings. We got a quick look at those a second ago. I know we got that before the break, but it's never really hurt to look at it again. And all the round 1 matches are finished up. We see the Crimson took that W4-0. Bora, which is one of the teams we'll be seeing here today, took the win over Nampa 4-2. We got to see that Middleton match. Or actually, no, we saw the Highland versus Capital. But now we're also going to see Middleton versus BK Rocket League. Or that was the match we ended up seeing. We're going to see the Trojans versus Bora moving on to round 2. And you're going to see the rest of the teams that fill out round number 2 as well going into that. It's been mentioned before how the standings sort of work throughout the matchup, but each team gets to play a singular game in each round, and that correlates to where they place for the state championship. There can only be one who wins. We got the insight from you in terms of what we got to see that first match round. But let's go and take a look at Doc's keys to the game to see what these teams need to accomplish in Rocket League, which in the state championship, set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponents. If it's not working, change it. And, of course, have fun. The ultimate goal is to win games. This is, of course, brought to you by Drop-In Gaming. It's the premier online platform for gamers who seek competition. Play your favorite games to win cash and prizes through free and paid entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or seasoned veteran, Drop-In Gaming is the right games and competition for you. To begin your competitive journey, sign up at dropingaming.com. So now we got to look at all of those, and we do have the lineups here. We'll see if we get those lineups going into it, and there's these teams ready to go into the next game. Honestly, I really do like Doc's keys going into this. I get to see a lot of Rocket League. I get to see Boise State play, which in my opinion is the premier team in the West Coast. They get to play at the CRL, or they did get to play in CRL before it dissolved. So I get to see these players, these like top 100 players compete in a lot of these, and it really excites me when I get to see high school players show that similar level of skill. It just really fills me with hope for the future, that there's still so many players to go on.
They give you so much excitement of what exactly their competitors are going to be for future year. Like, they are the future. They are going to be the people who are going to be winning the tournaments in like just a few short years. And it's just really, really exciting just to see how they developed and over the course of the years too, like compared to previous games. It's going to be really exciting to see how schools have like improved or what strategies came up with this last time they were here.
You got to see a little bit there, the 8 teams playing in the tournament style that we talked about a little bit before. For the prizing, the first place gets a trophy, second place a trophy, third place a trophy, 4th through 8th place get pride. And I hope it stings a little bit because then they get to come back next year. If you do get to come back next year, if you're not a graduating senior, and you get to want to place higher. You have that drive, or at least that hope that it's installed from these tournaments. And it's one of those things of, when I was in high school, this wasn't happening for us. We did not have an esports arena. We didn't have major supports for it. So I really hope these players get really excited by playing in an arena like this and playing against teams and competitive players. And they And they just let that drive them. They just let that keep them moving forward because
Yeah, this generation has an opportunity that no other generation has ever had. Having the opportunity to play these games at a professional level that could eventually give them scholarships to other colleges. It could build up their entire future, which is something so new with like the new technological era.
yeah.
It's really amazing to see.
There are constantly people that I get to talk to that still are not aware of esports and the applications it has to college, that you can get a scholarship, that you can move on to college for it. And it's just like being an athlete. It's it's pretty close to being an athlete. I guess there are always parallels and differences, but nevertheless, at the end of the day, you're still an athlete. You can still move on to it. And as we wind up to go into it, I believe this might be some replays from the previous game. We will get to see that in a short second, though, pretty quickly. As these teams gear up, I think the primary thing I'm looking for is in a best-of-7 matchup, so we actually do get to see like a little bit of these replays. And from what I saw, Highland was a very dangerous team. There were some pretty close games. I got to say the end of game 3 and 4, and those were one-score games. So I definitely don't think it was that Highland had the complete dominance over Capital, but I still think it was one of those things of.
No, Capital definitely took up the fight. They were all in on their defense. But that kind of what came out as a flaw in the end, where they were all grouped up around their own goal, and they can never quite get the offense to get them points to defeat Highland. And I feel like that was the mainly problem throughout the entire few games. Especially with the first one where Highland beat them 4-3. And it was it could obviously have an effect because suddenly they were always about their defense. And from there, they just couldn't score anymore.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those big things of that spacing's got to be imperative. We've got to pay attention to kind of what we're doing. And it's one of those things of having that is going to it's gonna bite you later on. It's not gonna work out for you. And Rocket League's one of those games you need to find that flow. You need to find that flow of the defense of. It's not like soccer where we have set formations and set strikes. We have to play fluidly.
So we've just been giving our upcoming teams. It's going to be Rigby versus Bora. And I got to tell you, I am very excited for this game, as I am just a bit biased, I'm coming from as a Bora student, and I'm going to be rooting for my team. So far, they've been doing really good with their past few matches, and I'm really excited to see them play.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen Bora play in any of the Rocket Leagues in the past?
I have not, but I do know they have a good streak. They've had a good reputation build up with the Rocket League.
Okay, definitely. I think that one of the things I'm really interested in is when we talk about 8 teams, it's a lot of diversity, and it's a lot one of those things where we're going to see a lot of differences in each team, and we're going to see that first through third place going to be dogs. There are going to be players who are at that champion GC level, and they're going to be able to have that game sense along with the mechanical ability to execute a lot of things they need to do to effectively and efficiently put shots on the net and make sure it finds at the back of the net. And I'm really looking forward to seeing if Bora is one of those teams. I've only got to see 2 teams so far here, so I'm really looking forward to the rest of the matches we get to see a little bit more of that diversity amongst this pool of large teams that we get to see play.
Yeah, no, me too. I am so excited to see these 2 teams fight. I have very high hopes. I know that Bora is good, hands down, but Rigby is definitely going to be a good opponent for them. It's going to be a good game.
Mm-hmm. And I really like this format that we end up seeing. 3 rounds, 3 games on stream, no matter what, and everybody gets to play 3 games. And that kind of directly correlates to the way you get plays. So I was explaining this earlier, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've lost it. So I ended up finding out. But nevertheless, one of the things is if you play all those games and you go undefeated, you're in the contending for first place as long as nobody else ties, unless we do that Swiss format where we're playing against equal footing teams. I'm not 100% sure if we do that, but when it comes to Rigby versus Bora, I guess one of the things I'm really going to be interested to see that I want to see a team break out is sort of that boost management and that boost stealing. I really love it when teams are able to turn missed opportunities or missed possessions on the ball and sort of force that into being something they can use to their advantage. When you miss a play on the ball, when you miss a shot, when you lose your 50 and you find yourself in the back half of the opponents, you've got to be able to find a positive out of that. And unless you absolutely need to make that rotation immediately to help your teammates out, it's very important to go back, steal some pads, steal a big boost if you can, and sort of ruin the so-and-so economy at the end of the team. I think it's very important to do that, especially if you want to be a team that finds yourself, or as we're talking about it before, Rocket League has not been one of those games where the switch between defense and offense is not slow. It happens in the blink of an eye, and you need to be prepared for that. And in that case of where it takes the 6-8 seconds for a big boost to spawn, if one of the defenders is not able to get all their boosts for that, or they ran 10 or 15 or 12 short boosts from making a play, that can be the difference between you scoring or not scoring a goal at all. And I think it's one of those things that a lot of players overlook or don't get in the rhythm of doing so. And I think it's one of those things that it could be a really good reminder. And we actually get to see the tri-split screen here. I really love that we get this.
I know, we get the full view.
You see Wood River, Nampa in the bottom right, Middleton Highland. Middleton Highland just finished with Highland going 2-0 there. Bishop Kelly and Capital are at the top here, which we got to see Capital in that last matchup. They're on game 1 right now. You can see Wood River is winning their game 1. Actually, it's a 1-1 series right now as they just started game number 3. I'm also really interested in this Middleton Highland matchup. If we got to see Highland win,
I know.
Are they going to keep the same record? Are they one of those teams in the contention?
Game, like the score was like Highland 4, and like they were 4-0 the whole time, and they just never got close. But with this one, Highland and Middleton is creeping up there. Like they're going for that win. They are not backing down to Highland, and I'm really excited to see how that outcome it comes.
Yeah, and that's one of the things of in that last game as well. We got to see Highland push it to, or we got to see Capital push it to an OT. While the OT didn't last long, that's still one of those big improvement things of how close was this game really. And I love games that are like that where you can't just tell by the scoreline of the series of 4-0 or 4-1. Really, you had to have watched every single game to really understand it, how that series went down, and that it did take a solid amount of effort for Highland to win that matchup. And that gives me really big hopes for seeing the other 6 teams that are going to play here. Of if this is how competitive these 2 teams are, I'm looking forward to seeing how competitive the rest of the 6 are. So just getting a look. Mainly focusing on this top screen of the game right here. Bishop Kelly
I'm looking at Bishop Kelly.
At a 2-2 scoreline right here, right now. And this is game number 1 at the sub 40 seconds. Shot opportunity was positioned there. Not much to it, though.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Capital can make that comeback that we didn't see with Highland. So
and it's been a while since I casted the last couple high school games.
Yeah.
But I do remember Bishop Kelly being one of those teams that was dominant. And I think the last time I casted was actually last year. So it definitely could change. Everything could change. The Bleak Eyes, Papasaur's up. There is a finish by the teammates, and Capital is going to take the game number 1 there on a last-second buzzer beater. You absolutely love to see that right there.
Oh, yeah, the last-minute score is so enjoyable. It just makes things so much more exciting. No, yeah, Bishop Cali is just overall esports team I know is very good. After watching the last Overwatch tournament, they got second. Oh, that was a close call.
Yeah.
That was a really enjoyable game to watch them rise from the second place.
And they got second in Overwatch.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'm excited to see, and a little bit curious to see what they'll end up placing in Rocket League as well.
Yeah, how do they compare? Is
Yeah.
is one's really stronger than the over?
Yeah, it's one of those things as an organization. It's a really nice feeling when multiple of your games are second or first place, because you know they're really competitive and they're looking to win a lot of that. And it's just an extra bit of feeling when you have more than one game that wins a championship or places really high. It's a really special feeling than having one really good team and 2 or 3 other teams that maybe placed really low.
Yeah.
You're really hoping for all of your teams to succeed. I mean, that's kind of an obvious, but a little harder to execute than said. So just getting to watch most of these games here. So we're going to see Wood River and Nampa even out their series scores as well as they get down to under a minute here. Ooh, with the shot opportunity at the bottom right, and there is a follow-up by a couple of the teammates. Wood River's going to quickly take the score there, put one in the back of the net, and take the lead as well. Looking to push this to 2-1 series. Middleton and Highland now getting sub 2 minutes as well. Big demo at the foot of the net. Not going to be able to do anything about that, though. Zebra, though, there's shot opportunity. Still sticking to this corner of the net. Might be looking for a clear. Middleton still keeping this in Highland territory.
Mm-hmm.
Just being utterly relentless with shot opportunity. It's a bit too wide, though.
Oh, no, he needed the other player.
You see Wood River and Nampa now under 10 seconds. Wood River still hold on to that 1-goal lead. Couple seconds, final seconds, count down. Oh, wait a second.
Oh, can they keep it in the air long enough to get the goal?
Is Nampa able to? No. Wood River's going to be able to send it down to the ground. Wood River now 2-1. 2 games away from finishing out their series here. Oh, and Bruno gets a flick in the bottom left here. That's going to be Middleton tying it up with sub-minute as well. A lot of these teams are love scoring in the under a minute territory.
Yeah,
I've yet to see a whole lot of scoring above that time.
They're just causing some suspense, some hype for their team.
Keep it interesting for viewers.
Oh, yeah.
Can never hate that. A lot of the interest right now, in my opinion, on this Middleton Highland game. Highland holds the series lead right now.
Yeah, no.
2-1. And they're looking to put this match point if they end up getting one more goal.
Oh, and Bishop Kelly about to score on Capital, but was blocked. Oh, they are really coming in on our goal. Dude, Capital and Bishop Kelly, they're just going back at it. The ball is going back and forth between their goals.
Oh.
Oh, and just missed the Capital goal.
Nobody able to find the opportunity to put the back of the net. Still just quite a lot of 50s coming out here in the midfield, and especially at the base of the net for Capital. Going to be able to take possession of the ball, send it around. Pyrick is there to get the defensive there. Middleton and Highland are actually in overtime right now.
Ooh, Highland trying to bring the back over, but can he make the rebound? Oh, it's not there.
Bounce off the backboard there for the side of Middleton. Looking at the top game right now for Bishop Kelly and Capital, and that's sub 2 minutes here. As Middleton and Highland round about to get to minute overtime. Oh, as the ball slowly rolls in for Middleton, they are going to take the overtime goal. and get their first game of the series here in round number 2.
No, man, they tried to send it, but just barely missed the ball. And yeah, the ball just slowly went into the goal. That was funny.
One of those horrible moments as a player as your car just flies by the ball after you attempted to make the save, and all you can do is really watch as the ball just mile per hour rolls in the back of your net. Never a good feeling. Bishop Kelly and Capital now under the minute territory. Double demo coming out there. Ooh. AZP getting in there with a pre-flip shot, and that's Bishop Kelly going up 2-0 now over Capital. After Capital did such a good job of making sure to secure game number 1, Bishop Kelly is taking back control. Out of 40
Bishop
seconds.
Kelly lining it up, but again, there's no rebound.
Oh.
Dude, he tries to take it back. He's got 30 seconds.
Eric is up, trying to keep control of this ball. Gets it over one more. No more boost left in the tank.
Oh, and it's so close. They're waiting for that rebound.
And the double commit there does put them in a little bit of an interesting position. Bishop Kelly did a good job playing some defense, though. Final couple of seconds. Oh, we don't get to see. We get put on a bit of a teaser there, but it doesn't matter. As we now get into the premier game, Rugby versus Bora. For those who may be confused, I am also joined. Got a lot of caster substitution going on right now. Get joined by a new caster who have introduced themselves to add a little bit of excitement, break up the flow a little bit.
I'm Daydream, aka Jenny, and I'm super excited to cast some Rocket League with you today.
Let's get right into the game, though. Super excited to be on the desk with you as well as just as the game opens. Rigby wasting absolutely no time. Bit of an accidental own goal, but it doesn't matter.
Whoopsies.
Yeah,
it's all good. Sometimes it's better to start a game off with a mistake because then it just gets better from there.
Yeah, if you get the big thing is being able to laugh it off. If you're able to laugh it off, then you're fine.
True.
If not, we're work it though.
Looks like they're pushing pretty hard here though.
Mr. Cal staying on the ball, going for another 50, not able to get it though. Not a lot of boost. Is he going to be able to play one more touch into the midfield? Ozuric trying to play some defense there. A big bump by Mr. Cal, but the shot's a bit too wide. Not going to be able to do anything with it. XRT not going for 1 more 50. With the assistance of a teammate, it's going to be able to get through to Mr. Cal now on the backboard. Trying to help out a teammate. Ghost is going to be able to make the touch, clear the ball. Not going to slow down a bit. Attempt to get a flick over one. Room's going to go back to Bora's side.
Rigby is being very aggressive here, though.
Not giving Bora any room to really breathe right now, but Bora's doing a good job of maintaining defensive composure right now.
Bora seems to be cycling in and out of the goal. They always want one person there, it looks like.
Which is definitely one of the ways you want to succeed defensively in terms of Rocket League. You definitely don't want to double up the net too much as the pre-flip up in the air is not going to find the passing play they were looking for. Ghost with no boost is hardly going to be able to get a touch. Coop goes up, not going to be able to get a touch as well. Jimmy gets a tap, attempts to go up for a second time, but Coop beats him up in the air, going to be able to get the block in front of the net. Credit with the save as well. Now on the counterattack, Mr. Cal sends out the backboard. Going to be sent off by KXR.
Rigby seems to be relentless here. They just want a goal so bad.
Which if you apply enough pressure, it's going to be one of those things that the team's either going to collapse or you're going to overextend yourself and Bora might find themselves getting near their goal. Light touch there by Ghost is going to set up Coop. Coop's still working through the defenders, but he's going to be taken out for it. Going to head back to the respawn
Ooh,
screen.
the demo.
Trade there. Oh, shot opportunity.
Always love to see it.
Blocked. Open opportunity got mixed out on there. Defense came in strong once again for it, not really giving up a whole lot of openings, clear openings. As there's one right there as I'm talking about it.
Rigby was setting themselves up that entire almost full round, basically. They just wanted a goal so bad. They were going so hard. They were not letting Bora get a breath in even.
Yeah, we saw Coop not be able to get the touch they're looking for on that corner bit of the wall, and that opened up the goal opportunity. As Jimmy's going to try and get around one more, get a 50 on the backboard. I'm going to go much farther with that. You're not looking for a Cuxer pinch. Isn't going to be able to find it. Coop is up, looking for the one touch, and I would do it. KXR looking for a solo play, gets over one. Not going to be able to get it past Mr. Cal.
Nice save from Bora.
Up in the air. We get to see Ghost, who's going to soft touch into the corner here. Dirk was waiting for him. And we get a pinch of the wall, send it back to the other side. KXR going for one more passing opportunity. A bit of triple commit from Rigby right now. This could be dangerous. Shot opportunity easily blocked. Still a bit of confusion, it looks like, on the side of Rigby. Oh, yeah, there it is.
That was very clean.
Yeah, we got to see the attempt to play some defense there. The touch was a bit too hard, bounced off the backboard, ended up setting the opposition. Now it's Bora 2-1 here in game number 1 as we have 1:15 left. Jimmy not going to control off the sidewall.
These teams seem to be super, equal in skill level here. So it'll be interesting as this clock comes down to like the final 30 seconds, what these teams will do to kind of secure this win here.
And it'll be these games between teams that are so similar in skill that it's going to come down to who makes the first mistake.
Yep.
Who doesn't make the right touch, who loses the 50, who runs out of boost, who doesn't boost manage well enough. That's where these things are going to count.
And with all this in the air play, that boost is going to be crucial for both teams here.
Yeah. Ooh. Shot a bit wide, nevertheless save. 50-year Coop still causing disruption in the back half. There's Mr. Cal taking a shot opportunity easily defended. Rigby now looking for opportunity to clear this ball out of their half. A 50 is going to do that job for them. Jimmy trying to get a pre-flip touch. A great bump is going to set up Alzerk. Wow, what a play. You got to see it there for a half second there, that boop. And that's one of the things I was talking about pre-game was these heads-up play. Once you know you're out of the play and you're not going to be vital to it anymore, looking for that next opportunity to steal a boop, get a bump, get a demo. It's so important for these teams to do that. Rigby ties it up. The final second here, unless they can score and put one more on the board, it's going to go to OT. There's definitely an opportunity there. It was missed, and that is OT for the game number 1 here between Rigby and Bora in round number 2.
Even with that own goal earlier, I think that this game is still so close.
Oh!
Right as I say that.
It's always the catch the Kirks. A big demo there. Got to see a bit of a double commit, but it doesn't matter when you double commit when you put the ball in the back of the net, and that's exactly what Bora did. And I love that you brought it up, that that own goal definitely played a part there. If it wasn't for the own goal, it would have been a much different story. But I don't think the game would have turned out as well as it did if it wasn't for their own goal. I think that lit a fire between both teams.
Yeah, I think it kind of put Bora in like an almost underdog situation where it's like, well, they own gold, it's a little over. But when you kind of look back on it, it's a little funny, and maybe it gave them a little boost for this because it's like, well, we may have done that, but we also won the match, so it's a little easier.
Yeah, and the one thing I absolutely loved is I almost retracted my statement about what team's going to make the mistake first. It could definitely still apply, especially with how skilled these teams are and how similar they are in it. But these teams also seem to have really smart players that are looking to make a touch and more. And we got to see that with the bumps, the demos, the boost deals that they did this game. And I think that's one of those things that's going to set a three-man squad out from just a random queue of randoms that you find anywhere else. Like, this is the opportunity to communicate with your teammates, to devise a strategy, and when you are that level of heads-up player, you become much more deadly than just your typical mechanical player. Because it's going to be one of those things if in the three-man squad, unless you're playing a team that is vastly mechanically better than you, you're going to find yourself in a lot more chances to score the ball when you're in the bumps and the demos and there's an open net almost all the time in the situations that make it count. Yeah, I am not super well versed in Rocket League, but I have played a fair share of it. I find it to be so fun, and you know, it looks like car soccer on the outside, but then you get into it and you realize that it's so much more. Yeah.
It takes, you know, your brain power, it takes teamwork, it takes, you know, all of these things. So looking from the outside, it's like, oh, this looks so fun, and then you get into it and it's like, oh, why are people in the air? Why are they on the why are they on the walls? What's happening? It can definitely turn into a very sweaty game very fast, and I think it's one of those ones where it's one of the few non-FPS games out there that I think that does take that same level of game sense and mechanical skill to really thrive and be a top-level player. For sure. And, I mean, it's different because, you know, when I play, I'm an Overwatch player, so I play keyboard and mouse, but you put a controller in front of me and I don't know what to do with it. Yeah. And that is one of the weird things about when we talk about that difference, and I always find that funny, is when it comes to FPS, it's always keyboard and mouse. It's always been. I mean, you have control aim assist that sometimes, but in competitive games, besides Halo, I actually think Halo is one of the weird ones. Yeah. It's KBM. Yep. But Rocket League is one of those games where you're the anomaly if you're keyboard and mouse. You have the few pro players in the scene right now that are keyboard and mouse, but 95% of the player population plays on a controller, and it's a little weird. It's good for me. I came from controllers, so when I learned Rocket League, it was very easy for me to just connect the two skills, but yeah, I don't know. I think it's one of those things of keyboard and mouse players, you're a monster, and I don't understand how you do it, especially in Rocket League, but I've played with them and they've said it feels better than keyboard and mouse. So I guess if you could do both. There's more things you can do with a controller that you can't do as well on a keyboard, just from the amount of keys that they need to play. Yeah. So. And I think that's one of those things where I've heard with keyboard and mouse you can have a bit of a finer control, but I don't think that's as necessary in Rocket League. Like, you definitely didn't have control, but I think it's one of those things of you learn it through repetition more than just pure skill. I think it's one of those things of once that concept finally clicks in your head and you do pull off that double flip reset musty into the back of the net, you're going to find yourself scoring those a lot more from that point on. So yeah, I think it's a very important concept. I think I agree. I mean, controller players, it's so much easier to get muscle memory for the moves you want to do, the plays you want to make, especially in a game like Rocket League that almost thrives off of patterns of, you know, like going back and forth. And I think with controller, it just complements that a lot more than if you're, you know, sitting here with a keyboard and mouse. Yeah, yeah. Especially where they're almost I almost wonder how the mouse would even incorporate there. I guess it is used. I think it's used for the jump and the boost. But I wonder. I almost would love to have like a professional keyboard and mouse player here for Rocket League and ask, like, what did you change about the keybinds? At least for my own personal sanity's sake. But we do get to see the replays here, and we do get to see the end of it. That overtime goal.
And I didn't see, honestly, the one thing I didn't see a whole lot of was a lot of fast-paced shots. A lot of shots that were taken very quickly. A few of them were slow rollers. And I wonder what the teams are going to look at and they're going to change up. I'm going to see this differently because if you're Bora, it was close. And close is not comfortable. You want to be comfortable. But if you're Rigby, you're looking to change something. You're looking forward to move forward. But I don't think there is anything that really needs to massively change besides just the idea of keep your head on a swivel to a degree. Like, this is going to be a team that's going to come for your head. They're going to go for the bump. They're going to go for the demo. I have yet to see anything insanely mechanical that, as a defensive player, would worry me in terms of how do I defend against this. These are all things that are very easy to identify, and as a player and as a team go, there are ways to deal with this. You just have to be a little faster, and you have to be a lot more intentional, and you have to play for that second touch. You can no longer play with a team like this where I'm just lobbing the ball. I just hit it very far. It's one of those things of I get this first controlled touch to get a second controlled touch that either leads to a shot on net, buying time for my teammates, or passing to a teammate. And that has to be fast because if you're going to play it slow, you're going to get demoed. You're going to get bumped at the team. We've already established that. So I'm excited to see what Rigby changes up. I don't think Bora should change up too much, but I'm excited to see what Rigby comes onto the field with.
Me too. When I was watching, I was like, man, Bora is sitting pretty close to their goal the entire time. They did not want to let it go. They just sat there. They were defending, and I think that's a good thing. But it makes it very hard for Rigby to get any kind of shots or any kind of. You have to wait for Bora to make a mistake or to kind of leave that area before you can make a play like that.
Yep.
So I'm hoping to see more of Bora leaving their goal. It seems like their comfort zone, but I want to see them make bigger plays.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely one of the things that we'll keep a closer eye on is what the rotation pattern looks like. And I know Rigby put a lot of pressure on them, and it's got to be one of those things of eventually you've got to realize, as a defensive player, that once the ball sticks in your corner and in your half for more than 15, 20 seconds, boost starts to become scarce. And at that point, it is one of those things of you just kind of need to boom it. You just kind of need to send the ball in the other direction and give your team a second to breathe. As after those little technical issues, we finally get to go into game number 2. It is Bora that currently has the lead. However, there's a best of 7, so it's a first of 4 here in the round number 2. I suppose the good thing about starting a little later than everybody else is when this game finishes, though, we'll have updated standings of everybody else and get a little bit of understanding of what we could possibly see going into round number 3.
Ooh, that's exciting. Starting in the thick of it.
Oh,
wow.
Beautiful shot opportunity there. That's Rigby pulling off a pretty fast move there and showing off a bit of mechanical skill, getting around Ghost, beat him to the ball. The accuracy needed there is stellar. And that's Rigby started off very quickly here, 40 seconds into the game number 2. They're not looking to give up just yet in this series.
Looks like Bora's coming out of their shells a little bit more this time. Out of the goal a little bit.
Two players rounded a boost there and somehow meet in the middle. Okay, so gets around 1, not going to be able to play with the ball too much after that. Oop, going to be able to get a touch into the sidewall. Oh, not able to get the push looking for. KXR up, able to get one more, no more than that. There's Jimmy, possibly looking for a double, not going to find it. There's Usher at the corner, Mr. Crowd gets one. Going to rotate back, make a cut though, could be dangerous coming around. We have a triple commit on one side of the net. Ball is hovering, Mr. Crowd gets bumped. And a lot of Boras.
So close.
Really low on boost right now. Not anymore though. Cal is up, looking to get it pass onto the teammates there. Slow fall back down is going to be defended easily. Coop not able to get the ball past Jimmy. There's Mr. Cal is up,
Nice.
but the attack angle was not taken correctly. That's going to be another goal. Jimmy with the assist, and now one put in there. A bit of a doomsy dish.
Rigby is coming out very strong in this match. I think after losing the previous one, they said, oh, we got to get it going. We got to get it done. And they're out here up 2-0 already.
Jimmy going for a cuts or pinch. Now we get the power they're looking for there. Nevertheless, Mr. Cal not able to clear the ball well. And this is Rigby turning this game into just a shootout.
Looks like Rigby finally turned on their monitors and they're ready to go.
Yeah. 3-0 is definitely one way you could put that. As I imagine boards are going to wait to respond as they are able to get it off a kickoff goal. Yeah, Cooper's
Great
able
follow-up.
to beat all of there. Kickoff once again. The Mr. Cal is going to slow down, get one, look for an air dribble. Looks really solid, and there it is. Wow.
Bora heard my comment. Now they're
Yeah, woke up there as well. You get that good amount of speed there as well. The air dribble's one of those easy things to defend, but if you get the ball right over the defender's head, it's one of those awkward angles to defend with, especially when you come at them from speed. Mr. Cal looking to put one more there. Ghost coming in to get the finish, not able to find it. Coop's able to get one and get the read, not get quite the dunk. Goose going to slow it down a bit, send out the back or the side wall. Ghost might be looking for Mr. Cal in the back half. Not going to be able to find it. Bit of a back pass here. The rest of Bora has to retreat back. A double committed. Jimmy didn't get the touch they're looking for. A bad touch and a cut is going to lead to Mr. Cal tying this game all up. Definitely big mistake there made by Rigby in the double commit plus the mid touch. Weird touch that ended up going backwards with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. What a good fake by Jimmy. Now the bump attempt. Coop, a good job to avoid it though. Giving credit for the save. Ghost gonna get the boom to the other side of Rigby. KXR gonna control it. Now going for the second touch. He's able to get it, able to go to third, not able to do it. Ghost gonna send it back the other way. Jimmy's up, gonna soft touch into the corner here. Ghost in the midfield, waiting for something to happen here. Or has enough boost to play defensive here. Mr. Cal able to get it over one. Are they able to do it for the second? The second touch is going to get it past two. Now a bad touch leaves it up in the air off the backboard. Could be an opportunity to score. Mr. Cal with the demo. Oh, but Coop, no boost to play for the ball, and it's going to be a bit of a clear for the side of Rigby. Sub-minute now. Game is still tied up. 50, Coop, no boost. Mr. Cal gets faked. Also able to steal this 102. All aboard, very low on boost. An open goal opportunity, but KXR gets boomed out of the way and not able to get a clean touch on the ball. There's another shot opportunity. A beautiful save by Mr. Cal. KXR, oh, able to find. I didn't think that was going to be able to find the angle. Just barely touches the crossbar, but dips down. Bit of an awkward camera angle to see there for the first half, nevertheless. That's Rigby taking the lead here with 28 seconds left, but if the first game is any indication, no matter what the time, none of these teams are quite out of the running. Big down by Coop there. Ghost with no boost is very vulnerable and a fake, but Mr. Cal is able to play a bit of defense, slow the game down. 12 seconds left here, and Bora has yet to be able to clear the ball.
Bora is on their back foot here.
Ball is up though. Coop, a little bit of boost. That might have a bad angle. There it is. Rigby's winner of game number 2. Crowd's been pretty interactive today. I could tell this is definitely a matchup that I think most people in the crowd are looking for.
Oh, I agree. I mean, definitely not as loud as Bishop Kelly earlier, but still we're getting some energy here.
Okay, I wasn't there to see the Bishop Kelly game, so I'm a little curious now as to what that entailed. But I did hear they finished pretty well on Overwatch, so
Second, yeah.
could have been. I could have heard it was also been a close match.
Yep.
Okay, we'll take it. Nevertheless, this is Rocket League. Rigby, Bora, 1-1 right now. 1-1, close. But honestly, I don't say it's anybody's series yet. I don't think it's anybody's series. The way these games have been playing out, they've been 1-goal games. Nobody's really been very dominant, and we've seen a bit of showing from the last game. I would say we didn't see a whole lot of mechanical brilliance sort of coming out, but I would say game number 2, we definitely saw that a lot more in the sense of we got to see Boomer double touch, got to see an air dribble. Not out of the world plays, but they were nevertheless plays that helped both these teams stay into the game. At the end of the day, it was the Trojans that ended up taking that game 2 of the series. But this is the best of 7, and it's one of those things of. And as a current collegiate player yourself, you have a bit of experience with having long, drawn-out series. And I would ask you what could be some of the things that players need to look out for.
I think number one thing is mental. Players need to make sure that they have energy and that they are positive through the entire thing. Once they lose the mental battle, once they think it's over, it is over.
I would really agree with you there. I think it's one of those things of you can definitely see it in players as well when that mental gets lost. First 40 seconds in this game, not much to speak of. Mr. Cal and Jimmy misses the touch there. It's pretty big time. Also able to get a big 50 win though, plus a demo could lead to an open opportunity. KXR going to boom out the backboard. There's a beautiful read by Ghost. Going to be able to prevent that play from ever developing, and now boom. It's Jimmy to send it to the red corner here and grab 100. Looking for a second touch. Is able to do it. Still sticks to the ball. Beautiful 50. Coop's going to send it back to their side. Also to get 1. Ghost in the midfield. Bit of a miscommunication. A double commit from the side of Bora. Minute has passed here. Ghost elevates the ball. Not able to do too much of that. Coop looking to stick with that. KXR going to settle down. Oh, open net, but there is no Bora offense to take advantage of that. Now it's Jimmy looking to take it all the way to the other side. Going for the solo play.
So close.
The air dribble did not find the back of the net. They were hoping for it. Oh, beautiful shot by Ghost. But Crossy,
so
the best defender in the game so far. Hasn't been playing too much of an impact. That's the first time I've seen Crossy come into effect there. Mr. Cal, getting a good 50 there. Scooped, slow it down, but KXR getting a beautiful read. Now trying to stick with the ball, using a lot of boost. Beautiful flip reset onto the sidewall. Not to get too much. Coop looking for the read. Going for the pre-jump, not able to find it. Now Ghost, who's going to boom it up, possibly looking for a teammate or the backboard. Was looking for Mr. Cal, easily defended by Rigby. Now it's Jimmy with enough boost to look like a threat. The pinch of the ground. Ghost is going to clear it. KXR the last in the half. Going to win that 50. Maybe looking for a shot opportunity as well. Ghost is going to be able to win that 50. KXR steals 100 and see Jimmy off the ceiling.
Both teams are on their their A game right now. It looks like they don't want each other to get anything. But Bora will come out and get the first goal of this match.
See Mr. Cal getting a good read there after getting it over, then under 2 Rigby defenders. That's going to leave Bora to be to gain the lead in game number 3 here after about 3 minutes has been elapsed here so far. Is it a 1-1 series score? Both these teams looking to find the edge they're looking at. Alzeric able to slow it down, not able to get it past the Mr. Cal. Now Jimmy Arroyo has to look to clear this ball. Ghost goes up, is able to get a 50. Coop looking for a double, not able to find it. Gets interrupted by Rigby defense now. Jimmy's still sticking with this ball. A good clear by Ghost there, but it's going to be settled down by KXR. Played around by Coop. Coop looking for a double. Gets a bit of a double commit, but it's going to lead right to Ghost. Getting a clear into red territory. Coop gets a cookster pinch. Going to save it up the side. Rigby has yet to get a clear. A big demo by Coop as Jimmy doesn't have a whole lot of boost. Gets snuck up on. Oh, Zerk with not a whole lot either is going to waste it, leaving into the midfield. Ghost settles it down. Gets bumped. This could be a dangerous situation, though. It's Mr. Kyle's going to send it to the other side, buying the team enough time, along with Coop getting a demo. More than enough space. They put a shot on net with the air dribble, but it's going to be defended out.
So close.
So far. As we're about to get under sub 1 minute, here's Jimmy's opportunity to shine. Gets it over one, but it's a bit too high, and the backboard defense is going to come out strong. Zerk is up, gets a shot opportunity. There's a missed defensive ability. Oh, it is Jimmy who's going to be able to rebound.
Tying up the game once again. These teams are so evenly matched.
Yeah, it's really one of those things of it's going back to game one. The mistakes made and the heads-up plays made as well are really a major contributing factor as goes to the third demo of the game. Going to relieve some pressure here as we're looking at a 1-1 score. The Mr. Cow, enough boost to go for an air dribble. Not enough height, though. Goes off the corners. Going to hit Mr. Cow. Now it's Coop up. Not able to get back up to the ball in time. Ghost is up as well, trying to hit Mr. Cow. Mr. Cow gets a bit of a ghost touch on the ball. Little boop to bump as well, and there's an opportunity for Ghost. With the bump onto the last rotation here, yeah, it just takes KXR. I don't think they had enough boost to get back anyway, but nevertheless, beautiful read by Ghost.
And I mean, I noticed that Rigby was kind of sitting in goal, almost like Bora was that first match, but now we're here. And, you know, Rigby left the goal all at once, and it allowed Bora to kind of just shoot one in there.
Yep. I wouldn't count Rigby out just yet so far, not until the clock hits 0. Ozark keeps it alive. Ghost might be looking to terminate this ball. Oh, as they're not able to get there in time. That is Bora taking game number 3, now leading the series 2-1. But honestly, I'm not going to get my hopes up for anything right now because if I know Rigby, they're going to come back and they're going to show off some serious skill from what we saw last time around.
I agree. I mean, looking through this game so far, we can tell that both of these teams are so equal in skill and just, you know, anything could happen. Even after an own goal, Bora came back from that. But then, you know, Rigby just kind of dominated that next game. And then now we have Bora back in the lead. It's almost like this equal race where they're both right next to each other and they just happen to be getting these, like, small wins.
We don't get the pause like we did going into the second game, so it'll be interesting to see how the Trojans are going to perform. Coliseum, personally, my favorite map in the entirety of the game. I'm not going to lie to you, but
very pretty.
The map has very little to do with the success of a team, especially in Rocket League. So
I have heard that when people get into a new map, though, it's almost a mental reset. Even if it's the same, you know, field, when you look at the outside, it's a different feeling.
And that's one of the important things that it is as a player, especially when it comes to Rocket League, is you can become, I mean, any collegiate player can become so frustrated, whether win or loss in the game, whether that's team performance or personal performance. But I do think the map refreshing does help a little bit with that. Just that assistance and that mental refresh as the touch on the backboard. Not going to find a shot opportunity from either offensive opportunities from Bora, but they do still maintain pressure on this red half.
Hopefully that mental reset will help Rigby here.
Just a cow looking to get a read, not able to find it. Was able to get a bit of a touch. Ghost Ground shot, not going to find a whole lot of power nevertheless. Also getting an interesting bit of pinches with the sidewall. Going to assist Xer with the pinch to clear the ball. Now sitting in green half right now. A lot of players low on boost right now. Mr. Cow is able to play some solid defense there, and a good shot, but blocked by Coop. There's the answer back by Jimmy. Seems to be the rebound specialist right there. Gonna quickly put Rigby up 1-0 right now with only a minute have elapsed so far. Just like we were saying, you don't want to count Rigby out.
Of course not. And especially, with Jimmy, like we said, getting those, rebound touches, it's still anybody's game, even if the ball is nowhere near the goal.
Ozark has a clean opportunity. He's able to get it around Ghost. That's one of those hard opportunities you find yourself in. You've got to attack the ball because there's so much space in between you and the next person that's going to get a touch. And with no teammates to assist, it's a hard 1v1 to take. Fortunately for Ghost, they're not able to get the touch in time as Rigby quickly goes up 2-0.
This is looking like a repeat of our second match here where we were up 3 and then we were tied 3-3. So Bora can still bring this back, and they're still like not cut out of this game at all.
Mr. Cal looking to get one more touch. He's able to do it at 50 though. And a bit of a pinch is going to send it back to the other half. Ghost can be responsible to get the boom. Mr. Cal looking to get one more 50. He's able to do it. KXR are able to get over 1. Coop is up. One soft touch back down to the ground. KXR going to rotate around. Coop gets a good read off the sidewall. He's going to get around, but a bad redirect. I don't think any Rigby offense is going to be able to capitalize on that missed touch, though, as Coop's going to stick with it. Gets a good 50. He's able to get a bump as well. Prevent any second touch. Ozark misses the touch that could be fatal, as it is. As an interesting shot that Mr. Cal took is going to find the back of the net.
Seems like Bora is again the one just attacking and fighting and trying to get this goal here while Rigby's sitting back and just trying their hardest to make it not happen. But luckily for Bora, they got it.
Oh, missed shot opportunity by Coop right there. Ghost elevates as well, commits with a lot of boost. Not going to be able to find the back of the net like they're hoping for. Coop gets a soft touch at the corner for Green. KXR there looking with a lot of boost. Gets a missed touch though. Now we get the second for the clear. Ghost. This could be an opportunity for Ozark. The shot's down, and with nobody in the back of the net, I question where was the defense for Bora?
Bora's too busy trying to get goals.
Coop made a bad read and decided to go up for the ball instead of rotating for back post. But it did not pay off well for them. Ozark's up, gonna get a boom, gonna try and connect with Jimmy. Was able to do it. Not able to find too much out of it. Mr. Kyle is going to be able to get a boom back. Jimmy with control. Send it back into the corner. Able to secure the corner boost as well. Now looking to get a clear. It's not powerful enough. The shot's low and defended easily for Rigby. Now clear her. Jimmy's able to get around again, and Coop once again not able to get there in time and get the correct read. This is Rigby quickly pulling away with the lead. Starting to look less and less like game 2.
True. I mean, even with the demo, which I feel like is very funny, they were still able to get that goal, and maybe it'll help Bora wake up a little bit and try and get them back in this game, because currently they're down 3 to Rigby.
This is that comfortable lead that we're talking about. That one goal lead doesn't really make you feel comfortable. With 3, you start to feel comfortable, like you got the game in the bag. And if Rigby does not continue to keep their foot on the gas, it could be Bora sneaking up on them and getting 1 or 2 goals, and all of a sudden it's a 1-score game. As Ozark gets a good beat around 1, but that read's going to be hard, and it's a wide shot. Coop sticking with his ball, though. Might have a beat on Alzark. No, Alzark was able to get back in time. KXR with a good weed. Gonna keep it past the possession from any Bora offense. KXR ball floating up. It's a bit wide after that 50 touch. KXR is going to take a roundabout way to get to the ball. Nevertheless, going to try and connect to the teammates is Mr. Cow. Not going to have to beat Jimmy. Jimmy with a great pinch on the sidewall. It's Coop now having to control the ball. Gets it around one. Now the second. Mr. Cow tries to go for Musty Flick. Not able to get it. And now goes. Once again, the defense for Bora is continuing to fall apart, as Rigby just keeps capitalizing on mistake after mistake.
I think Bora's starting to feel the heat here.
Yeah.
And it's hard to come back from that, but they do need to kind of reset here and think like this is one game out of the series and they can bring it back.
Mr. Cow will get a soft touch, connect to Coop at the corner boost. Mr. Cow not able to secure the corner though. Final 6 seconds wind down here. Bora's looking to finally get it clear, perhaps get an answer back or a field goal goal here in the final couple seconds, as KXR is going to keep it alive for him. Not going for a Musty Flick, going for another flip reset. Does get it, but it was all just a show. Is this going to be Rigby taking game number 4? 4 or 5-1 there. A very... not what we've seen so far. Definitely not what we had seen at all. It's the energy we hear from the players and the crowders. You love to hear it.
Of course. Well, and with such a close game, I mean, that game it was 5-1, so it's a little harder to see. But when you look at the big picture, they're still 2-2.
Yeah.
So it's important to keep that in mind, especially for Bora right now, coming off of that match and remembering that it's still even and there's still so much of a chance here.
Yeah. Yeah, especially with that tie-up of 2-2, there's still, at the bare minimum, 2 more games to play here.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot that can happen in that. It can stay the same close kind of one-score game that we've been seeing, or it can turn into Rigby or Bora pulling away with this. But right now, based on Rigby's reputation, they've been the team that's able to pull away in terms of lead-wide a heck of a lot faster.
I agree. And, I mean, we've seen a lot of strong finishes from Rigby here where, I mean, even in the losses, they were still very close. And now in their wins, they're kind of pulling away.
Mm-hmm. And if it really was just a mentality shift or that map shift that really just reinforced the change, that something needed to change here. And quite honestly, I don't think it was something that Rigby changed a lot. I think it was more or less that we just saw a lot more defensive mistakes from Bora.
I agree.
And I think if they clean that up, it turns right back into their favor again. Like we've been seeing them able to compete and beat Rigby for 2 games now.
I agree. I mean, I think, at this point, it's, teams are starting to lose their momentum, but it's also like they've played 4 games, so they're getting tired.
Yeah.
And I think one thing that is really important in gaming is keeping that energy high throughout the entire series, not just from the beginning. Because when, you start on a high point and you start going down, you end on a low point. But when you start on a high point and continue that momentum forward, no matter win or loss, you still have that energy and you're still putting your all into the game.
Mm-hmm. Especially when we're talking about we're only in round number 2. They still win or loss here. They go on to another round 3 and they play another best of 7 game, which can be brutal if you're at that low point, if you're not able to recover there. And it's not one of those things of where you get an hour of downtime, you get time to go get some food, take a break, take a chill pill.
Yeah.
You don't really get that. You get to take the second, probably go to the bathroom, and then you're probably getting into game number 3. So it can definitely be one of those things where I do think it's very important to focus on the now, especially with this game being streamed. You really, you do want to show off, mom, dad, whoever's watching, right? You want to show off the mechanical abilities and skills, but I do think it's very important, and I think not only will it help them throughout this series, it'll help them go into round number 3, which I think is very important to keep in mind.
I agree. And I mean, like we were talking about earlier, the mental is everything. So Bora needs to kind of reset here, get back in their own headspace, and just, you know, believe in themselves, because it can be very hard after that big of a loss to kind of get back in this mental state that you can win these. But they need to remember these last few games that they have won, and just put themselves into the perspective that they didn't just lose a game, but they're tied.
Yes, yeah, it was not, yeah. Nobody has the lead yet. It's not match point on either side, which actually, oh, this is the replay right here, and I believe it is a Bora goal right there. But this might be, yeah, no, yeah. For a second, I thought that was first matchup, but now we're in game number 5 in the first 10 seconds. See Bora come out, scoring quickly, which to me is the first of this series right now.
And that's the energy we want to see from Bora after that loss last match.
You've got to play fast, and you've got to play a certain tempo in this game. Oh, as an unfortunate own goal is going to lead to Jimmy getting this goal credit. Ball just teetering on the line there. Yeah, Coop tried to get a touch there, wasn't able to get the tighter angle they were looking for. That's going to be Rigby tying it up with the first 30 seconds of this game here. They might be looking to put up a second goal here, but as I was talking, it's so important to play with that fast mentality of when you commit to the play, you commit to the play. When you decide it's no longer a good option to be here, that you make that choice. That's the kind of energy that I think of when we keep that level of consistency. You're going to be a tough opponent to beat.
Of course, and I mean, we've seen an own goal already this series, and it turned around very quickly. So I think, you know, it could be a power for them.
Good job there by Jimmy getting a consecutive amount of touches on the backboard there. That's a tough opportunity for Ghost to make a goal, to make a defensive play there. You have all of net to cover, and your car can only cover so much of that, but I do like the attempt to get out in front of the ball and make a heads-up play, not sit in the back of the net, and wait for that goal to be scored. So nevertheless, while Rigby is up by 1 here, 3 minutes and 45 seconds left remaining in this game, it's still only 1, which we've seen Bora be able to come back here, where I would say it starts getting dangerous, where they start having a 2-goal lead.
Looks like Bora is back in the goal, though, which is not a bad thing, but they do need to communicate their timings when it comes to committing, because like you said, they've been double committing a lot, or all leaving their goal at once, which is leaving it wide open for Rigby to just score point upon point upon point.
Jimmy looking for a second touch, not a whole lot of boost to boot with. Ozark able to get one now up in the air, looking for a boom. Coop, not a lot of bullets, is able to get a soft touch, leave it for Mr. Cal. Mr. Cal gonna win their 50 there, win a second 50 as well. It's not the KXR to get the clear here, going for the flip reset. Able to get the second touch, but not too much with it. Follow up by Goes. Ooh, a fast shot saved out though. Ozark the one get the credit. Now it's Coop looking for the backboard play. Not able to get it. Mr. Cal, now the owner of the back half, has to get another 50 here. Doesn't get a solid clear, but it's going to be Coop that gets a decent enough clear to keep Bora still alive in this game. Ooh, and a good demo by Coop there. Mr. Kyle looking, maybe find a teammate off the corner wall. Coop now going to control the wall on their own half. Going to beat out Ozark. Now trying to find a teammate. Mr. Kyle gets bumped though. Coop is on the other side of the field looking to receive this. Tries to go for a bump. Misses though. Ozark put a shot towards net. Not going to be able to do too much. Mr. Kyle looking to get the clear. Does get the clear out to mid-sphere. Now there's a double coming on the side of Rigby though. I don't think it's going to be Bora's opportunity to capitalize on this as Jimmy gets a touch, sends it to the backboard of Green. For the past minute or two, all we've seen is a lot of back and forth ping pong play from both these teams right now. As there's been very little openings, and the openings that have occurred have been shut down very quickly.
Both teams are kind of on top of their defense right now. They don't want anything to happen this game. Ooh.
Oh! A beautiful dunk or 50 play after the must-see by KXR. Ozark credited with the goal. And a good demo there as well. I think that left Coop out of rotation there and not able to help the teammates out. A minute and 12 seconds away from the end of this game, and now all of a sudden Rigby has that 2-goal lead that I was talking about that you should be worried about when you see it. Mr. Cal gets beat at the air. It's Ghost with the 100 boost. Not able to get it over Jimmy. There's a shot opportunity taken, and Ozark there with the hat trick to boot. Rigby is pulling away with game number 5 as well.
Ozark just happens to be at the right place at the right time, it seems, at every single one of these goals. And I think it's probably due to the communication over on the Rigby side. Ooh.
Off the kickoff goal.
Bora is very good at these kickoffs.
And that's the second or third goal that they got in this series off the kickoff. Which it may not seem like a lot, but that's now turned a 3-goal game into a 2-goal game.
Yeah.
And you know, if you start mathing right, it's you get one more goal, it starts turning into a beautiful shot. Great placement by Ghost there. And just as I was saying.
Back out of the comfort zone, just like you were saying. Rigby is in a little bit of a tough situation. They're still up by 1, but Bora's coming for them.
Yeah, they're not going to make this an easy last 41 seconds for Rigby right here. They've either got to play aggressively and try to put another one on the goal and that risk that they overextend, or they play defensively. But given the mechanical skills that we've seen Bora be able to take, that could also be a dangerous route to take. That's a good touch by Mr. Cal to go up to make the defensive play. There's not a whole lot of boost for the side of Rigby players, though, as only KXR has over 90 right now. Ooh. Oh, and teeters on the edge of the goal line. There it is!
And just like that, it's tied.
Just like that in game number 5. 8 total goals scored here in game number 5. Completely different switch up from what we saw in game 1 and 2. Mr. Cal getting a good beat on the sidewall there. Jamie Orell possibly trying to connect with KXR. This shot opportunity. Oh, the missed touch! The mistake on the defensive side for Bora, at least in the last second buzzer beater, one bounce shot. It was a bit of a ghost touch, to be honest, there at the back half of the car. And that is Rigby taking game number 5, and all of a sudden, we are match point here.
Rigby can't be too comfortable, though. With Bora 4 and Rigby 5, I mean, it's anybody's game, as we've been saying this entire time. But that last goal kind of did set them up for probably success in these next few matches.
Yeah, and it really is if Rigby is going to be a team that's able to capitalize on it or not. And it really comes down to that mental side that we talked about. We talked that long-term sustain, right? But it's also about that short-term contingency of you just took a pretty heartbreaking defeat right there. Like, you came back from a deficit, you tied it up, then you lost in the final couple seconds. So it's really important for those Bora players to rally here, to really want this, because it's do or do not here now. Yeah. You either win this, you either tie the series up, you get to go to the game, or you lose it and you get pushed on to round number 3. So depending how well they want to play, is kind of comes down to it.
But from what we've seen from Bora lately, I think that it's completely doable on their part too. I mean, they came back from the 1-4 to be 4-4, and I think in this game they're going to try and hit it as hard as possible, because this is one that really, really, really counts.
Yes. And nobody wants to end that on Neo Tokyo. Nobody wants to end that on Neo Tokyo. It's so funny to me that this was a gimmick map at its birth.
Yeah.
It had the really weird. It was bigger than all the other maps. Good save there by Coop as well. It was bigger than all the maps and had this weird side ramps that took up like 20% of the map. Weird to see it at a regulation size now. Oh, the shot opportunity, the rotation back was not quick enough. We do see, I think this was a mystery cow. Not enough boost here. And we talk about the heads-up play. We see Ghost get demoed in that play, as well as a Rigby rotation. An attacker on rotation stealing 100 boosts. By the looks of it, Rigby really wants this game, and I think they might be the team to close it out.
Rigby started super strong, and they've got their goalie just kind of posted up, just ready, because they know Bora's pretty good at those kickoffs, as we were talking about, but not allowing them to get that kickoff goal is a great way to kind of boost their own morale.
Yes. The kickoff goal would feel great for Bora right now. Jimmy able to get one over, not able to get the second touch though. Ghost gets beat, able to get, I think, a touch there nevertheless. KXR not able to do too much with the ball. Ghost not looking for the quality touch they're looking for. Jimmy centers it. It's going to be the Mr. Cal that takes the ball though. Ghost gets beat, not going to have to rotate back. Coop gets a good 50, but a bump by two teammates puts them both out of position and unable to respond to that shot. Tragic, but you gotta be able to rally back from these. Still 3 minutes and 41 seconds left in this game. Very, very doable to come back here.
Looks like Rigby is out for blood this map. They know that if they win this whole game. And, I mean, you can see it in their gameplay right now. They aren't taking any chances, and they're just trying to play the game to their best ability and get these goals.
It's one of those things, if you let the enemy team make mistakes and don't try and force them a whole lot, you may find yourself in the position to capitalize a lot more of those said mistakes much more often. Up a 50 on the sidewall is going to leave Coop. The soft touch easily defended by Jimmy. Shot opportunity by Ghost, easily defended by Alzerk. Coop, can we get one touch? Ball lingering midfield right here. The Mr. Cow to get one, looking for the second. Gets the flip reset. There's a pass opportunity to Ghost. Ghost puts a shot on net, but it's
so
deflected
close.
and it's saved again by Jimmy. Alzerk now looking to get around one, not able to do it. Jimmy wins the 50. Going to stick with the ball as well. Mr. Cow hot on their tail to try and contest. Shot credit goes to KXR. The Ghost credit. Ghost gets the save credit there. Jimmy now trying to set up a teammate there. Gets interrupted in the midfield. Two players collide in mid-air. The Mr. Cow is going to send it over to Coop. Coop gets disrupted as well in the shot opportunity. Now going to slow it down, but Jimmy has a clear and open path to the green goal. Coop goes up. The demo by Mr. Cow to Jimmy is going to give Bora the much-needed time to breathe as we're now sub 2 minutes. Alzerk sends it into the corner of green right here. Now going to get a second touch with the assistance of a teammate. Jimmy has a shot on net. Once again, no Bora defense in sight here. Take a look at the replay. You now see a double commit into the corner, and Mr. Cow's not on the rotation in time to get back post. And this is going to be Rigby all of a sudden with 3-0 here. 2 is where you start feeling real comfortable, but a 3-goal lead is definitely something we start feeling like you have the game in the bag, and with nearly only under minute 30 left. Well, I don't want to count Bora
come back before though.
We have seen the comeback, but I've yet to see that fire. Normally, by how we see that goal scored or that kickoff goal scored, we have yet to see that happen with them. I think Rigby's finally unlocked the code here as Alzerk gets a devil onto Ghost. Get a bit of breathing room. Coop gonna slow it down, maintain control of the midfield. Get dunked by Jimmy though. Jimmy still here causing chaos, gets a demo. Shot was missed by Alzard. Ghost not even getting the touch looking for. There's a missed shot, missed clear as well by Bora. Just as I was saying, if you let the enemy team come to you and make those mistakes, you're going to be able to capitalize on them.
Yep, I think Bora's feeling the pressure right now.
Yeah.
They have to be.
Oh, yeah. 4-0 right now with 52 seconds left. This is match point right here. They've got to rally. They've got to find a response. This domination that we've seen Rigby have so far. 40 seconds left here. Mr. Cal goes up. Is able to get a 50. Keep it in the red half right now. Coop goes up, gets a beautiful read. Doesn't get the reset off the ceiling here. Control by the Mr. Cal. Beautifully played. Gonna be able to get a chip shot. Find the top left bins. Now Bora's quickly into this game. But is it too late for them? I think they have roughly, it's actually exactly 30 seconds left in the game.
I think Rigby is pretty comfortable in the position that they've put themselves in here, but it would take almost a miracle for Bora to come back.
Clock winding down pretty heavily. 2 players for the side of Bora are up. Also able to get 1 touch. Still going to continue with the ball. Going to get 1 more. Get a control down. Coop in the right position. Make a graceful save. But it's the final couple of seconds. Wind down. 3-2. It's looking like Rigby's going to take game number 6. Maybe one final goal. Oh, a bit of a troll. Have a bit of a laugh as the ball touches the ground last second. And there's Rigby, your series winners there. Stand up, flex on the competition.
Great job, Rigby, and valiant effort from Bora. They still kept up very frequently and consistently with, you know, Rigby's gameplay here, and I think they both were great.
Wow! Up until those first 2 games that they took, they were that team that was coming out on top of that last second matter. It wasn't until game 5 and 6 that we got to see Rigby sort of develop into this team as dominant as they were, and they really took control of the field. They took a lot more quality shots on the net. While I do think Bora's defense did collapse a little bit in the end, I definitely still think Rigby was the team that came out on top in the end. But it's not over for either of them. They get to move on to round 3, and they get to play another best of 7. So still keep your heads held high because the day is not over.
Studio, I've gone ahead and given myself all the awards for today for being so patient and how long that last round went. If we can get a quick update on the state of play here. What you see up here is the perfect visual representation of where we've been for the past hour. Middleton has just been sitting there and waiting for the next round to be decided. They had a little guy sitting on top of their car just completely bored out of their mind. And this is actually a round 3 match being played out right now. So I think we should all take advice from Wood River and Capital, have a quick break, quick turnaround, and crown a champion already, because I'm tired of this visual metaphor. Each one represents a minute. We're behind schedule. So we'll take a quick break, be back with more Rocket League. Don't go away, a champion will be crowned.
We're going to build bridges and hospitals in a day. We're going to save families from disaster and feed those left in the cold. We invite you to join us. The next greatest generation is now.
Once there was a traveler whose feet never left the ground. With only his mind as his map and his senses his compass, he raced into the great unknown. Armed only with the speed of legend. His trails he blazed, his rivals he played. Every sprint a blur. Every turn trusting his allies. In silence he raged and waged with quickening, sickening speed. His name a chant filling arenas. Because some heroes leave footprints, others an afterburn. Without conflict, there is no resolution. Without verses, there is no victory.
Idaho Central Credit Union, looking after your daily balance.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
Gonna get a second touch with the assistance of a teammate. Jimmy has a shot on net, and once again, no more defense in sight here. Taking a look at the replay. There's another shot opportunity. A beautiful save by Mr. Cow. KXR. Oh, able to find. I didn't think that was gonna be able to find the angle. Just barely. Once again, the Mr. Cow is going to slow down, get one, look for an air dribble. Looks really solid, and there it is. Clear this ball out of their half. A 50 is going to do that job for them. Jimmy trying to get a pre-flip touch. A great bump is going to set up Alzerk. And you know, if you start mathing right, it's you get one more goal, it starts turning into a beautiful shot. Great placement by Ghost there. And just
Gotta be rational. Big monkey is optional. I'm in the face, I need evolution. 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 Begin evolution. Met das weggaan. I need evolution. 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 מבושל, אני מבושל, אני מבושל, מכין מגולגל, וטס לחלל, אני מבושל, אני מבושל, אני מבושל, אני מטוגן, אני מטורלל, אני מחושמל, אני מבושל, אני מבושל, מכין מגולגל, וטס לחלל, וטס לחלל, וטס לחלל, וטס לחלל. With my heart wide open, I can see who I'll be. But these passing moments always fly in front of me.
Hello, welcome back to the Boys Esports State Arena. Today, we're at the first day of competition for the Adult Esports State Championship. Over 20 different teams from all across the Gem State have converged here and Boys in a fight to become the state champion in Overwatch, Smash Bros, Valorant, Apex, and right now, Rocket League. So we got to see Overwatch. We're in round number 3 of Rocket League right here. We get into those teams in just a quick second, who we're going to be seeing compete, as well as the standings for what happened in the last bit of it. As last time, I'm your host, Carmen Junkin. I am also joined here by Daydream, my substitute co-cast, and we got to see game number 2, and it was a pretty good game.
Yeah.
I would say we got to see
super close in the beginning.
Yeah, super close in the beginning, and I think it's one of those things where we're still. So actually, we get to see down there that we might see the return of a team that we got to see last time around. But I do want to take a quick look at the standings. Actually, we'll take a look at Doc's keys real quick in the game, which are Doc's keys in Rocket League in this state championship. It's to set your play style. Don't underestimate your opponent, and if it's not working, change it. And of course, as always, have fun. Duck sees the game presented by Dropping Gaming. It is the premier online platform for gamers to see competition. Play your favorite games to win cash prizes through free-to-play entry matches and tournaments. Whether you're new to the scene or you're a seasoned veteran, Dropping Gaming has the right games and competition for you to begin your competitive gaming journey. Sign up at droppinggaming.com. And there's these standings that we get to look at right here. You get a quick look at that round 1 that we got to see. The round 2, which we just finished up, which ended up being Rigby versus Bora, which would be Rigby that took that 4-2 competition. And we do get to see a little bit of the in-progress ones. I got a sneak peek of if you're looking at that third matchup. But we're wasting no time and getting into the third and final round and third final game of the first day of competition here at the Boys Esports Arena. We're getting ready to head into the first matchup. And we're going to see the first stage, of course, Champions Field, a fan favorite, and of course, the one you always lean back on. It's a bit of an interesting one. We could see Bora play again, and I'm interested to see the kind of adjustments and the changes they're going to make to the strategy. And if we get to see that mental recover from what was a pretty heartbreaking defeat last series. Right off the bat, we do see pretty fast momentum coming out for both teams right now. Middleton is quickly going to take a sharp angle. Beautiful shot placement right there. Bruno with a great pass to Zebra.
Middleton coming out with a bang here. As we can see, they started out with a demo and then a goal. Ooh. Everybody missing the kickoff this time. That was Bora's specialty last time, was getting those kickoff goals, but sadly they missed the chance this time.
Push me down 1. We'll see if they end up regretting that in the later half of this game. Ghost does not quite have enough boost to get up and compete with the height of that ball. Now it's Mr. Kyle going for an air dribble. Looking at a pretty open net. The ball is just a bit too wide. Bit of double commit here on the backboard side while Bruno's up. Going to get a soft touch. Perhaps the second is able to do so. fakes out for attacker. Ghost also not able to touch. Bruno gets it past one, and Mr. Cal is up too far. With nobody had rotated back boost, it was a completely open net, or back post. It's now Middleton up 2-0.
Bruno is looking for Bora to make these mistakes, and I mean, like a hawk, Bruno is right there when Bora just happens to leave the goal.
Goes with a quick touch, can leave it down for Mr. Cal. Not a whole lot of boost for the rest of the defenders on the side of Bora. Bruno going for a demo, gets a demo, goes for the wrong one though. There's a bit of a clear. Coop is able to get, not the first touch, but the second one. Ball rebounds over the blue corner right here. Coop is able to get a demo onto Zebra, who is looking for the up the field play going to him for a pass. Ghost also get a demo onto Sam. Sam, though, from the dead, going for a solo play. The flip reset didn't get there, but there's Runo with a pinch off of Bora's car. Off some Bora defender's car, and 3-0 in game number 1.
Bruno looking like that star player out of the gate. 3 goals.
Yeah, already I think 1 away from a hat trick, I believe. Yeah, 1 away from a hat trick right now. Performing very well for the rest of Middleton. Zebra's looking to get a redirect. He's able to do so. Bruno's up, gets a bit of a fake. It's an open net, and 3 defenders up, 3 defenders down for the side of Bora. Middleton taking a staggering early lead right now.
Bruno giving some of the spotlight away to Zebra here.
Got to share a little bit of the love. Can't hog it all. Kickoff. We're going to fake commit to that ball. Coop is going to get a boop. Going to leave it up for Zebra. Zebra gets 1 bouncing touch down. Going to try and get a boom here. Coop was the one to get the disrupt. Cal is going to miss the touch there. Lead it for Sam. Sam gets a bit of a bad read there. Now it's Bruno on the back rotate. Going to leave it for Zebra. Zebra's going to control the ball. Get a 50 to midfield. Coop misses the touch there. Zebra trying to wave dash, gain momentum, and try and get a touch here. With as little boost as Zebra has, they're still being a menace in the backfield half of Bora's field.
Just a hair off of the ball there.
Sam does get the demo there. Bruno waiting up the sidewall here. Going to use a little bit of boost, not even the touch they're looking for. Now goes off the sidewall, does get a touch they're looking for. It's now the Mr. Cow trying to get a dribble play going here. Not able to cut around any opponents, however. It's Coop that's going to be able to get the rebound, but Ghost with no boost isn't going to be able to do too much in the back half. Mr. Cow gets a touchdown in blue territory. Looking for a demo onto Sam, is able to do it. Ooh, but the teammate is not able to get the boom they're looking for. Missed opportunity definitely for Bora right here. Oh, beautiful save there by Ghost. Last second pinch. Definitely thought that was going to go to the back half. It's Mr. Cal only able to get 1 and done for the clear. Coop is able to fake 1 defended out there. Now it's a good flick by Mr. Cal, but Ghost not in the right position to capitalize on it. Now Coop up the ceiling, gets it past 2. There's going to be opportunity for a shot, and it is. Mr. Cal able to put 1 on target. A beautiful beat by Coop there with no boost, by the way.
Seems like Bora's being very patient here. They know that they're down and they're trying to kind of recuperate from that. So kind of taking a breather that last, little bit and making sure that they're all on the same page and then hitting it strong again really does help them in the long run here.
Bruno's got to be careful here on the shadow defense. Last person here, Coop's got to get rid of this ball, though. They risk being demoed. They were able to get rid of it, but not be able to get done with it. Mr. Kyle gets the demo. Now going to cut the ball. Gets it past 2. Could be an opportunity to get a hook shot just off the backboard, but Coop's there for the shot, and there it is. Quickly, Bora is recovering here right now. I see a lot of double commits Middleton at the current moment.
Like you said, when they're in that, comfortable situation where they're up 3, it's easy to get into the flow of things and just kind of do whatever, but Bora said, absolutely not. We're not letting you get comfortable here.
That's so important as what could be considered the team that's currently at the underdog position being down such a big lead. It's so important to continue to challenge your opponent that way. Really show them that we're not to be messed with, not to be trifled with. We can still come back if we want to, as they continue to just put points on the board here as they make it a one-score game. A beautiful shot there by Ghost, who once again had no boost. Honestly, Ghost, just like start making all the plays with no boost. Because you made a beautiful pass, you made a beautiful shot. It might just be the strat.
I mean, it certainly isn't expected from Middleton for them to go for plays, even with such a little amount of boost.
Sam trying to go contest there, not able to read the clutch pinch as Coop is going to get a beautiful demo there. Bruno is up, misses the touch. It's not going to matter. Middleton able to scrape away with the 1-goal lead, despite the efforts of Bora. They really did play their heart out, though. I really saw a lot of solid and positive changes in the way they constructed that playthrough. It was also a lot of double commits on the side of Middleton. I think a lot more than they would be comfortable with. And I think if they really clean that up, we saw how solid of an offensive team they are. So I think they can really just clean up those double commits, so to speak. I think they're a team that I could see taking hold of this series and really running on, but I could also see Bora being that team that is constantly reminding them, don't take us lightly, because we quickly put 3 on the board and made you uncomfortable.
I agree, and I mean, it seemed like, you know, Middleton was taking it a little for granted, that lead that they had, and getting a little too comfortable and double committing, as you were saying, but also maybe not caring quite as much as they should have about the game that was at hand. And Bora really brought it back and kind of made them re-question what they're doing here and why they're here, and, you know, made them actually play the game that they love, because you have to, at the end of the day, you know, play it. And when you're just sitting there and you're comfortable in the position you're in, you're not playing.
Sam going off the ceiling. Now we get a touch. The Mr. Kyle with a good disrupt. There's Ghost. It was in the blue corner here, but Bruno with a lot of boost. Could be looking for an opportunity for a solo play, and that's exactly what they're going for, but they don't. They're not able to get it collected enough. Coop is looking for the touch there. There's Mr. Kyle, the shot opportunity out of the right side of the frame. Out of nowhere, beautifully shot, beautifully placed here. And what was it's honestly such a stark difference right here. Bora taking the lead very quickly. It is only game 2, so we still have yet to see entirely. And this is my first time seeing Middleton play here. I fully well know, kind of, what Bora is capable as a team. And like I've been saying, like, do not take them lightly.
And it does seem like the Mr. Cow is the new Runo. Runo was, you know, hot and heavy that first match, just getting goal after goal after goal. And the Mr. Cow is like, that's me now. It's my turn.
There's always got to be one of those on the team, as once again from the ceiling. Missed defensive opportunities to the side of Middleton. Gonna make them pay for it. Puts the, I mean, pretty well placed shot as well, but that is in an awkward position over 2 defenders there in the opposite direction that their noses were facing. It's really hard to make a turn like that, and just that was quickly 55 seconds for a completely different team puts 3 on the board right here.
We're seeing Bora kind of in a Rigby position here, where they were up 3, and Bora's kind of changing the narrative almost and making sure that they're the ones that are up this time, they're the ones that are comfortable, and they're gonna try and win this series with the best of their abilities.
Definitely not a horrible thing at all, as Bruno looking to touch, defend or aggress on the backboard. Bora, now it's Mr. Cow in the air, gets a flip reset. Mr. Coop trying to assist on it. Not to do too much though. Now Sam with control of the ball. Was going for a solo play, had a bad takeoff. It's Zebra that's going to now take control of it, go for the ceiling here, possibly trying to connect to the teammate. Ball lies in the middle. Field, more leaning towards green. Bruno gets contested off the ceiling, and Coop's there to pick it up. Movement over towards Middleton defensive half as the Cow is looking for a doomsday dish off of,
so close.
off the side of the goalpost, but not able to find it. As once again, Mr. Cow just seems to be the sole reason why opportunities get set up for Bora right here. And there's a shot, by the Ghost, but it's saved by Sam. There it is, the second follow-up. May have missed that first one, but Ghost is going to make sure they don't miss the second shot. Now 4-0s. Really just night and day difference between these two games right now.
Sam had his back the first time and sadly could not get back there fast enough to have the back the next time.
Might be looking for an angle here. Bruno bounces the ball out. Coop is going to be able to maintain control here. Zebra trying to quickly cut off the ball off the ceiling. Bruno is going to have to get up and play defense. Is able to do it. Mr. Cow gets beat. The Coop. Bruno being chased down is able to get it past. Bruno is able to get a good 50 though, but Zebra's off the wall. Going to take a wide shot. It's Coop is going to get the boom. Now trying to meet up with Mr. Cow. Gets one. Looking for the second. It's Bruno that up and elevates and plays solid defense there. Now Ghost gonna get a good read again in the middle of the field. Bruno plays some solid defense in the past couple of seconds.
We've been seeing a lot of great team play from the Mr. Cow and Coop this game, but we can't sleep on Ghost here. Ghost has been kind of centering it a few times here, which makes it a lot easier for their team to score points.
Got a good air drizzle going there. Sam now up. Let's get that ball. Zebra gonna send out the backboard, hoping to beat a couple of aggressors. Zebra gonna want more. We now enter the under 2-minute territory right here. So a 4-0 lead for the side of Bora right now at game number 2. Middleton has the lead. Only 1-0. Not too bad. Zebra up and over one, but gets bumped off the play. Beautiful job by the Bora defense, but Bruno's looking to set up again. Sam was up, committed to the ball, but not able to do too much for it. Now here it's Zebra's turn, going for a flip reset. Too slow of a play to develop, easily defended by the Bora defense.
It looks like things have kind of mellowed out here for a minute while both teams are trying to, Bora keep their points and keep Middleton out of the goal, whereas Middleton is just trying their hardest to try and get an advantage in any sort of way here.
Mr. Cow was looking for a solo play opportunity, not going to be able to get it. Sam now looking for a double. Ghost is going to be the one to disrupt at the corner of their own defensive half. Mr. Cow goes up, does get a beat on one. Now the ball in the middle, gets it past one with the controlling touch. Not do too much past that. Ghost doesn't go for the double. Going to play it safe as you heard by the audio cue, we are at 20 seconds and under right here. And at the way this game's looking with 4 seconds, but Zebra's up. Beautiful read. Oh, but just a bit off. Too wide, under 10 seconds. No matter what Middleton does here, it is going to be Bora that walks away with game number 2, tying up the series.
For a moment there, it looked like Bora was just trying to play keep away with Middleton here.
Which is honestly not that bad of a strategy when you go up 4-0 like that. And I think that's definitely the thing that they did that Middleton was not able to do in game 1, is to prevent the other team from staying aggressive, staying in control, maintaining position of the ball, and boost and control of the field. But this time around, I think Bora was able to do that. I think they were able to check off all those boxes, and I think that's why at the end of the game 2, the score line was 4-0. I'm just more interested if we're going to see the same sort of character storyline as you saw in game 2 of, hey, we have this back and forth between the teams until eventually somebody finally gets the upper edge. I'm interested to see if that happens.
I am too. And I mean, I think Bora has found their step here, their stride, especially with this kind of, Mr. Cow.
Mr. Cow, yeah.
Mr. Cow and Coop dynamic that we're seeing, where the both of them are working together.
Yeah, and that's definitely one of the big things that you got to keep in mind is as deadly as one player can be, there ultimately are 3 people on the field there. There are 3 people competing in this game, competing in this tournament. You have to rely on each and every one of those, especially in the way that I don't think I've yet to see a team. Granted, I've only seen like 2.5 of the game, but I've yet to see any one team that's so mechanically better than the other team they're facing that just you only need the one player. I think this is still a very big thing where it takes every bit of the teammate from each team, all 6 players on the field, to contribute to the success of their individual team.
Of course. Are we seeing Lightning McQueen here on the screen?
It is Lightning McQueen. It's not my. It's the iconic skin. Honestly, I like the Daytona skin more, but we'll skip past that nonetheless. So Sam gets demoed by the Mr. Cow, but might have set up Zebra off the crossbar. Is Reno there to get a second shot? No, it's too low. Easily defended there, but Sam's going to get another 50. Gets off the backboard of Bora. Going to slow it down, but Mr. Cow now looking for a solo play here. Bruno to be the one to disrupt. Not going for a second touch on the ceiling. Not going to be able to find it. Zebra going to get the clear. Coop with the double demo, though, could be the opportunity looking for. Nope. Bruno's going to be able to get the clear and give Middleton some time to breathe as Zebra gets a soft touch. Beautiful one over to the corner of blue territory. And this might be an open net for Middleton, and it is. Bora in their aggression. I've talked about it all, basically for the entire time I've been on this task of become too aggressive, you risk the overreach of if you do not rotate back properly and manage your boost, you run the risk of that biting you in the end. And it did. And Middleton's going to take the lead here in game number 3.
Seems like Middleton also is not hitting their panic button yet, even though they did go 0-4 that last match. It just seems like that kind of fueled their fire for this match.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think they hit the panic button at all. I think that's so important there. And Zebra, unfortunate spot to beat Coop. Definitely one of those things that you just got to forget and move on about, because there's simply no other way you could have avoided that. Middleton does go up 2-0. Oh, here's Coop with the opportunity. Ooh, the flake is a bit low, not enough power. More dynamic to it. Zebra now continue to chase his ball down. Mr. Cow is going to be able to secure their own boost. Going to stick with the ball here, though. Not able to get the touch they're looking for. The Ghost is able to get one up and over. Mr. Cow trying to play some disrupt here in the back half of Middleton's defense. Mr. Cow's going to slow it down. Not a whole lot of boost to commit to this play. Coop, able to get a 50. Sam, off the backboard, going to look for a clear here. Is able to do it, but 50's out with Ghost. Zebra's the one on the ball now. Able to get a pinch and a redirect with the sidewall. Oh, but gets dunked. Zebra 0 boost is going to be able to get a bit of clear. It's now up to Runo. It's going to be able to boom it to the other side. It might be looking to follow up on their own ball. Not going to be able to do it, though. A bit of a hook on the ball here. Not able to get the spacing they're looking for. Gets collapsed on quickly. Zebra might be a dangerous touch to have made there. Luckily, it's going to work out for him. Bruno now once again on this hook to the right side as Mr. Kyle is going to disrupt the ball, though. Could have a shot opportunity on net. And Sam once again getting dunked. Didn't rotate properly with that ball. Gets too far ahead of it. Has to make an emergency touch. And unfortunately, that touch lands right in the lap of Mr. Cal. And Bora now with 3 minutes have elapsed in this game, keeping a one-score goal.
It does still feel like Middleton is still taking their chill pill. They're kind of just, thinking about their moves and thinking about the action that they want to take. And I think that's a good thing, and especially in this game where it could go either way, it's important for them to keep their composure here.
Sam able to get a 50 there. Zebra up looking for a redirect. Was able to get it into the midfield here. Too powerful of a shot off the backboard. Reno gets one. Might be looking for a second. Is up. Not enough boot to commit to it, though. Now it's Zebra slowing down, looking for a solo play. Not able to get it around Bora's defense, though. Sam's going to take it back all the way to the other half. Has to make sure to get a clear here. Not able to do it. This is dangerous territory for Middleton to be. Ghost gets a 50, leaving it to the midfield. Sam with 0 boost. Going to clear it to the other side. Mr. Cal going to seal the 50 in the midfield. Here's Runo now controlling out the backboard. Going for one. Might be looking for a second. Not able to get it, though. Zebra slows it down. Still sticking with the ball here. Gets it past one. Might be looking for a second. Goes for it. Musty doesn't get the contact they're looking for. Sam with, once again, a lot of no boost here. Pressed really far forward. Could be dangerous. I wonder where the third man rotation is.
Looks like Bora Bora was going back to their roots a little bit there and just kind of sitting in their spawn, but there's not much else you can do with a team like Middleton just kind of up against you.
There it is. I was just about to say, this is dangerous territory for Middleton to be in. Mr. Cal is going to tie it up. Bruno not able to react in time. Once again, I'm seeing a lot of plays with very little to no boost, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We have yet to find out. Ultimately, if you score the goal, it doesn't really even matter at the end of the day. I guess in the grand scheme of things, if you're talking habit-wise, yes. But Hoop is up. Is able to get an interesting pinch with Runo. Going to send it to the blue defensive half here. Zebra going to have to control it, but Sam and Zebra getting confused here. Goes to the opportunity to end it, though. Ooh. Off the crossbar. Is there a rebound from a teammate? A couple of seconds go by. Mr. Cal takes a shot. Now it's up to Ghost again. Blocked out by Sam, and we go to OT for game number 3. 0 for 3 in that session of trying to score a goal here as
Speechless on desk right now.
Yeah, I have no words for that right there. A kickoff goal like that, that is rough Middleton right there. But an excellent victory for Bora right there as they were down for 99.9% of the game, but managed to stay in it to the very end, tie it up, and then get a kickoff goal. I imagine that's not the way you want to win, but nevertheless, it's a W, and you got to take it, especially when it gives you the lead in the series.
Of course, and I mean, even with how surprising that last goal was, we still celebrate those. I mean, I'm sure back there they're celebrating that, and they're like, this is our chance to go. And it can be a little funny, but I mean, a win is a win, like you said.
Yeah, you gotta take it where you can find it, especially in this round 3, where this is the final bit of the day. And you want to make sure to end up in that top 3. I mean, I know you should be shooting for that top 1, but you know that top 3, you get a trophy, you get to walk away with a trophy, which is better than what 4th through 8th place get. So
true.
That's what you're ultimately shooting for.
And honestly, that 3rd place trophy is really cool. Have you seen like the sparkly red on it?
I have not. I think we saw through the rotation of the lives in the studio, but I think I only saw 1st and 2nd. So I'm now very interested and intrigued in the red sparkliness of 3rd place trophy.
Ruby red, 3rd place.
Okay. Not sticking with the traditional gold, silver, bronze, but oh, there we go. We get okay. I do see it. We get a bit of a break from the game, but that is a pretty good trophy to work towards. Nevertheless, into game number 4 here right now. It's Bora that has the series lead. Currently sitting in game 4. If Bora wins this, they head into match point, as it is a best of 7. But I imagine Middleton is looking to close on this game. It's a beautiful pass to Zebra. Was looking for a redirect shot onto goal. Not going to be able to find it, though. Mr. Cal gets 1 touch. Now looking for a second. Zebra on the rotation. Oh, dangerous spot to make a soft touch in front of the goal line there as it's re-centered. It's Runo that's going to be the clear, though. Ghost going to send it right back up. Runo, beautiful save. Going to stay on the backboard, but still in a dangerous spot. Missed boost opportunity by Mr. Cal. Sitting low there. Now actually Mr. Cal and Coop are low on boosts. This could be opportunity for Middleton to score. Not going to be able to, as Zebra also play catch up with the ball. Lucky for them, the big boost does spawn. They now have to get a good clear here. They get a participation award from Ghost to help with the clear there. Sam, now the sidewall. Goes for the bump, trying to release some pressure here. Bruno gets a pinch at the sidewall. It's cut off by Mr. Cal, though, however. Zebra with enough boost, going for a solo play from their own back half.
I'm seeing a big lack of boost here on Middleton's side. It seems like Bora is constantly refilling on these boosts, but with Middleton in a pinch, you know, it's hard to refill on that boost, so they're constantly left at these low numbers.
I'm seeing it a lot of it, honestly, from both sides. Of I really don't love to see it when I see somebody like Coop, or sometimes where that last time I called out with Mr. Cal, of where they're aggressing all the way on the other side of the half with no boost, as right now. Ooh. I think that was a double demo. we have to double check that out. Yeah, I think that was a demo there. But nevertheless, it left Bruno out of position there and unable to contest that ball, and that's Bora now up 1-0. 3 minutes left in the game.
I think Bora is starting to find their flow here, and they're starting to kind of get into the groove of this game and understand what Middleton is doing and how they can counter that and make things, you know, to their advantage here. And as we see right now,
there it is, right there again, Mr. Cal. Bruno up a bit too far. Not able to rotate back far enough. Definitely one of the things I think Middleton should recognize to make an adjustment. It's honestly one of the things that every team should be able to recognize and make an adjustment there when they are overreached too far. A beautiful touch there by Coop to disrupt Bruno's solo play off the ceiling there. Sam gets credit for the save there. Bruno gets demo. Now it's Zebra looking for a double off the sidewall, a triple commit, but nevertheless it's going to be able to get the clear, and a beautiful bounce off the sidewall. Bruno gives away possession, going to leave for Coop. Coop looking to get a solo play going here. Wastes a lot of boost actually for the side of Bora. I was just about to say they're low on boost, but they're able to refill very quickly. Doesn't matter. Mr. Cal goes down and gets demoed. Big bump there by Ghost onto Zebra, prevents the solo play from happening. Ball going the roundabout way. Sam trying to get it clear here. Gets beat. Zebra. Soft touch out. Coop going to send it right back to the backboard here. Zebra able to get a bit of a touch. Could have been dangerous. Ghost not able to get the touch looking for. Now only one defender at the back of the net. They're going to make a good conscious effort. They're able to defend it. Stop a goal from going to the back of the net here. Mr. Cal looking for another play. Not able to find it. Going to use up a lot of that boost here. This is the opportunity for Middleton to go on the counter offensive. A beautiful beat and touch by Zebra there. Solid amount of teamwork. Middleton keeping this a one-score game.
This goal seemed super calculated by Samurai and Zebra here. Just the tag teaming, one bouncing it off the wall and the other just ready for that shot on the goal.
Yeah. Both competing for space right here. Mr. Cal trying to set up a teammate in the midfield. Ghost gets a good 50, but sets it up for Bruno in the midfield here. Mr. Cal just enough boost to get up and clear the ball. Credit the save. Coop not enough time to get there, but there's Ghost to get a big clear here. There's going to be a respawn by Bruno on the wrong side, though. Not even get a touch, and that's Coop quickly capitalizing on an unfortunate situation for Middleton.
Again with this low amount of boost too, like half of Bora that fight was down boost by a lot.
Yeah. Now once again, Bora back in his 2-goal lead here. Looking to take it match point in the series so far, just by the sheer amount of ferocity they've shown in this game. Doing a really good job putting quality shots on net. Solid amount of defense. Bruno's going to get a demo on Mr. Cal there. Coop's going to send it back to the middle, though. Goes with the 50, almost puts it on target. Coop, a little bit of boost they got, puts one more at the backboard. Both are up. This is a big opportunity for Middleton to score. Oh, but they miscommunicate. This might be too harsh of an angle. Nope, Zebra's got it.
It's those overcommitting, you know, plays from Bora here that are kind of their downfall in these moments like this.
They still have the lead, and we're under 30 seconds here, so it's not hit the panic button time yet, especially after that kickoff winning it right there. And An own goal by Middleton right there might have sabotaged their efforts of getting back into this game. I actually don't know if Coop assisted in that. I don't think it did because the camera didn't slow down. So I think it was just Bruno that got an interesting touch with the ball there. Last 20 seconds of this game, winding down. Coop winding down a boost, going for the solo play. The double touch does not land. Up with the beat there, but Sam comes in, gets a touch, tries to get around the last defender, unable to do so. Mr. Cal going to slow down here, not able to get the flick over one. Zebra gets the beat, but as the final second counts down, the next time this ball touches the ground, it's going to be over. Zebra still managing to keep this alive. So is Sam. They're looking for one more goal. I don't think they're going to be able to do it. I think that was the opportunity. There it is, yeah. Bora now takes this series to match point after game number 4. We now move on to game number 5, where Bora has the opportunity to close this out, close out the night with the W.
I think Bora could get this in the bag. I mean, they've got a consistent flow now, and I think that's only going to help them going into this match. But that does give Middleton a reason and like a super huge drive to win this one.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's all into. I think it's all up to the mental at the end of the day, right? It's really the way you look at it. As you could either look at it as we're down by 3 and we could lose this, or here's our opportunity for a comeback. Let's lock in. Let's dial in, and let's win some games. But also, I do agree that Bora has a flow here, and it's up to Middleton to find out if they can disrupt that flow and win another game.
I agree. And I mean, reverse sweeps have happened, and they're very fun to watch. So we'll just have to see how this match goes down between them. I mean, I don't think I could make an assumption here for if Bora will win it or not.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen the reverse sweeps happen at all different levels. It's definitely not one of those things that stops once you get to a certain level. It really is one of those things of you're a human, you're a player. It's just one of those things of, as a competitive player playing in the tournament, it is your job to sort of, as a teammate as well and as an individual, to remind yourself to keep the mental strong, keep the mechanics in check, and to always be communicating with your teammates.
Yeah, and, you know, the struggle with your mentality, you know, the tides can shift so drastically, which makes a team that's in the lead, you know, cause...
Wow!
Ooh, so close.
Beautiful defensive saves right there from Bora, and beautifully executed. Wouldn't have done it any other way myself. As mentioned before, this is round number 3, Rocket League Day 1 of the Idaho State Championship presented by Idaho State Credit Union. It's Bora that has the series lead right now, 3-1, as they're looking to close it up. Score this game here into the first minute. Goes on the rotation back here. Mr. Cow elevates up, looks to get a touch. Sam gets one. Ghost looking to get around Bruno, unable to do so, however. Mr. Cow is up, unable to get the touch they're looking for. This could be an opportunity for Zebra and Middleton to score. Ghost gets up quickly, though. Play taking too long to develop from Zebra. Bruno gets a missed touch. Ghost gets a good 50. Mr. Cow gets a beautiful dunk, sets it back down. This could be an opportunity to recenter this ball.
We've seen Mr. Cow time and time again get these, you know, shots on the goal, and I think he sets up success for himself and his team when he's in these positions where he's, you know, kind of right in front of the goal, centering the ball and making sure everything is kind of going his way.
Yeah. Zebra at the bicycle kick. And it keeps in the green half. Off the backboard, beautiful clear by Coop there. The Mr. Cal is able to get a beautiful beat. The speed there pays off in full. Sam just took too long to getting up there. Didn't recognize how close Mr. Cal was. It's going to pay off in dividends for the side of Bora as they go up 1-0. Kind of once again from first game of sub 3 minutes. Off the demo here, Sam on to Coop. See if he gets one touch, send it back to the side wall on the green half. Pinch into the, oh, leaves a blue net open. Sam is able to just cut on the ball soon enough. But Ghost is going to recenter this. Oh, and a missed save opportunity by Runo. And now all of a sudden, it's Bora that is capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes.
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. He's Cal, Mr. Cal.
What is that from? Well, I'm actually ashamed I don't know which film that is from right there. But nevertheless, the soccer show, I know that for a fact.
It is.
Ted Lasso. There we go.
Ted Lasso.
I got it at the very end.
Very fitting for a game like this.
Yeah. Oop. For ceiling pinch, was able to get it a little bit of slow down, beautiful passing play by Mr. Cal. But Ghost was a bit too far up. Now it's up to Goose to get a beautiful save. Gets there, but not in time. Sam gets a great 50 pinch.
So close.
Boris still has the lead here with about 2 minutes left in this game, though. Kick off. Sam and Cooper get a 50 out, though. Ghost now has the opportunity. With a great touch. It's going to be countered right back again. Oh, the attempt was there by Middleton defense, but it just simply wasn't enough. Yeah, Sam elevates here and not able to find the angle. Yeah, just pushes a bit too far. Doesn't stick back post.
Rocket League physics can get, interesting when it comes to where the ball is hitting with the car. And I think it's so funny when you hit the ball and it doesn't go where you're expecting, but it works out in your favor in the end.
It's super important right there as we just see Bora now just making it to a shootout once again. Mr. Cal with the great pass off the backboard there, and nobody from Middleton on the backboard to contest that or to get up in time.
Boris seems to be in their element now. Like I was saying, they've found that stride and they're just, burning their way through towards the finish line here.
Offensive, defensively, yeah, exactly. They found their stride. They found that flow they're looking for, where Middleton has yet to found something to disrupt that and sort of gain back control, not only in the control of the ball, but also the field and boost. Seems to be Bora's series and game right now, as they're still up 4-1 right now, and we're about to enter under minute territory. Ball still 6 rounds. Sam looking for a clear, not enough boost though to carry the ball out of their own half. Marino's up, is going to be able to clear at the corner. Goes to the great pinch on the sidewall, manages to stick it to the backboard and get a clear there, but Zebra gets a pass, gets another touch, and gets it past the last defender. Middleton still not down and out in this game, showing they can put points on the board here. 2-4 here. 40-some-ish seconds left, 45 seconds left in this game. So I'm honestly not going to count anybody out yet.
Of course not. I mean, we've seen so many upsets today that this could just be another one of those times where, this team may be down 2 right now, but they could come back very quickly.
Double commit there. Oh, a triple commit. It works out in favor of them, but so did Middleton. They might have extended too far. The demo comes in just a second too late as Runo's going to get credit for the save. Zebra has an open opportunity on the net, but Cooper takes back just in time, gets a save, and keeps this game. The 2-goal difference right now as we're at the 10-second mark, and Bora is just 7 minutes away from ending this series and walking away round number 3 with a W. As the final second counts down, this will be a Bora W, and they'll be able to walk away with a round 3. 4-1 W over Middleton right now.
It seems like nothing motivates these players more than that clock ticking down. I mean, we saw it in that last half there that, you know, Middleton had no goals and then got 2. And then, you know, I mean, they weren't able to get it back, but it was still an awesome match and they still did great. And congratulations to Bora. That was so sick.
Yeah, definitely. And I know we do got the ceremony committed now for the trophies to be handed to the appropriate teams that get them. And there we are. We're going to hand it over to Jacob, sitting with the winning teams right now.
I'm currently here with the state champions in Rocket League, have just won their championship match against Highland. Rigby is here with us, and we're going to talk about their journey to getting the gold medal, how things went overall today. I want to kind of throw it off to you first, because obviously, you know, you entered into this tournament, you know, being first seed, so there is reason to be confident, but it seemed like there were a couple of kind of curveballs thrown your way. You know, we saw some upset matches. I'm sure you expected maybe to go up against BK at least once, but that turned out to not to transpire. So take us through the general day and how your feelings were beginning, because you started out on the main stage.
Well, we actually started out on Overwatch, playing on the main stage, like me and him. Been playing since like 9, 10 in the morning, so just been super worn out from it. But
at 4:50 today.
Yeah, so like we've all been up since 4 in the morning today, just trying to make it through the day. Like as the day went on, it just got harder and harder to like keep up and whatnot. But I mean, there's a lot of communication issues. We didn't practice as much as we kind of wanted to during the season, but we were able to make it out in the end. We had a lot of really good opponents that we were just barely able to get through in some of those matches. But yeah, it's overall really fun, hard experience, but really fun.
Now, I also got to commend you, probably with the exception of Sandpoint, you're probably one of the schools that had to travel the farthest here to make it to this championship. And you're not going away empty-handed. Not only do you have this gold medal here for Rocket League, but if you look back here, we've got a middle school award for Smash. Do you want to shed some light on that as to what the Smash scene is in Rigby on your middle school?
Yeah, our Smash team actually did their senior project with the middle schools in Rigby, and they ran the practices, they coached the kids, so really it's commendation to those middle school kids for stepping up, but they learned from amazing kids. Our whole program is just awesome kids. I wish I could say enough about these kids. They're just amazing. So.
Well, I congratulate you a lot on the victories that you have pulled off, but I have to wonder, you got a long trip back to go back to Rigby here. Is any one of you staying up into the night, or do you think you're all dropping like flies once you get back home?
I'm going straight to sleep.
I'm right there with him, man. I'm already about to sleep. We're going to get some dinner, and I'm just going to get in a food coma. It's going to be amazing.
I personally think I'm going to continue playing video games. I love it.
I knew one would give me that answer. Well, I'm going to get you out on this question. Normally, and you should know, since you also played in Overwatch, at the end of every Overwatch match, we kind of have a play of the game. If you were to nominate one of your team members, or even yourself, if you want to toot your own horn that way, of one particular play that came out, one particular goal, save, is there anything you want to shout out from you or your teammates that you think helped secure you the championship?
I mean, shoot, I don't know if there's anything really in particular. We had a lot of good plays. We were all like getting in it, like getting bumps, getting passes in, all just overall like working together to be able to get it in the net eventually. We had our struggles, but like we were able to overcome them and just like get some plays in.
I would like to add one.
You have a mic.
Oh yeah, I do. I like the way that Ulzer, near the end there for the Bora game, was almost always there to finish the shots, and he was always placing it in.
Yeah, 100%
Thank you.
Clutched up for us that game. 100%.
Well, I was actually going to say pretty much the same thing about you. Carter came in pretty clutch today. He definitely has put in the work, and he's definitely improved. I've seen it over this season. He's definitely way better than he used to be, and he's way better than me now, so yeah.
Well, I mean, it's a great story. Small town of 5,000. You came into the big city and shut everyone's mouths as the undisputed champions in Idaho Rocket League. So I can't think of a better school to give both of these gold trophies to take back home to Rigby. you certainly earned both of them.
Put that one down there. Send it down. Can I just say, what an awesome experience. Thank you, Boise State. This is so cool for the kids. We couldn't thank you enough for the opportunity to be here and for all of your support, for everything that you do. And it's because of y'all that we're able to do this, so thank you.
Well, thank you for giving us such a great show. That's going to do it for our medal ceremony for the gold medal winners in the Idaho State Esports Championships, Rigby, your Rocket League champions. We've got 2 more trophies to give away here. We got some other teams we want to check with, so we'll take a quick break and then be right back with more checking in on these teams. We'll get there, we'll hand them their trophies and then wrap things up for the day, so stay tuned.
Speechless on desk right now.
Yeah, I have no words for that right there. A kickoff goal like that. Boys are covering here right now. I see a lot of double commits in Middleton at the current moment.
Like you said, when they're in that, it's those overcommitting, you know, plays from Bore here that are kind of their downfall in these moments like this.
Opportunities to the side of Middleton. Gonna make them pay for it. Puts the, I mean, pretty well placed shot as Middleton. Keep this a 1-score game.
This goal seemed super calculated by Samurai and Zebra here. Just the...
What an awesome experience. Thank you, Boise State.
Here are a couple lessons I've learned over the years. Friendships come in all shapes and sizes. And always buckle up. Seatbelts save lives. That's a rule we can all live by.
And welcome back to the Boise State Esports Studio. We are here with the 3rd place victors. We have got Bora joining us right now in the studio to just recap their whole journey through this tournament. Now, I just got to say, I'm really happy that we were able to feature your game on the main stage. Not just because I think it's greater stakes in the 3rd place match. I mean, it's the difference between a trophy and no trophy, rather than who gets a shinier trophy in the grand final. But we have been talking all day about how sleek these red trophies are here. I personally would have wanted to get 3rd place just because I think that looks the sharpest. Now, take us through the history of your match, because I understand you faced up against Highland, the gold medal winners, and overall, a really good day. I mean, when you're going up against the 1st-seeded team and you managed to make it this far in the tournament, what were your feelings throughout the day? Because it was sure a marathon today.
Well, we didn't pick as Highland.
Nampa was first.
Nampa was first, yes, I understand.
And then we played Rigby.
Yeah.
But
against Nampa, we came into it losing 3 times this season, and we played in the Boise State preseason tournament. And when we lost those 3, we knew that today we're gonna have to play really good to beat them. We knew how good they were, and we were ecstatic when we won that game.
Yeah,
that was great.
Now, I understand you also have some other students here. You've got some Valorant students here, which we're going to see them here tomorrow. What was it like? Do you have any words of encouragement? Did they give any words of encouragement to you? Because so far your job as a school was only half done. We still got one more day and possibly more trophies to give you.
Yeah.
Just don't give up.
Don't give up.
No, don't let nerves get a hold of you. Because talking to Nampa afterwards, I guess that was a big thing for them at the beginning. Was since they didn't get a warm-up time, they were a little nervous playing us again. Since our last match was so close against them in the tournament.
They played a little tight, I think, in the first game or 2, and then they actually picked it up in the 3rd and 4th match. But yeah, they played a little tight.
Yep.
Now, I asked Rigby in the previous interview. I asked them, just like at the end of every Overwatch match, we usually have like a player of the play of the game. And so I wanted to give all of you kind of the opportunity to say, is there any player you want to nominate or any specific play that you thought really stood out today to help you get this far and win this trophy? Anyone you want to nominate and give props to?
I want to nominate this guy right here. He was just the vocal leader today, and he helped get these guys, going when we were kind of sluggish a little bit. But I thought he had a great game, and also he had a game where I think he had like 6 demos.
Yeah, a lot of demos one game.
So for me, I would nominate him, but you guys can nominate him.
I really thought play of the game was when we were down 4-1 against Rigby, and we knew we had to win that game or else it was probably over. And we ended up with like 40 seconds back, coming all the way back, and the 4th goal to tie it up was just an amazing low boost effort out of Hunter Ghost, just absolutely pushed one through, and Hayden came in, somehow pinched it in and just bounced top corner, and it was awesome. We ended up still losing the game, but that play was probably something that was the most energy we've ever had.
I can certainly tell you as a caster, those are the moments that we appreciate the most when we see amazing stories come out like that, come from behind victories, and managing to take a notch off of the top people. There's always kind of that bragging right of saying, we still put up a good fight and matched them. I wanted to get you out on this. We've got one additional player sitting in the back. What are you looking forward to this tournament? I assume you're from the Valorant team?
No, I was an alternate for this.
Oh,
team,
okay.
I was just here mostly for support and in case anything went wrong and to just kind of watch and learn.
So I'll ask you, what were your expectations at the beginning of the day? Were you thinking you were going to make it into medaling position, or?
Well, I was hoping that we'd win, but 3rd place is good.
3rd place is better than 4th place.
Yes, it is. And like I said, it's the difference between a trophy and no trophy. Yep. And I still stick by my words. I think it is the snazziest looking trophy. You get the very stylish red trophy here for Rocket League. And hold it up. Add that to your school cabinet. Congratulations. And good luck to all of you, including some students back here who are going to get ready to play for Valorant. We wish you best of luck tomorrow. But for today, we've got to get out of here. This silver one, we'll ship it. All right, that's going to do it for today. We will leave you with some of the highlights, and we hope you come back tomorrow to see the champions in Apex Legends, Valorant, and Smash Bros. Thank you for watching. See ya.
All right. Nice job, guys. Nice job.